themselves in being insured and perhaps show proof that they've done that. And I don't know why I don't know why we can't.
I was very clear. I made my ruling already on
And
that
I'm sorry, I
point.
didn't hear
that
the
point
ruling.
is
Why
out of
can't we
order.
do that?
That point is out of order. If you want to challenge the chair, by all means, please go ahead.
No, I'm not going to challenge. I just want to know the logic, sorry, as to why we can't do that. Why can't we ask somebody if they're insured?
I made my ruling, Councilor Mamoulier, already. Let's move on with it. On behalf of Councilor Glenn DeVeramaker, I want to convey his regrets. He won't be able to attend today's meeting as his father passed away. And so our condolences to him and his family. And I would like to also to note that Councilor DeVeramaker has never missed a meeting in the past. Any conflicts of interest to be declared under the Conflict of Interest Act? Okay, no, noted. Any more, just some comments before I would like to table a set of procedural recommendations. In terms of members of council, any motions that will come forward, this is a friendly reminder that motions should be made before the councillor speaks on the matter. Motions should be in writing, signed and concise, and unambiguous. In terms of quorum, it's extremely important for us to understand this. We need 4 members of the committee to be in the chambers. So please check before you leave the room if there is quorum. If there is no quorum, 15 minutes after the beginning of the meeting or after a recess, that's going to be extremely embarrassing to end the meeting because of the lack of quorum. And the lunch break will be at 12:30 until 1:30 for 1 hour. Having said that, good morning, everyone. Welcome and thank you for attending today's License and Standards Committee meeting. Yes, Councilor Mamoulier, point of order. What's your point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I really don't mean to take up time. I stood up earlier and I suggested that we ask staff questions. You introduced what you want in terms of a process, but it didn't include allowing me to move that motion.
I will recognize you, Councilor Mamoulier, when the time comes.
The other part to this equation
right now,
is you talked about quorum. This meeting was initially scheduled for another date. The clerk advised my office that they were going to move it to the 16th, and I made it very clear that I would not be able to move into an evening session or a night session because of this new change. So I should be allowed to move my motions ahead of time so that everyone can understand what I'm attempting to move.
Councilor Mamoulier, I made my ruling already on that one, and the ruling was very clear.
So I'm going to move that I be allowed to move my. You did it last meeting, actually. You moved your motions ahead of time, Mr. Chairman. At one of the meetings, I'd like to move at least an ability to move my motions at one point during the day before I may have to leave.
Councilor Mamoulier, couple points. Your motion will be out of order, and that's my ruling, and you can challenge the chair on that. Number one.
I'm going to challenge the chair based on the fact that you did it at the last one of the last meetings. That you introduced motions at the beginning of the meeting, and now you're not allowing me to do that.
The chair has been challenged. All those in favor to uphold the ruling of the chair.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote in favor of upholding the chair. Councilor Di Giorgio, Councilor Malo, Councilor Carichanes, Palacio, against.
Sorry, you said 4.
Thank you.
No.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, take that again. I didn't understand.
Did you say 4?
The chair has been challenged.
Yes. based on the fact that
and
you've
there-
already done this.
And there is no debate on that, Councilor Mamolini. So now, I'm calling a vote in terms of upholding the ruling of the chair. And all those in favor? Councilor Di Giorgio, Councilor Madlo, Palacio, against? Thank you. So once again, welcome and thank you all for attending this special Licensing Standards Committee meeting, where we are going to be considering the ground transportation review on taxis, limos, and Uber technologies. All members of the committee have the list of speakers, and we have about 143 names at this point. And those of you in the audience who haven't registered to speak and are not on the speakers list, but who still wants to speak, you will have an opportunity to register with the clerk, and that will be in committee room number 2, that's on the second floor. I'm going to be proposing that we close the list of speakers at 10:30. So if you haven't registered, you have an opportunity to do so now. And to ensure also that the meeting goes smoothly, the speakers list will be posted online at www.toronto.ca/council. And the list will be continually updated throughout the meeting. When I call your name and number, please come forward to speak at the microphone that's in the front. I will call the names in batches of 5, so you can come down to the front. And when your turn comes, please approach the mic. Since we have a large number of speakers, I propose that the speeches be limited to 3 minutes, and members of council will have an opportunity to ask questions for 2 minutes. I understand this is a very difficult and complex issue for all of us, and this is an issue that's very emotional for a number of stakeholders. We understand that. I get it, and I think we all do. However, I would like to remind everyone in the chambers that we should be respectful to the committee's proceedings, and please don't do anything that will disrupt the meeting. This includes clapping, cheering, and shouting out when the speakers are making their speeches and when councillors are asking questions. If I feel that someone is being disruptive, I will warn once, then twice, and then security will remove them from the meeting, either if it's a member of the public or a member of council. There will be no third warning. And I will not hesitate for a second to clear these council chambers if the meeting is disrupted. Now I'm going to ask the clerk to display the motions that have to do with the procedural aspects. Now, the first one, that speakers who haven't pre-registered be allowed to register to speak until 10:30 a.m. on September 16, 2015, after which no further registration is allowed and the speakers list will be closed. Number 2, that the length of public presentations be limited to 3 minutes. Number 3, that questions of speakers by members of council, including members of the Licensing and Standards Committee, be limited to 2 minutes with 1 round of questions per councillor. Number 4, that questions to staff from members of council, including committee members, take place after the public deputations and be for 5 minutes in total, with 1 round of questions per councillor. Number 5, that speaking times for all members of council be 5 minutes, with 1 round of speaking per councillor. So those are the motions that I'm putting forward, and there was one motion from Councilor Mamoliri that's going to be also, and that should be to ask questions from staff, and that's number 2 as well. Okay, so we have all those motions. So we are going to take Councilor Mamoliri's motion first, that questions of staff take place before the public presentations. All those in favor? Against? Now, the next one, okay, the rest of the motions that you have there is all those in favor? Against? It carries. Thank you. So, just to clarify and to be clear with what we just did, and this is how the meeting is going to proceed. We are going to hear from everyone who has registered by 10:30 this morning, and then everyone will have 3 minutes to speak. Each member of council can ask questions up to 2 minutes. Members of council who are not members of the committee will ask their questions first. When the presentations are finished, members of council may ask staff questions for up to 5 minutes. Members of council who are not members of the committee will ask their questions first. After all councillors have asked questions to staff, members of council who are not members of the Licensing Standards Committee will have an opportunity to speak for 5 minutes, and they'll be first. Then members of the committee will have the opportunity to speak for 5 minutes and make motions and vote. Now let's begin, and I'm going to call the first. Councilor Mamoliri, point of order.
It really is the only opportunity for me to do these things, so I'm going to move that we work through lunch.
We have a motion from Councilor Mamoliri to work through lunch.
Done.
Councilor Di Giorgio.
Frank.
Councilor Di Giorgio. We have a motion that to work through lunch from Councilor Mamoliri. I don't have a problem with that. All those in favor? Against? It carries. Okay. Here we go. The first batch of speakers, I will start with 5. Number 1, Nisam Raman. Number 2, Ratan Roy. Number 3, Lin Meihan. Number 4, Chris Schaffer. And number 5, Ian Black. Good morning, sir. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Nijam Habibur Rahman, and I am a Toronto cab driver. Yeah, here is the proof you gave me. Okay. I am an ambassador taxi driver. As you know, after the former mayor, Rob Ford, took office, he ordered city officials to review the taxi industry to make a one-tier taxi system. Excuse me. It took almost 3 years to review process to make this happen. Unfortunately, due to our current mayor, John Tory era, it took only 2 months to revert to a new two-tier taxi system in order to accommodate Mayor Tory's wish. Mayor John Tory wishes advocate as Uber is here to stay, something he advocated even before taking the oath of office. To accommodate the mayor wish, the city official used the drive-through technique and came up with a recommendation to accommodate UberX in just 2 months. Please note that it took the City of Toronto 60 years to issue 5,000 taxi plates, but it took only 60 days to recommend to put another 13,000 plus UberX taxis on the street, with even more to come. Is there anyone here to justify the rushing of this process? I am curious to get an answer to the following issue. Will Uber driver be considered as a contractor, employee, or taxi cab driver? Do they need to remit yearly HST like us taxi driver? Are Uber driver required to install an inside camera as required for us as part of the evidence collection tool? Are UberX driver required to take CPR course as required for the licensed taxi driver? Is there any requirement to post a tariff card in Uber Bekul with a telephone number so that customer can make complaint and compliment? Needless to say, my earning have gone down by 40%, and this year I paid my HST payment, taking a loan from my overdraft account. This year I could not pay my daughter tuition fee. Our economy is in recession now. Do you really need another 13,000 taxis? The Ontario government this year reduced 50 resident spots for physicians. At the same time, city is trying to put 250,000 more taxis on the road. So I think one-tier taxi system is better. But I have special request,
Thank
if
you, sir.
possible.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Question.
Questions? Councillor Mamolidi. Have 2 minutes.
Your deputation speaks to the fact that you have been obligated to pay for certain things to keep your business with the City of Toronto going.
Yes,
It's overhead.
yes.
This particular report allows for a new system to come into Toronto that doesn't pay the same overhead that you pay.
Yeah.
What does that do to you immediately if it passes the way it is today?
Yeah, that's why I am, as a citizen of this city, I am requested, if possible, to hire a chief retired justice to investigate why the politician jumping within few months is one tier to second tier again. Is possible?
The report that's in front of us is not written by politicians. The report in front of us is written by staff who said, while they were taking Uber to court in just a few months ago, the city is concerned that Uber poses a serious risk to the public, including those who are signing on as drivers for the following reasons: decreased passenger safety, unregulated fares resulting in price gouging, increased safety risk to the drivers due to lack of training and vehicle security equipment, uninspected vehicles and not properly insured vehicles.
Yes.
How does this report that was written by the person who said this, how does this report address staff's concerns?
Point of order?
Yes, so
I just want to, excuse me, I want to remind the chair
Please.
that, that
Question it.
Councilor Malo, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to remind the chair that, that according to our procedural bylaws, if a member of council says anything that suggests something that could impugn the character or reputation of a member of our staff, the member of our staff has an opportunity to stand and make a comment to speak from their perspective.
And on that point of order,
Thank you,
Mr.
Councilor Malo.
Mr.
Your
Chairman,
points were taken, yes.
On that point of order, the point that you just said is well taken. I'd suggested that we ask staff questions before the deputations for this reason. And I will continue relating my questions around comments that staff have made in council chamber, okay, because this was taken from our particular answer, okay, and I'm not sure why that would be out of order.
From Lady, we already deal with that. You have 15 more seconds in terms of your questions. That's why I stopped.
I was asking questions before. I
Yeah,
was
and you have
interrupted.
15 seconds left.
So my questions were clear. The comments were made by staff during the process of suing Uber, and now this report comes out. Have their particular comments, concerns, the reasons we brought them to court, have they been highlighted in this report as taken care of, in your opinion?
Yeah. My opinion is that some segment of the city politician trying to accommodate illegal things. But maybe if you legalize Uber, so maybe in near future, a foreign-trained doctor, dentist can practice in this city, so they don't need license.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a poem. Can I?
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Time's up? Okay, thank you, sir.
Next speaker, Ratan Roy.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is.
3 minutes.
Good morning to everybody. My name is Ratan Roy. I'm a taxi cab driver, and as required by law, I'm a HST registrant too. Now, my comments are based on two assumptions. One, making sound public policies should not be a part of fashion culture where you follow trend and adjust accordingly. Two, survival of Uber-like companies depend on deception, working in underground economies, getting around regulations, and by obstructing enforcement. The city staff recommendations are based on insufficient research and lack of sufficient findings. The report identified 3 findings: strong public support for Uber service, Uber poses a risk to public safety, public interest in UberX. This report mentioned that 2 more further reviews required and emphasized the outcome of a report on 2014 review will also have a significant impact on the industry. Unfortunately, this report failed to find and analyze the impact of Uber-like companies' existence on the other sector of the economy and regulatory authorities, such as indirect subsidies by government to Uber-like companies, non-compliance, avoidance of taxes, which become very expensive to monitor, created another giant middleman like Uber, provides incentive to others to exploit vulnerable people in society and underground economy, provide an opportunity to act like a godfather and create a slave-like labor force, traffic congestion problem, deception to consumer, driver, and regulatory authority. To move forward towards a just society, regulatory framework must address those above-mentioned issues. Let let me just give you an example. Like, Uber needs to serve their customer at the shortest time and at the cheapest price. When driver makes more money, they work less. Wait time increases. So Uber cut the price. Uber driver now work more hours to make up the loss of income, and this process continues. So my suggestion is UberX should be banned until
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Any questions? Councilor Mamoliri, you have 2 minutes.
Sir, on November 18th, staff responded to city's questions here in the chamber, and there were a number of questions asked. And one of the replies to one of the questions from staff to council was, earlier this year, we completed an almost 3-year review of the taxi industry, which included the review of the approximate number of taxi cabs, the fares, and a bold move on behalf of council to enable accessible, metered, on-demand taxi cab service. Uber did not participate in this process. Do you know what happened between November 18th of last year and now in September for the staff to have taken a different position on this whole matter?
I don't know what happened behind the behind the scene. I don't know what happened.
And if this report goes through as staff is recommending, what happens to you personally?
I don't survive as a cab driver. With paying all those fees, there is no same ground level, same field for us.
How long have you been driving?
Around 18 years.
What do you think that you could do if you're out of work?
At this age, I can go on welfare. City will support me. I don't know how long.
So you'll go on welfare?
And public will support me too. They pay Uber 50 cents less. They will give me $5 more.
So you'll be making more money on welfare than driving a cab?
Yeah, well, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know how much city can afford to support welfare recipient
Thank
when
you, sir.
number grows up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Ling Mei Han. If I'm mispronouncing your names, please forgive me. Please go ahead.
Yeah. My name is Ling Mei Han. I would like first thanks for this opportunity to speak today. I'm a resident and active community member of the Scarborough. Also, I'm a tenant representative of Wishingware Manor, a TCHC building. Most important things, today I would like to speak about importance of maintaining quality housing by ensuring repair work is completed in a timely way. From my experience, I know this problem. In our building, have the serious problem with water pipe that often crack and broken to cause flood. This disaster is happening in many years. Example, water from the floor, 11th floor through to the 7th floor. They are ankle deep the water in more than 20 units in May this year. Because long time flood have been happening a long time, black mold grow on the wall, the ceiling materials falling down, and the walkway, the carpet smell terrible. This situation really important, dangerous. It affect our health and lives. Many residents have sick, and many they experience mental health problem. When our 19 years old senior have the panic attack about the.
Excuse me, ma'am. I think that the subject that you're referring to belongs to another committee, that would be the Toronto Community Housing. We are dealing with the taxi industry at the moment.
Well, all the drivers are going to be in community housing if this goes through.
Okay, it's right. Okay, we'll continue. Okay, just
sorry.
a few minutes. Okay,
Sorry, so should I continue?
okay.
You may wish to continue, but
Let's
please,
continue this just a short time.
if you can just stick to the subject, we are talking about taxes.
Okay. This problem, I write down some letters for the leaders and attended the meeting about the mayor task force on the Toronto community housing. I spoke this problem for them. So we ask government and company help us. Ask building license standard department should send the building inspector and the health department should send the health inspector for our buildings to check, and then repair something. So my idea is housing is very important of people life.
Thank you, ma'am.
Living in a secure.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Goodness is a task of the basic quality life.
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris.
The next speaker, Chris Schaefer.
Yeah.
已经叫下一个了。
Okay. 好 Thank you.
Do you want? Do you have? Yeah. Yeah. Is before we start, I'm going to call the next 5 batch. It's Al Moore, Matthew Kwan, Leo Limbo, Kostadinov, and Donald Thorne. That will be the next batch of speakers, so if you don't mind just coming down. So please go ahead.
My name's Chris Schaefer. I'm a public policy manager with Uber. I'll be speaking on behalf of Uber today and Ian Black as well. He's next on the list, but I'll be speaking. He won't today. There is a...
Members of the public, once again, I'm going to remind you that everybody has the right to speak and to be heard. You may agree or disagree with the speaker. We all know that this subject is very emotional. It's an emotional issue for many people in these chambers. And we all understand that we are dealing with people's livelihoods. However, as chair of this committee, my responsibility is to maintain order and decorum throughout this meeting. Please speak respectfully at all times and refrain from using offensive, disrespectful, or unparliamentary languages about any member, about any city official, or members of the public. Please, once again, refrain from any disruptions. Otherwise, as I mentioned at the beginning, I will not hesitate to have anyone removed from this chamber. This is my first warning. Please go ahead.
Councillors, there's a growing trend around the world in 50-plus jurisdictions in the United States alone, at home, in cities like Ottawa, Regional Waterloo, Edmonton, towards updating laws to account for changing technology and for-hire transportation. With over 400,000 Torontonians riding with Uber regularly and 500,000 Uber trips each month in Toronto and growing in popularity, adopting a permanent and smart regulatory framework for ride-sharing is absolutely critical. There is no doubt in my mind that if the City of Toronto set about today to design a framework from scratch to regulate its for-hire transportation industry, it it would not create the system it has today. Under the current regulatory framework, taxi drivers and the traveling public suffer. Drivers spend 6 to 7 days a week, 12-hour shifts, and at times barely making minimum wage. The public, for far too long, has paid too much in taxi fares and not always receiving the customer service they've come to expect. Regulations should protect public safety and consumer interests. That is absolutely crucial, but they should not be used to protect industries resistant to change. We know that trying to impose an existing regulatory framework on the new business models of ride-sharing and the sharing economy will only burden them with the same problems technology is able to solve today. Simply put, I don't think we can put the genie back in the bottle by pretending technology hasn't changed the ways we work, live, and travel. Technology through Uber and ride-sharing is capable of lowering prices for consumers, improving safety, reliability, and lowering traffic congestion through our carpooling product known as Uber Pool. With that said, though, I think we also have to recognize that technology has caused disruption. Disruption in established industries, be it transportation or otherwise. Crafting ride-sharing regulations while at the same time reducing the regulatory burden and enhancing the competitiveness of the existing taxi and limo industries is the right thing to do. In fact, Municipal Licensing and Standards has recommended that approach, and I encourage committee today to adopt their recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Another friendly reminder, no clapping, no disruptions from the public, please. Councilor Karigianis, Councilor Mamoliri first. Councilor Mamoliri, please.
You spoke about regulations in the industry. One of the biggest concerns that the drivers that have gone through the normal kind of system that we've adopted and are used to here have had to pay quite a bit of money to continue doing what they're doing. How much are you paying currently to the City of Toronto to be licensed in any way for your cabs to be? And I would consider them cabs. I don't believe it's anything else. How much do you pay the City of Toronto to do the work that you're doing currently?
Councillor, what I would say to that is, look, there's a number of taxi drivers across the City of Toronto that are paying too much. This report by MLS presents an opportunity to go back to the table and re-examine the entire framework.
I get that.
And it's an opportunity, though, to lower. I'm trying to answer, Council. I
only have 2 minutes.
We have an in-app ranking, and that also allows us to ensure we have good decorum within our Uber rides, and I'm hoping for that same
How much are you paying
decorum
the
here
City of
today.
Toronto right now?
Under Transportation Network Company regulations, Councillor, there is an opportunity in a number of jurisdictions in the U.S. where we have these regulations, the same ones.
How much are you paying the City?
Same ones.
How much are you paying the City?
The same ones that we want, and MLS has recommended the City adopt, where we're more than happy to pay a Transportation Network Company licensing fee to the City.
Are you prepared to pay the same sorts of overhead that the taxi industry is currently having to pay now in all the other costs associated to their cabs?
Sir, in your ward alone, you have over 100 Uber driver partners.
Talk to me about my
currently.
ward. I've been
Please answer the
representing my
question.
ward for 25 years.
You have over 100
I don't
Uber-
want Uber drivers in my ward. Get out. You don't sit in the committee.
Point of privilege.
There's no point of privilege if somebody doesn't sit in the committee.
Well, Chair,
Save
could
it
you
for
chair
council.
the.
You're letting her go.
Yes,
You know what? He did not. The council did not.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
The,
Point of order.
deputant
Councilor-
speak.
Point of order.
He's been
Councilor McMahon.
disrespectful
Point of
and
order.
impugning character, and he
Point
just
of order.
told a deputant to get out of the chambers, which is public facility.
Point of
I
order.
ask that you chair the
Council-
meeting and do something about him.
Councilor Mamoliri, your point of order.
Since when does a non-member of a committee have the ability to stand up on a point of privilege? And
When a
it should be,
counselor
and the
has-
mic should be
has
turned off.
demanded
I don't
someone
understand
leave-
why you're allowing this to happen.
You are right, Councilor Mamolidi. Councilor
Please,
McMahon.
Chair. Please, Chair.
Councilor McMahon, I'm just paying close attention, and I do appreciate your concern as well. Thank you.
So,
The next
my
question
last
is
question
Councilor
my-
Karichanis,
my
you are
last-
next.
My last
Don't-
question is with insurance.
The time
I'd
is,
like to know
the time is
if
up.
every single one of your drivers that represents your company is clearly insured,
Councilor Mamolidi,
and
your
any
time
driver
is-
understands
your time
that
was
before they get
up.
in their vehicle.
The next question is Councilor Karichanis.
Thank you. On an email that your company sent out, I'm quoting, happy to help. There's no tax charged on the rides. We also do not charge any HST. I hope this helps. If I can be with any help else, please let me know. Sir, are you breaking the federal law and the provincial law by not collecting HST? Is there an HST number in your receipts?
To answer your question, Councillor,
Be direct, yes or no?
no, we are not breaking the law. And if you let me give me an opportunity, I'd be happy to
Is
explain to
there
you how it
HST
works.
numbers on your receipts, sir?
So the way it works
Is there HST numbers on your receipts?
challenge for me to answer.
Once
your question,
again,
Councillor.
this is my last warning to members of the public. If you continue disrupting, you'll be escorted out of the chambers.
Is there HST numbers on your receipts? Yes or no?
To answer your question, Councillor.
Yes or no, sir? That's all I'm asking for.
The way it works is our drivers are independent
Sir,
contractors.
I've asked you if there's HST numbers on your receipts.
And I'm trying
Simple
to give you
questions.
an answer, sir.
Please answer me that. Yes or no?
We have an in-app ranking feature for that kind of behavior. If you don't let me answer the question, you would be removed from the Uber platform, sir. I'm just
Sir,
trying to give you
I'm
an
not
answer
an
to
Uber
your
platform, and you're more than welcome to come Scarborough Court and run against me. My question is simple. Is there HST numbers on your receipts? Yes or no?
the
It's
answer-
not rocket science.
The answer to your question is our independent drivers, our independent contractors.
Please answer the question.
Yes, I am.
Sir,
I'm gonna
direct,
give them an
yes
answer
or no?
if you'd let me. So the answer is that they
No.
collect. The HST
you, Chair.
is built into the price of the fares. As per CRA guidance and law, they're obliged to file HST if the threshold of $30,000 is surpassed.
Sir, as per HST
We inform our
regulations,
drivers of that
and a
obligation.
federal me- a
We
former
have a
federal member of
relationship with
Parliament,
H&R
your
Block to
receipts must have
facilitate
HST numbers,
the
and they
proper
don't.
payment of taxes by independent contractors, our Uber driver
Sir,
partners.
your receipts, do they have HST numbers? Yes or no? Simple. That's all I'm looking for.
Our HST is built into the price of fares, sir, and our drivers have an obligation
Sir,
to remit GST
provide
and
me the
HST.
information that I'm
If-
looking for. Do they have HST numbers? Yes or no? By law, they must have. Therefore, they don't have, and there you're breaking the law.
Councilor Di Giorgio, you are next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me say that I don't think anybody involved in the industry is opposed to innovation coming into the industry. The industry as it exists was a system that was introduced simply because the free market system was not doing a very good job, and government had to step in to introduce regulations. That being said, you made the comment that we cannot put the genie back in the bottle. And I would suggest to you that there's another analogy, and that is the notion of ringing an alarm bell. Once someone rings an alarm bell and says, please don't go in this direction, and we do not heed that alarm bell, how do we unring that bell? If we follow in the path that Uber is putting before us, and we find that the city loses control of the number of vehicles on the road, and it's the city's responsibility to control the vehicles on the road. We put in traffic signals that say no right turn.
What's your question, please?
My question is, if the city, who has a responsibility to ensure that their controls are obeyed, essentially says to Uber, look, you don't have to obey controls. What's to prevent the city from then taking action against people who make right turns where it says no right turn? How do we reconcile that?
Sir, I think the MLS report before us today does a good job just of that. Right now, though, the option is, Councillor, is to have a system, the status quo, where Uber isn't under a regulatory framework. I have spent my time before City Council arguing that there is a way to do this. We don't have to invent the wheel, Councillor. 50-plus jurisdictions in the United States, including jurisdictions here at home, that are looking at adopting a regulatory framework to give you the public and other council members the assurances at law that the public safety and consumer interests and other protections are provided for, and the MLS report provides for all those things, Councillor.
Thank you.
Is that my last question? All right.
Is the next, any other question? Okay.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
The speaker said that he's got 100 people that live in George's Mammalides, Councilor Mammalides' ward. Would he be able to provide those names and lists and driver's license and VIN number so we can check with insurance?
That's not the point of order, Councilor. And, okay, the next,
It would be a point of privilege, Mr. Chairman, if I have 100 Uber drivers without insurance and my constituents are getting into those cabs, I have the right to know who the drivers are. If we go into any taxi cab today, you have a picture, an outline of a person who's driving the cab.
Councilor
Why can't I
Councilor
find
Mammoliti.
out who these 100 drivers are in Ward 7 so that
Councilman Malidi, that's not a point of privilege. Your point doesn't affect the privilege of the Assembly, the committee, or the rights of your rights as a member of council. The next speaker is Ian Black.
Present. Ian won't be present. I'm speaking on behalf of Uber today.
So he's not speaking. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
you can just move on to the
Thank
next
you.
speaker.
Next speaker, Al Moore. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Go ahead. Have 3 minutes.
I can think of no legitimate reason why transportation technology companies such as Uber should ever be allowed to operate in the City of Toronto. Allowing such companies to do so will have the same effect as deregulating the industry, which is something that the City has been opposed to with good reason since amalgamation. The technology is desirable, but the company involved, its scofflaw attitude, its cost, and the fact that it is in direct competition with the taxi industry are not. That said, there is a technology company called GATA that is not in competition with the taxi industry, which can provide the same technology at a fraction of the cost. Uber takes orders via a computer application and dispatches them to licensed taxi drivers and its so-called partners drivers. GATA also takes orders via a computer application, but only dispatches them to licensed taxis, which is what the industry wants and needs if it is to survive. Uber charges its so-called partners 20% of the amount received from every run, tips included unless the customer says differently. GATA, on the other hand, charges taxi brokerages a service fee of $75 to $100 a month and 1 to 2% of the amount received from every run, which is a fair price and one which I believe any driver would be willing to pay, and the driver can keep all of his tips. To my way of thinking, every taxi brokerage should be mandated to use the GATA application. That way there would be one app covering the entire city, and the closest vacant cab would win the order, which will improve service times across the entire city. Under no circumstances should any brokerage be allowed to use its own app. The public want one system citywide, and that is what they should get. Point 2, the public embraces Uber. Of course they do. Uber is approximately 40% cheaper than a taxi because the city has issued far too many taxi licenses for the available business. If there are too many cabs for the available business, meter rates have to be increased to compensate for every driver having a smaller share of the proverbial pie. Over the years, the excessively high meter rates that have been necessary to compensate for the oversupply of taxis have cost the taxi-riding public hundreds of millions of dollars and quite possibly billions. For example, in November 8, 2010, an article published in the Globe and Mail showed that a 5K taxi trip costs 45% more in Toronto than in New York or Chicago. Point 3, issuing 100 wheelchair-accessible taxi licenses. In light of the fact that there is currently an oversupply of some 1,900 taxis in the City of Toronto, it is beyond belief that anyone would even consider issuing more. Reducing the drop. The drop should never have been raised to $4.25, so I have no problem with lowering it. However, I would lower it to $3. People might be more willing to take a taxi if the drop is the same as the cash fare on the TTC.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Questions? Councilman Malidi.
on November the 18th of last year, Council had a number of questions to staff. One of the responses to the questions from staff, the same author of this report, said, "For decades, the city has regulated the taxi cab and limousine industry, and throughout those years, amendments have been made to ensure service provided was safe, equitable, and available. By its actions, it is the city's position that Uber is jeopardizing public safety, including that of individuals that they are recruiting as drivers. They are continuing to operate in flagrant disregard of the laws of both the city and the province. This is about protecting the public and upholding the law." You've read this report, sir, that's in front of us. Has this report addressed those particular concerns of November the 18th from staff?
I have not read that report.
Do you, in your wisdom, believe that this report is going to make things safer for people that are out there?
If you're asking me if it's going to be safer by leaving Uber drivers out there, the answer is definitely no.
So then the answer is that this report really doesn't make things safer for people.
It certainly doesn't.
Thank you.
Councilor Carichanis, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. Sir, I want to read you a couple of numbers and information, and these are plate numbers. BXKS099, BNAX217, AXBF754, and the list goes on, and there's a whole bunch of pictures. Would you know what I'm talking about?
I certainly would.
What do you think I'm talking about, sir?
Talking about people, Uber taxis taking fares.
Good. This only came in the last week, of people that are driving around with no insurance, putting Torontonians at risk.
Correct.
You are an ambassador driver, I understand?
No, I'm a standard taxi driver.
Do you have a commercial insurance?
I do.
When you drive around, sir, and you get into an accident, are your passengers, are the Torontonians, the citizens of Toronto, secure?
They definitely are.
Thank you, sir. Chair, I'm going to ask the staff to make copies of these and distribute it to the members of the committee.
Sir.
And
Matthew Kwan,
I'd like to
next speaker.
and for every member of the committee and staff.
Sorry, that we will not.
Matthew Kwan,
I asked staff, and they said, fine. This is information.
followed by Leo
I asked-
Limbo, Kostadinov, and Donald Thorne. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Kostadin Kostadinov, and I'm an Uber ex-driver. I can proudly say that. I just wanted to share my personal story with you and how Uber changed my life. 2.5 years ago, I had my first kid, and now I have two. And as any guy that's starting a family, I needed a job that that's going to give me a little more money, so I started driving a long-haul trucks. And I don't know how many of you have kids, and I don't know how many of you had to leave them for a day or two. I had to leave them for 5 days. And in my experience, I can tell you that other than having your kid sick, being away from him or her is the worst feeling that you can experience, or at least it was for me. And now my life is different. Now I get to see my kid every day. I get to drive them to the hospital at any point of the day that they can get sick. And I can spend time with my family, and I believe that I'm not the only one. And if you're asking me why am I not driving a taxi, I can answer you that if you're telling me that picking up a person on the side of the road is safer than having it electronically recorded with their credit card, well, please go back to 1960 and live there.
Thank you. Councilor Mamolidi.
Well, I was born in 1961.
Well, taxis was working back then.
Yeah, they were working.
Yeah, thank you.
No, question.
Yeah.
There's some questions for you.
Do you understand that the issue here for most of us isn't whether or not Uber should actually make its way into the city with a taxi license, so to speak? And if that's your intent, then it's a lot easier. But it's also about providing a commercial venue. So picking up somebody on the side of the street isn't necessarily legal in the standpoint that you're running a business. Are you running a business, sir?
No.
You're not. You're just picking people up.
Yeah.
And charging a fee for it.
Yeah.
And in your opinion, that's not a business.
Well, okay, it is a business.
So, do you pay HST do you do that at the end of the year?
I haven't finished my year yet. I don't know.
Do you have
I gotta
insurance?
talk to my accountant.
Do you have insurance for your vehicle?
Of course I do.
Commercial insurance?
No.
So it's regular insurance. Does your company know that you're working for Uber, this insurance company? Have you told them?
I don't think I should tell them.
Why don't you tell us your name and your VIN number so we can tell them?
I will tell them today. How is that going to change? Is that going to make the community safer? Is that going to bring families together? How is the...
you know what? You've proven my point. I don't need to talk to anybody else.
Thank you.
Uber.
Yeah.
But I will. I'm still going to ask questions.
Councilor Karygiannis.
Sir, Mike?
Yes. Your mic should be on.
Stop the time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are you kidding?
Sir, are you operate a business, an independent contractor? Is that what you do with Uber? This is what they said you do. Is that what you do? Yes. Okay. So you're a business person. You must file income tax. Sorry, sir. GST, HST, you have to file in quarters. How long have you been driving for Uber? Sir, how long have you been driving for Uber? Since February. So therefore, you're already contravening the rules and regulations and laws by not having filed HST. Sir, no, this is federal. This is not municipal. You already have broken a federal law by not submitting HST. Yes.
Councilor Karygiannis, please.
Yes or no, sir?
Respectful with your questions.
You don't know. Sir, I suggest to you that you might want to register as an HST. You might want to start collecting HST, and what we heard from your main speaker last time around certainly does not portray what you're telling us. You're an independent contractor, therefore you must file HST. You're in violation of filing GST, and what are you going to do about it?
I told you that's your job, to make the regulations, not my job.
Sir, I'm telling you that you're contravening a federal law. Sorry, you're contravening a federal law. You know what the ramifications are by contravening a law, sir.
Councilor Karygiannis, you are getting out. Let him answer the question. You already asked the question. Please, go ahead.
Can you repeat your question again?
Okay. Are you aware that you're contravening a federal law by not filing HST?
Yes.
Therefore, sir, if you're contravening a federal law by not filing HST, do you think that you're doing the proper thing?
Well, it's such a new thing that somebody has to make these rules right so the community can be safer.
Thank you.
Sir, we're talking about HST. We're not talking about the rules here.
That was the last question. Is Councilor Di Giorgio.
Hang on. Hello. Hello.
Hey, you're back.
Over here.
Oh, sorry.
Giorgio,
I just want to clarify the fact that you got into the industry and started to drive for Uber. Are you actually doing this full time?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that for the last 40, 50, 60 years, anyone who elected to get into the industry full time did not get in very easily. And you think we should change the rules for people like you to make it a lot easier, whereas people in the past couldn't get in quite so easy. What do you think we should do for the people in the past? Should we basically go back and say, look, we owe you a debt. The city has done you a great harm. You should never have given us all the fees and done all those things that we asked you to do, contrary to apparently the law. 'Cause
What?
Uber-
I'm not a
people like
politician.
you have
Listen,
said,
I'm not a politician. I don't know how the stuff works. I just think that city, the country has to make something so everybody can drive evenly. Rules has to be followed, of course, by everybody, by Uber, by taxis, everybody. My thought is that Uber is safer, and that's it. That's my bottom line.
my last question is this.
Yeah.
Would you be opposed if the city, who controls the issuance of, or at least who admits the number of people into the industry, were all of a sudden to say, look, we think we can provide better service. We're going to put out another 20,000 people like you on the road, not Uber, but the city were to do that, and you come in and get a license with the city, and then you can drive for anybody you like. You don't have to drive for Uber. You can drive for anybody you like. You think you would be more attractive? That would be more attractive?
I don't really see your point. Sooner or later, something else like Uber is going to come. I can tell you that for sure.
The point I'm trying to make is, if there's another 100,000 people out there working like you,
That was your last question, Councilor
10,000.
Giorgio. Let him answer.
What do you think another 100,000 people working like you is going to do to your income?
Oh, it's going to bring it down for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
But you're okay with that?
Oh, yeah, of course. As long as the community is happy with it, yeah.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I am okay, yeah.
20%
Thank
of
you.
your current
Yes, sir, I will work twice as
Then next speaker, Matthew Kwan. Matthew Kwan. Leo Limbo. Leo Limbo. Kostadinov. Kostadinov. Donald Thorne. Donald Thorne. The next batch would be Moesam Alvi, Fasil Formariam, Rui Pimenta, Esther Nerlin, and Manny Aid. Good morning, sir. Can you please state your name?
Mike is. Good morning, everybody. First of all,
Can I have your name, please?
My name is Muazzam Saeed Alvi.
Thank you.
I want to congratulate City of Toronto and Torontonians on celebration of 50 years of this iconic building I'm standing in. I'm honored to be here today. I'd like to thank city staff for putting an effort to compile a report which is, for the most part, is balanced, and I embrace it with few exceptions. I'm a Uber driver, but I'm also in a very unique situation, I would say, Mr. Chair. I sit on Property Standard Committee of City of Mississauga as one of the members. I also sit on Appeals Committee and Discipline Committee of Real Estate Council of Ontario. So I share the responsibility and burden which is put on the committee members to do what is conscientious and what is right. Uber is a futuristic company. Toronto is a futuristic city, headed by a futuristic mayor. I believe wholeheartedly that the cab industry, my brethren who are sitting here, are not my adversaries. They are not my enemies. But we have to move in right direction towards the future of our great city. This can only be done if we are open-minded and we are not predisposed. We have a very able council and we have very able committee members here, but I was appalled to hear some of the councillors here who are trying to circumvent the democratic process, sitting in the same chamber which ensures that everybody is heard democratically. So I am a little disturbed by that. I want to share some of the views. There's a lot of talk about Uber being unsafe. I picked somebody from Rosedale a couple of weeks ago. It was 11 o'clock in the evening. The gentleman was a lawyer. You would think that putting somebody in my car, a lawyer would have thought about it. He brought his 9-year-old daughter and asked me, "Sir, would you take her to the destination? And can you do me a favor?" I said, "Yes." And he said, "Would you please wait until she gets into the door and then you leave?" And I did that. I, as a courtesy, called him back and said that your daughter is home, safe. He said that I saw you going. That's one thing. I can share you another one.
Thank you, sir. Time's up. Questions? Councilor Karygiannis.
Sir, you said you sit on the board in Mississauga?
Yes, I'm not born in Mississauga. I live in Mississauga.
You said you sit on the board in Mississauga.
I am on a committee in Mississauga, as a Property Standards Committee.
Which committee?
Property Standards Committee of
All right,
Mississauga.
so your name will be public.
I'm sorry?
Your name is public then, in Mississauga.
Yes, it is public.
Sir, do you have commercial insurance?
I do have personal insurance by...
Commercial.
I just answered the question, sir. Did you hear me?
You said you have personal. My question to you says, do you have commercial insurance?
What part of my answer did you not understand? I said I have a personal insurance, sir.
Sir, you know what, sir? I'm not going to get adversarial.
So I just answered the question. I did.
My question is simple. Do you have commercial insurance for your vehicle?
Sir, I have a personal insurance for my vehicle.
Okay.
Thank you.
So therefore, you have no commercial insurance. My next question, sir.
Yes.
Do you, when you are charged by Uber 20%,
yes,
do they charge you HST?
Let me explain.
Sorry.
If you listen, sir, I can go back to my seat, or let me answer the question.
Sir, if you want to go back to your seat, I won't
if you
stop you.
pose the question, let me answer the question.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Please, give me that courtesy. Give me the courtesy, sir. Thank you. My agreement is with Uber.
In your agreement with Uber, sir, they charge you 20%. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Therefore, they should charge you another 13% for HST for the service that they're giving you. Correct?
I don't know how Uber is reporting. As far as I'm concerned, I can tell you I have HST number, and when I am filing my taxes, I am going to be reporting to CRA.
How long have you been working for Uber, sir?
3 months, 3.5 months.
So therefore, you must have reported your HST in your first quarter already.
No, I'm on a yearly system, so I will be reporting in 1 year term. And it is a misconception on your side that everybody is reporting on 4 months, sir. It is CRA who decides whether you report on four quarterly, or 6 months, or yearly. So you are misinforming the public, sir.
Your time is up, and let me remind you.
You're misinforming the public.
Sir, are you registered to collect HST?
Yes, I am.
Right, and you know that you got to report
Time is up.
quarterly.
Not quarterly, sir.
Thank you.
You're not CRA.
Is Mr. Albi, you have more questions? Councilor Mamolidi.
Yes, I have a question. And it's
Sir, I'm just going to remind you, be respectful as well from members of council and answer the questions that are being asked to you. And I'm reminding members of council, please be respectful with your questions.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'm sitting there and I'm being insulted as an Uber driver by the respectable councillor. So I am not here to get disrespect.
Councillor Mamolidi, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
So I'm going to continue on the lines of insurance because that to me is very important.
Okay, sir.
When a person comes into your cab, do you tell that person that you have personal insurance?
They never asked me whether I have the insurance or not. So
do you feel obligated to at least tell them that you don't have commercial insurance?
Why should I tell them that I should? What's the point?
So then that leads me to my next question.
Okay.
Did you secure with your insurance company that if a tragedy happens in your car, that you're running a business with the car.
I have a declaration, despite of the fact that I was having a personal insurance, I have declared in writing to my insurance company that I operate my vehicle for commercial purposes and extended kilometers.
And they are perfectly fine offering you personal insurance for commercial purposes.
That is my understanding.
Which insurance company is that?
It's a privileged information. Would you share which is your personal?
No, but it's my right to ask you. I don't know if you want
No,
to share with us.
it is a information which is personal.
I'm not gonna.
Yes, sir.
But just based on that, do you think that perhaps under the circumstances of what we're hearing today, that people don't offer the service of letting their clients know about the insurance situation? Don't you think that it would be in Uber's best interest to advise the people that ride that you don't have commercial insurance? See, the city, the reason I say this is this reason. The city taxis, they're obligated to prove that they have commercial insurance, right? Under City Hall's guidelines.
Your question, Councilor.
This report says that you don't have to. Don't you feel, if you want a level playing field, don't you feel that you should and you have to?
Answer.
I agree with you 100%. Uber is far from being perfect, sir. There are certain recommendations which I personally have sent to Uber. Uber must be regulated. There must be level playing field. The public safety must be ensured. I get that. I am not, as I said, it is not an adversarial type of. I see it glass half full, rather glass half empty. I don't see it an adversarial relationship. I see that there's a new era. We cannot live in the past. New technology, new things will come up. You, as an elected member, public have entrusted you to sit here and make those decisions. But those decisions should be unbiased decisions. It should be out of box approach. And when you in my capacity, in my hearings, what I do, and which we all do, and I remind myself every day, that when you approach an issue, you are not predisposed. Because if you are predisposed,
thank you, sir.
I'm not going to hear anything.
Thank you, Councilor Di Giorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to ask two quick questions.
Yes, sir.
To have you try and understand the other people's perspective, let's say.
I agree, sir.
So you are a driver for Uber?
Yes, I am.
Correct? And you're reasonably happy?
I am.
Okay. And I don't know how many drivers are driving for Uber like you. Okay. But I want you to convey to me, how will you feel if next year, at this time, for every driver like you driving for Uber, there's 4 more? So that 5 people, let's say, are competing for the same service that you provide this year. Next year, you're going to have 5 people basically dipping into your income.
Councillor,
yes.
I hear your point, and I agree with it. Absolutely. There should not be a carte blanche, if you will.
But that's the whole point.
And I agree with that. I'm not in disagreement with that. What I'm saying is that is why we are here today, and this whole process, that there has to be some ambit, some sort of regulation which regulates the industry. But where I part the way.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
Yes, sir.
Who should regulate the industry?
The empowered council.
But if we try to regulate the industry, your employer, Uber, doesn't follow the rules.
They should follow.
No, they will not follow. They want to dictate the number of cars on the road.
May I say?
Yeah, go ahead.
It is it would behooves me, sir, if this able council and able councillor and the city, as powerful as City of Toronto, can be pushed around by one company. God help us then.
That's exactly the point. Yeah. That's the alarm bell.
So what I'm trying to say is that absolutely it is your jurisdiction. the regulations have to be made. Where I part ways with the council and with respectable councillor there, who is opposed, and I know vehemently opposed to this whole process.
Okay, very last question.
That we should look at all the possibilities.
Okay.
A point of order from Councillor Karygiannis. Yes, Councillor Karygiannis.
To say where I am and where I'm not, and I think the deputant really crossed the line, and I want you please to warn him.
That's why I terminated his...
No,
yes,
but do heed warning, sir, for future deputants.
Councillor Di Giorgio.
What is your recommendation as to what the city should do to take over control?
Thank you. Let him answer the question.
I don't think I'm educated enough to make that decision. I think for the most part, the report recommendation is definitely something to be looked at in a very serious manner. It does provide guidelines and direction in which direction we should go. However, I would say the council and the city should be mindful that we are in an era where new technology will knock at your door. Either we deal with it today or we deal with it tomorrow. But nevertheless, we're going to have to deal with it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next deputant, Fasil Waldmariam. If I'm mispronouncing your name, please.
Waldemariam.
Please go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Fasil Waldemariam. I am an UberX driver. Today, I stand in front of you to tell my story, and before I start, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Before I started driving for UberX, I did different kinds of jobs. The last one being a security guard job that paid me $13 per hour, and no security job at that. So you could say the potential of me being unemployed was there. As you can imagine, in our city, to support a family with $13 per hour is really hard. And because of that, I was leaning strongly on my credit cards and my line of credit to supplement my income. And before I know it, I got at the point where it didn't make any sense anymore to make those payments on my credit cards and line of credit. The reason? The payments that I was making was the barely minimum payment that I was making monthly. And because of the interest, although I was making payments, the balances of my credit cards was going up. So practically, I was at a point where I needed to decide either to file for bankruptcy or go on debt consolidation. Then Uber came to the picture, and I got a job driving UberX, which paid me much more better than the $13 that I was making. As a result, I didn't file for bankruptcy. I didn't go for debt consolidation. My debts, for the most part, were eliminated, and whatever is remaining is going to be eliminated very soon. And the best part, I have a job that enables me to support my family. This is my story and the story of every UberX driver, and I hope the recommendations that you're going to pass is not going to impact our livelihood negatively. Finally, I would like to suggest to you that if you have never been into an UberX car, please try it. Find out for yourselves. Find out for yourselves why the drivers and the public loves it. And to that effect, your first ride is going to be free, provided you use...
Thank you. Thanks, sir. Councilor Karygiannis, questions?
But you were not doing. As a security guard, sir, did you have to go and register? Did you need to be fingerprinted? Did you need to get a license? Sorry, can you repeat that? So therefore, you had rules and regulations?
Yes.
Under an UberX driver, sir, what kind of rules and regulations do you have, except the ones set on you by Uber?
Yeah, I guess that is good enough.
So you are okay with a company setting the rules and regulations and not by rules and regulations that the city, the province, or the federal government set?
Well, that would be up to the politicians and Uber to sit down and work it out. For me, what I care is that my financial problems is being solved.
Right, but you don't care about the rules and regulations that you had to adhere to when you were a security guard.
No, well, you have to make those rules and regulations for Uber so that I can adhere to them.
Sir, you must be aware that Uber, from the day that it started in Canada until now, has absolutely not played with rules, laws, and regulations. You're aware of that?
No,
or else you're not?
No.
So do you have commercial insurance on your car?
Uber has a $5 million liability insurance on my behalf, and on top of that, I have my personal insurance.
Sir, why, if Uber has a $5 million, are they talking to Intact about having a product to cover you?
Well, that question should be directed to Uber.
But you're an UberX driver.
Yes, I am.
Do you pay HST?
So far, no.
How much have you made in the last year from Uber?
Well, I made about 35,000.
75,000.
35,000.
35,000. So are you going to be paying HST?
Absolutely.
And have you got an HST number yet?
Not yet. I will have to go and see an accountant to figure out how I can do that.
What are you waiting for?
Well, to this point, I didn't even know that I should pay an HST.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Thank you. Thank you. Councilor Karichanis, that was your last question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rui Pimenta, followed by Esther Nerling and Nani Eid.
Hello,
please
everybody.
go ahead. Good morning.
My name is Rui Pimenta. Good morning to everybody. I want to tell you guys in advance that I'm a newcomer over here in Toronto, so my English is not very good. So I just want to share with you guys over here the experience that I have been with Uber and with the riders that have been driven by me. So the thing is, for me, the way I think, everyone who's getting inside my car, they says to me that they love Uber and they really want Uber to stay because it's very cheaper compared with the taxi cabs. And someone's even said to me that even if they equal the price, they would never use taxis anymore because of the way the Uber drivers treat everybody. They say that the Uber drivers are more polite and make them feel very comfortable inside the car. So fortunately, I realized that probably 99% of the Canadian people are very polite over here and they treat us very well. And they are very friendly. So this is a very nice job I have found over here. I'm so glad to be working with Uber. And if you're going to ask me about regulations, I really don't understand about the laws over here because, as I told you, I'm a newcomer. And I'm really glad to be working with Uber. And I ask you guys to please think about this and regulate the Uber over here in Toronto, because this is not because I'm a driver, but because of the Torontonians that really loves Uber, and they really want Uber to stay. Everyone who's getting inside my car, they really says good things about Uber. That's what I have to say. You're welcome.
Thank you. You have some questions from Councilor Janis?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Where did you come from, sir?
I'm Brazilian.
You're Brazilian?
Yes.
You came to this country for a better future. You came to this country because of rules, laws, and regulations, correct?
No, I came to this country because I have a sister over here who lives over here for over 28 years, and she sponsored me.
Sir, why did you come to Canada, really?
Why?
Yes.
Because this is a nice country to live.
A better country than Brazil?
Oh, much better.
Okay.
Much better.
Does it have rules, sir? Do we have better rules? Chair, I'd appreciate if the, stop my time, and if the visiting counselor stops making remarks.
Well, that comment was inappropriate.
Councilor Janis, continue.
Thank you. Sir, do we have better rules, laws, and regulations than most countries?
I believe so.
Okay, so therefore we should adhere, we should follow those rules, laws, and regulations.
Of course, I believe. I
Okay,
agree.
did Uber tell you their rules, laws, and regulations?
No, they.
Okay.
They.
So you just went into a car and you started driving?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware, sir, that you must have commercial insurance should you be in an accident, that insurance should cover your passenger? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I heard about it, but just like the last guy told, Uber actually let us very updated with everything that happened. They send email to us very often, and they send me an email saying that they have like a $5 million to cover the passengers.
Did they tell you that you must file HST?
Yes.
They did?
They did.
How much money have you made from driving for Uber for the last year, sir?
So I really don't know because I start this year, and
Roughly.
I start on January 31st working with them.
And the last question, sir, that I have for you, when you file for your insurance, have you advised your insurance that you're driving for UberX?
No.
Would you be willing to advise your insurance that you're driving for UberX?
Thank you, Councilor. That was your last question.
Sorry, what was that, sir? I didn't hear the question, Chair.
No.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Esther Nerling? Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Welcome, and please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Esther Nerling. Thank you for the opportunity to address this committee today. I'm an UberX driver for about a year. I was a career banker and always say this is the best job that I've ever had. Today I want to give you a reflection of why Uber is an asset to Toronto. Uber moves people from A to B. But it doesn't only move Torontonians, it moves the citizens of the world that visit this beautiful city, a city that hosts Pan Am Games and possibly the Olympics. Uber makes a global contribution 1 mile at a time. I have had people from all over the planet in my car, enjoyed every minute of it. Uber keeps the streets safe and offers transportation options and affordable rides. Safety for and from those who enjoyed one too many beers or martini. We are a safe and affordable ride home. We keep young women safe late at night, even if she's 5 blocks away from home and a little tipsy. I have to think about a young woman recently who lost her life. If only she had an Uber app on her phone. We refuse no one a ride.
Please order.
We also offer options for those partying who get stranded by the subway that shuts down at 2 o'clock. I have a daughter who lives in Sweden, travels the world on business and pleasure. She's an Uber customer. I know she will be safe and will chime in like every one of my clients. My Uber app is the best app on my phone. Uber not only moves people from A to B, it moves hearts. I have the best interaction with clients every day. And in the world where technology has us all texting, tweeting, and emailing, Uber is the technology enterprise that has us all talking. My appeal to you today, don't get rid of a solution deal with a problem? Do we, as Torontonians living in a world-class city, want to step off the fast-moving train of technology that is bringing the world together and moving us around Toronto, giving us options of how we wish to be moved, providing safe and affordable, easily accessible ways to ride share? It also needs to be recognized that Uber Toronto has a growing client base of people who never take cabs. They use transit, walk, and pedal. Now, due to Uber, they are enjoying a luxury that they thought they could not afford. I realize there are discussions to be made. My appeal to the committee is this: make wise decisions based on what you want to be remembered for in 5 years, and in the hearts and minds of the people who drive.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions, Councillor Karygiannis first, followed by Councillor Mammoliti.
When you signed on with Uber, did they give you a sheet, or did they give you information that you must have commercial insurance?
You know, I'm getting a little tired of the question. And I'm not here to be bullied. I have all the information I need to do my job and do it well.
You've signed on your insurance, and somewhere in the insurance there says I will not be using my car as a ride sharing or for
Sir,
for
in all
making
due
money.
respect, I'm not here to be bullied.
Ma'am, do you want us to ask you questions or not?
Yes, you may ask me questions, but keep them in line.
So my
please.
question is very simple. When you signed up for your insurance, there is a section there that says I will not be using my car to make money. You signed that, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay, so you just signed a form blank.
I've been driving for many years. I'm 60 years old. When I signed my first insurance paper, I would like to ask you that question. Do you know what you actually signed when you signed your insurance
Every year that I sign my
paper?
papers, ma'am, I read them very carefully. So you being a lady that is respectable, I think that you should do the same. Do you have commercial insurance?
I'm refraining from the question, sir.
Ma'am, please answer the questions.
I have
ask a legitimate
personal
question.
insurance that I've had for a lot of years. I have a blanket policy that covers me from Uber. That's my answer.
Does Uber advise you if they're charging you HST on the services, the 20% that they charge you?
I've been, everything has been disclosed to me about Uber. I'm a Canadian citizen, a very good one. I will
Sorry, my question.
deal with my life the way I need to deal with
The question
it.
is, are you aware on the 20% that they charge you for service fees, you are paying HST, or they're collecting HST, or they're supposed to be collecting HST?
I'm a private contractor.
They're providing a service for you.
I'm a private contractor.
No, ma'am. They're providing a service to you. They
That was
charge
your
you
last
20%.
question.
Are you aware if they're charging you HST on that?
I'm a private contractor.
That was the last question.
Question?
Councilor Mammoliti, you're next.
When you signed up with Uber, did they send you a package of information in terms of what would be expected of you in running a business?
You have to understand that I am 60 years old. I was a career banker, a venture capitalist. I don't need or will not rely on anyone, including you or anybody in this room, to tell me what I need to do to keep myself in check.
Chair, point of order. Point of order,
Is,
Chair.
You stop my time, please.
Yes, I do.
Chair, I find the deputant to be very
That's good,
aggressive.
What's your point of order?
My point of order is that if the deputant is not going to answer questions, why is she here?
Ma'am, you've been asked a very clear and concise question. Try to answer the question.
I'm trying to be as delicate as I can with this, because I get it. I understand that it's not easy to depute in a council chamber, and you might feel intimidated. But at the end of the day, you're here. And I'm asking you a question with respect to whether or not this company has offered you any information on what you should do as a small business owner.
This company has always exposed itself to me. They have given me emails of what I should do, what they will not do on my behalf, okay? What I'm telling you is that I'm an adult. I have lived life, and I follow the laws of the country. and I will do so. But I don't believe that it needs to be exposed in this platform, because the issue here is that we need to fix something in Toronto that needs to be fixed. Yes, you may feel that I'm part of the problem, but it's not the basic issue whether I have this or I have that. We need to make Toronto a world-class city. We need to get it to move, okay? And we need to make it, you would love to be in my car.
So
seriously.
So actually, I like comfort. There's no question about that. But at the end of the day, I want to know that if there's an accident, that I'm going to be covered. And from what I'm hearing from deputants today, nobody's explaining that to their clients when they come into the car. Okay, and that plays a huge role in how I vote today. Secondly, you made a comment about not caring today. Okay, the reality is the industry that you have, that Uber and the drivers have created chaos in, because that's what's happening in the city of Toronto and all over the world. You're doing it with a system that is played by the rules at City Hall for a long time, and we have told them what we expect at City Hall from them and what we don't. And
what's the question?
Through bylaws. To hear from you that you don't care about what we're thinking, what we're saying, how do you think that makes the rest of the industry feel?
No, I apologize if that's the take you took on. I care a great deal. I actually care even about the cab drivers. If you people that make the rules and regulations can make their life better and easier, please do so. I have no issue with it, okay? The only issue I have right this minute is that I feel like I've been personally attacked. That is not the point here. I want to make Toronto a great city, and I want to be part of that contribution. Seriously.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Point of order, Councilor Malo.
Mr. Chair, would you please clarify, according to our procedural bylaws, if a citizen comes and expresses their views through a deputation and a councillor asks them a question, must they answer a question that they choose not to, or are they able to refrain from answering a question because they're not comfortable answering it, or no matter what reason they have?
Well, thank you, Councilor Malo. In terms of the procedure by laws, the questions have to be related to what's within the report. One of the questions that's being asked over and over again is with regards to the HST. That's not part of the report at the moment. So I will once again ask members of council and members of the committee to limit yourselves to what's before us. In terms of questions that are asked by members of council to the deputants, please try to answer those questions as well that are related to the report.
But to clarify, Mr. Chair, with respect, I know that you're asking the deputants to please try to answer, but to be clear, am I correct in believing that they don't have to if they choose not to?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is one more question. Councillor Di Giorgio, you are next.
Just one quick question. Can you advise this committee and actually the city as to what they might be able to do to prevent a person like you suffering a consequence of having your income cut in half by this time next year?
That's a really good question, because it comes up in my car, but my answer always is life is not fair, okay? I've had different careers. Why have I had to have different careers? Because I could no longer make income in that one, so I had to move on. Situations happen. Technology is what's driving this world. And yeah, who knows what in 5 years is going to be? Is it a fear for me? It's not. Okay.
Follow-up question, because you told me you came from the financial industry.
Right.
And that also happens to be an industry that's heavily regulated.
Right.
And so if you suffered, let's assume you suffered some loss of income and had to leave the industry and it was a regulated industry, what do you think might happen if we deregulate the financial industry?
Well, I can tell you, I worked for the Royal Bank for 20 years, and in the 90s, they decided to cut 6,000 jobs. You know what they did to me? I was 5 years away from retirement. They packaged me out. I had to find another career. It is life, and it does happen.
And that's
right, and it could happen in this industry. I have no idea.
It
Really?
will, guaranteed. Thank you.
Am I done?
Thank you, ma'am. You're done. Manid.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
My name is Manny. I'm an UberX driver as a part-timer. And a little bit about my background. I'm in sales. I'm a contractor in equipment sales. And I also have a background in the military. I do a lot of security advisory type roles. Now, why I do what I do with Uber and why I started, actually, it was more curiosity in the beginning, just because I was very interested in apps and technology, and I've had a bit of a background in that in my sales career. And then it got more interesting in the sense of the experiences you have, and mostly the interaction with people, the income and all that stuff is great, but really where I am mostly motivated is just the daily interaction with the people and the people you come across. I haven't had one bad experience in Uber. Everybody's been wonderful. People love the service. And when it comes to safety and other issues that came up in this council here, I find it to be a much better system in the sense of safety, tracking, vetting the drivers, and really it's just a question of educating yourself about Uber and the process and what they do when it comes to safety and so on. I think the city should definitely regulate the service and make it an even level playing field with other transport modes in this city, taxis, limos, and so on. And it's definitely a way to move forward. It can be a disruptive service, I understand, and where the concerns are with competition and all that. But this is a free economy. This is a free market. You're supposed to compete. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from Councilman Karijanis.
So, thanks for coming down. I appreciate it.
Thanks, sir.
Level playing field means exactly what to you?
From what I've been hearing here all morning, it's a question of Uber is not playing by the same rules as the taxi and the limos and so on.
Do you mind if I just give you a few of those? I mean, we have forced the taxi drivers over the years to install certain things in their vehicles and they all cost money.
Yeah.
You're prepared to venture into the same sorts of guidelines that we've established for them on your vehicles as well, including the emergency safety feature, just as one example, on the back of your vehicle?
That's not a problem at all, Councillor, but you have to understand you're comparing apples and oranges. What was installed 10 years ago, 20 years ago, can be easily replaced by the new technologies you have now. I mean, Uber has a great tracking system when it comes to safety.
Well,
you can track everything.
For someone that has access to the app, absolutely. But if you're being robbed by somebody at gunpoint or knife, wouldn't you want the same kind of light outside of your vehicle that we forced them to install in their vehicles?
If it helps,
you'd be prepared to spend that money?
If it helps, why not?
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's go to that, because if we talk about all of that, all right, it's a bottom line for you. It's going to cost you money. Couple that with the fact that you're paying Uber 20%, and from what we're learning, you're probably going to have to pay another 13% on taxes at the end of the year. That's 33%. Okay, you probably didn't know that.
I did know that.
Okay.
You have to pay HT
And
as a
then
contractor.
if it's a level playing field, it's thousands of dollars to put your vehicle into the same sort of category that we have for taxis. You're prepared to do that? Because this report doesn't tell us that. This report doesn't say we're forcing you to do that.
I understand exactly where you're coming from, but again, you're still comparing apples and oranges. With the things that you want to implement, it will not cost that much.
Thank you. Councillor Di Giorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a law that establishes a minimum wage that all employers must pay their employees. Okay? What would you say if new incoming people into this country were willing to work for below the minimum wage and companies started hiring these people, instead of people who live here and prefer to abide by the law and ask for the minimum wage. What would you suggest that a company that breaks the law and hires people and pays them below minimum wage, we should allow them to do that?
Of course not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Karygiannis.
Sir, do you have commercial insurance on your vehicle?
Are you going to keep drilling that, right? Yes. Okay. Uber provides that, sir.
Sir, if Uber provides that, why would one of your fellow Uber drivers be taking Uber to court because of an accident that he was involved in? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. Did Uber guide you that being a small business individual or an independent contractor, as they say, there's certain rules and regulations that you must about filing HST?
They did say that. I got information on that, yes. And I knew that ahead of time because I was always been in business on the contractors.
Okay, so you know, but do you think your other people know about there? I mean,
They should have. I mean, we all received the same emails.
okay, is there an email that says that you got to file HST?
There's an email that says you are, as a contractor, you have to file your own taxes at the end of the year.
Was there an email that says to you that you must make sure that you have insurance that adheres to the regulations, commercial insurance?
Well, that's what Uber provides, sir.
Okay.
Is it? I'm just trying to understand. Is it the issue that as a personal driver you're not paying for commercial insurance, or is it okay for a company to pay for your insurance?
If we're going to bring a level playing field with Uber and the taxi industry must have commercial insurance. It costs them about $7,000, $8,000, sometimes $12,000 a year. What does your insurance cost you?
Well, it went up because I told them I work for Uber, so I think I'm at almost at $2,500 right now.
So you told them you work for Uber?
Of course.
They know that?
That's right.
And you have a waiver in order for you to be able to...
They cleared it, and that's why my rates went up.
Your rates went up?
Of course.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir. Next deputant, Christian Cannon, followed by Steve Anemi, Imtiaz Sahi, and Glenn Steves. Number 16, Christian Cannon. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Christian Kuhnle. I like to share my story with you, how Uber impacted my life. I'm 67 years old, and I've been active in the workforce for half a century. Out of this, 30 years here in Canada. I did run companies, gave employment to people, paid taxes, saved money, and I made a substantial contribution to the state, society, and community. I did everything I was supposed to do. Once your knowledge and expertise is no longer required, then a new chapter starts, called retirement or the age of the golden age. But the golden age is only a golden age if you're healthy and financially sound. Otherwise, it's the dark age. We know that the CPP and OAS is far not enough to do anything. That means you have to dip into your savings. But this is only a question of time till you run out of funds, and then what? Then you are a burden to the state, to the society, and to the community. You lose your dignity, your pride, and your backbone. So there comes Uber. Long before I joined the Uber team as a driver, I already was a rider. I only use Uber wherever I go around in the world, in Europe, in the States, in parts of Asia, and hopefully soon as well in South America. And I always thought it would be great if Uber would come to Toronto. It totally would fit my lifestyle. And Uber came. I signed up, and since then, I'm driving on the Uber platform. And I'm telling you, that is the best since sliced bread. I'm connected with people. I make them smile. I give them the best service possible. That's my life. That's what I do. Uber enabled me to find a supplement income to my CPP and OIS without dipping into my savings. I can do all the activities I like to do without compromising anything. I only have to make two choices, online, offline. It's all up to me. Uber is my gateway to the golden age. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Giannis, followed by Councilor DiGiorgio. Questions?
Sir, thank you for coming. On your right. On your right, sir.
Yep.
Are you aware that you're breaking the Highway Traffic Act?
If you tell me this, then you must know.
Do you have commercial insurance on your vehicle?
I do not have commercial insurance, but I know that Uber covers $5 million on top of my insurance towards the client in my car.
Sir, are you reporting monthly, quarterly, or yearly your HST?
Again?
Are you reporting monthly, quarterly, or yearly your HST? You're working, you're providing a service, you're collecting HST.
I will report this together. I don't want to answer this, actually.
Sorry.
It's not a question when I do have to report it.
Well, I'm asking you, sir, how do you report it? Do you report it monthly?
I'm reporting
Next
this
question,
through my
Councilor
tax
Giannis.
return stuff with my accountant, like a normal person does.
You do not have an HST number?
I do not have an HST number, no.
Okay, so therefore you don't know if you must report it monthly, quarterly, or yearly? Chair, can you please ask the visiting
Councilor
councillor?
Giannis, I made it quite clear. The HST aspect is not in the report, so please refrain from asking the same question over and over again. There are
All right,
other questions
sir,
that
have you
can
advised
ask
your
later.
insurance if you need to that if you are required to have commercial insurance? Have you asked your insurance that?
I did not.
Are you going to?
I will so.
Would this be anytime soon?
Yeah, I guess so.
And what happens if they tell you that they won't cover you, but you need to get commercial insurance that might cost you $7,000 or $8,000? You will still continue driving for Uber?
I will have to do whatever I have to do. I will make my decision as I cross the bridge, not before.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Question?
Thank you. Councilor DiGiorgio, you're next.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if you explored, and I'm not suggesting that one option versus the other would give you more income, but in the context of seeking supplementary income, did you explore, rather than driving your own car, going to an existing taxi service and say, look, I'd like to rent one of your cars and drive on a part-time basis?
Absolutely not, because this is the only thing I definitely are not going to do, because that is not anything I like to do or I wish to do.
You just want to drive your own car.
I want to do what I do best, be connected to people and give a good service. I'm not a cab driver as a cab driver. I'm a person who moves people around. That's a complete different idea.
Okay, what about what about this idea? What about this idea? Talk about job sharing. Talk about people who would like to work part-time, and they like to work part-time somewhere where people work full-time. And for one reason or another, they're able to displace the people who are working full-time.
Is point of order.
Not trying to be disrespectful to colleagues, but will you please advise the visiting councillor that if she will continue making comments like this, either we would leave and you will not have quorum, or she will have to be not disrespectful.
Visiting members of council have every right to ask questions, to speak, and to be present in this chamber. At the same time, as is please let's be a little bit more respectful to each other, and we'll move forward.
And on that point of order, it has been quite irritating to hear the heckles from the councillor, and it's been consistent. It's not just once or twice. And I will leave if she continues to do it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Di Giorgio, you have 1 more minute. Please go ahead.
The question that I had was, first of all, do you agree with the concept of job sharing? And that is, if people who are working full-time are willing to take less money, we will create opportunities for people to work part-time within the same industry.
Sure. Yep.
You agree with that?
Yep.
I see. So why don't we as a society say, you know what, we can eliminate all the unemployment that exists out there if we buy this concept of job sharing. If we collectively decide we can take less, we don't need to have unemployment. Would you agree with that concept?
I think it could probably work.
Oh, you think it could work?
Sure.
Well, I guarantee it won't work.
So why are you bringing up the question then?
Because people won't take less, that's why. Yep. And that's why the cab industry is here.
This is not the fault of Uber.
It is directly the fault of Uber.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Malidi.
What's your business called, sir?
Again?
Your particular business that is contracted out by Uber. What's it called?
I'm an Uber partner.
So you have an actual registered company with either the province or the federal
I do
government?
not have a registered company, and no.
But do you recognize that you're running a business out of your vehicle?
Yeah.
You're okay with that?
Yes.
You recognize you have to declare all the costs to the government at the end of the year?
Sure.
Do you recognize that it's going to take almost 40% of your particular income in doing that?
You wouldn't know this, and I don't know this. The
No,
accountant
I do
will know
know
this.
it because you're paying 20% to Uber, and you're probably in the tune of about 13% to the government of Canada at the end of the year.
That's my problem.
Yes, it is. However, if you don't have a legitimate company that's running in the city of Toronto, it's our problem as well. Because you're not paying the business license.
This is not a question.
Why aren't you paying a business license to the city of Toronto?
This you have to probably ask, not me, you have to ask Uber. You don't have to ask me this. I'm working on the Uber platform.
It's my understanding that Uber does not pay the costs for your business.
So what is the question?
So why would I ask Uber if you're responsible in applying for a business license with the City of Toronto? You're here deputing, I'm not. I'm asking you questions.
I still don't understand how I shall apply for a
Do you
license.
think it's right for the taxi industry to have to apply for businesses' licenses in order for them to obtain the licenses, in order to do the job they're doing, and for you not to be?
I really don't know how to answer this. The only thing I really do know is that an old system with old regulations sometimes is broken, doesn't work. We have to look in the future.
So breaking the law would be the answer to that equation?
It's maybe not breaking the law. It's maybe looking at your rules and regulations. It's looking at you, not looking at me.
Thank you. There is no debate in between. Councillor Di Giorgio, did you have a question or not? Okay. Okay, so we are done. Thank you so much. Steve and Amy, followed by Imtiaz Sai. Please go ahead.
My name is Stephen Amy. Thank you for the opportunity to speaking on this important matter. I've been a cab driver for about 25 years. I read most of the report. It was very difficult to read, being so slanted in the favor of Uber and that we should regulate Uber. Let me explain something. The Toronto taxi industry is not broken, and the Toronto taxi industry does not need Uber to bring in outside workers like UberX. I worked for Uber when Uber was using commercially regulated vehicles. Then they decided, because Uber is a very greedy, evil company, what if we were to say, how about getting as many people as we can to work for us, because we make money on a percentage basis. So a lot of people are driving around making $5, $6, $7 runs. Uber gets $1 for the insurance from the passenger, $1 from the driver, and then the driver ends up with $4 and all the risk. And by the way, since none of you actually know that you're breaking the law, Uber has just sent you a new, and I'm not an Uber driver, by the way, but I know this because this happened on September the 10th. Uber now has made a U-turn. Uber does not guarantee the quality, suitability, safety, or ability of third-party providers. We agree that the entire risk arising out of your use of the service and any service or good requested in connection therewith remains solely with you. Google it. It's under Uber does a U-turn. So what this basically says is that Uber doesn't care about you. Uber will not represent you. Uber will not pay anything for you. Uber is telling you you are on your own, whether you are a passenger or whether you are a driver. Plus, Uber's so fair, why do they impose surge pricing to their wonderful customers? And why do they keep dropping the rates that they charge you? I know more about Uber than the people that work for Uber. And I'll tell you this, Uber will be gone in 2 years because people will wake up to their cronyism, because their end game is to get rid of anybody who drives. Their end game is that they own all the transportation in the world and you don't get to own a car. That's what they want. And all you people that don't think you're breaking the law by not having commercial insurance, look up what happened to a guy in Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Remy. Questions? Councilor Carichanes, followed by Councilor Mamuliri.
Hand up first, sir.
Okay, so Councilor Mamuliri, please go ahead.
There's some that think that this is going to create a huge precedent with respect to how things are done, with businesses surfacing and elbowing their way into this type of Toronto system. I'm hearing, and I'm not sure if it's true or not, but I'm hearing that there's such a thing as Uber Health, which creates paramedics and ventures into cities the same way they're doing with the taxi industry. Have you heard about that at all? Or
Uber Health is not my concern. I'm looking forward for when Uber develops an Uber Mayor app so we can get rid of John Tory. That's the app that I'm looking forward to.
Okay, so you're not aware of the other stuff?
But the Uber Health app, no, I'm sorry, George, Mr. Mamulidi, I'm not aware of that. And also, I'd like to also state this.
I only got 2 minutes, and I want to ask another question. You're not aware of it, that's fine. I'm concerned about that, okay? And I think everybody in Toronto should be. The report itself, you said you read it, and I'm going to read this again. In questioning City Council, staff responded by saying, the City is concerned that Uber poses a serious risk to the public, including those who are signing on as drivers for the following reasons. Decreased passenger safety. How does this address that, this report that you read?
Well, if Uber is clearly stating that they have no obligation and the risk is solely on the participants that are using the service, they are saying we have no obligation. So they're charging and saying to their people that they have $5 million when in fact they have nothing. They're lying to everybody like they always do.
How about these? Unregulated fares resulting in price gouging, increased safety risk to the drivers due to the lack of training and vehicle security equipment. And we learned that nobody's really getting any notifications about things today.
Exactly. An Uber driver gets a 13-minute video training course, 13 minutes. I can tell you that I've been to refresher courses 3 times already in my 25 years, just as an ambassador driver, okay? not to mention the other times, all the CPR courses that I have to take, all the fees that I pay, the insurance that I pay, the camera, $1,500 for a camera, $800 for a meter. Come on, let's play on a level playing field.
Councilor Karigianis.
Sir, can you share, thank you for coming. Can you share with us how much insurance you're paying per year, commercial insurance?
It's about $5,300 a year.
$5,300. So if I was to tell you that
A sole operator.
Sole operator.
Yeah.
If I were to tell you that somebody told us that they're paying $2,500 for commercial insurance, would you believe it?
It's impossible.
Okay.
It's impossible. Not for commercial.
When you were driving for Uber, you were driving as an Uber cab.
Right.
What happened? Did then Uber send out an email to all its? Hold on, let me finish.
Yeah.
Did Uber send out an email to all its customers and say you don't have to take Uber cab now? You can take Uber X. Are you aware of that?
Yeah. And that's when I gave them back their phone. When they started promoting Uber X, I said, well, you're cutting my grass, so here's your phone.
Uber X, we have found that there are all kinds of rules and regulations that be broken. They don't have to register. They don't have to pay HST, and on and on and on.
They're scofflaws, just like the mayor.
Sir, would you say that if we were to allow them to operate in the city and we have oversight, I mean, just to look at their paperwork, do you think that that would be fair?
If you were to regulate them and make them come up to our standard, then it would be fair.
Your standards?
Our standards, because there should only be one standard. And by the way, I want the meter to start at $2.
Sorry.
Okay? I want to start at $2.
Standards are commercial insurance,
Commercial insurance, absolutely.
safety checks on your vehicle,
Absolutely.
To have checks of vulnerable people on yourself.
Absolutely. Jim, may I just say, on August the 6th, I had my vehicle inspected, okay? It cost me about $2,000 for my repairs. Hold on.
That's my last question.
I asked the guys that work there, are you aware of the survey? None of them were aware of the survey. You notice who's here? It's all Uber. Why? Because Uber sends push mail to all their people, and they get them out here. And that's why we got a crowd of Uber drivers instead of the public. We just got Uber drivers. We don't have the public here.
Thank you. Councilor Di Giorgio.
How much are you getting paid by Uber?
Excuse me, sir. We are not debating with the public. I'll reset your time.
My question is,
shame on you because I'm losing money because you guys are operating legally.
Excuse me.
Don't say shame on me.
We are not debating with the public, sir. Once again, I'm going to remind the public, if we continue with any disruption, I have already asked security to get rid of anyone, whoever, so we're paying close attention to it. Councilor Di Giorgio.
the focus,
Go ahead.
the focus is on Uber, and I'd like to focus on the people who choose to drive without appropriate licenses. Now, my question is, in your view, what controls can we put on Uber in the context of introducing regulations for Uber? What kind of controls can we put in place that would prevent more and more drivers just driving for Uber without proper licensing, without proper car checks and whatnot? In other words, we have a tidal wave here. How do we stop them?
I start towing the illegal operators that are driving for Uber X.
Thank you very much.
Simply just start taking their cars away, and then we'll see how many of them will work, because they know. And if they claim that they don't know, they're lying to you. Just like Uber does to everybody, they lie. If you start towing their vehicles, you watch and see how many of them will stop driving, because they don't have the commercial insurance that is required by all of us. And the city of Edmonton has just enacted what they said it would cost. And it would cost $6,800, just under $6,800. You can Google City of Edmonton, and they'll show you a breakdown of what it would cost for them to come up to our level.
But here's the problem, and I don't necessarily disagree with you, but the city must abide by the laws. They can't just go out and tow cars.
Yes, they can.
No, they can't.
Ask John Tory. He'll tow anything.
Yeah, okay.
Are we done? John Tory is the new dictator of Toronto.
Sir, I did ask all the deputants, members of council, and the audience from the very beginning to be respectful at all times and refrain from using any offensive, disrespectful, or unparliamentary language about any member of council, city officials, or members of the public, including our mayor. Your comments are offensive and disrespectful. Please refrain once again, and anyone in this chamber who continues to do that, security, please go ahead and remove that person immediately. Sir, you are done. Thank you.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order.
Well, I get what you said, and while I understood that what you said was that if it continues in a manner that he would be escorted out, I immediately saw a guard come and take him out, even though you did not ask that guard to take him out. I'm going to ask that gentleman be allowed back in based on what you said.
Councilor Mamolidi, that's not the point of order. It's not the point of order. Your point does not reflect any error or procedure or breach of the rules in any way or whatsoever. I've been paying close attention to it. I have warned the public and all the deputants from the very beginning. It was people have been given once, twice, 3 times warnings.
Mr. Chairman, in the bylaw, it's very clear that the chair has got the ability to ask anyone to be escorted out of the chamber. In this particular case, you did not ask for that gentleman to be escorted. You warned him, and the guard came immediately and took him out of the chamber.
I have asked Councilor Mamolidi.
You didn't ask the guard to escort him.
Over and over again, and there is no debate on this one.
This is not democracy, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The next deputant, Imtiaz Sahi, followed by Glenn Stevens. And just before you start, sir, I'm going to call the next batch of 5. Christine Haber, Akhtar Nawaz, Aline Onanesian, Andy Reddy, and Alabi Olaidi. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Imtiaz Ahmed Sahi. I am driving cab from last 5 years. And 3 years ago, I bought my plate and $357,000. And I put some money down, and I got mortgage from the Dhaka Commercial Bank. So due to these things, nowadays, it is very hard to make money. And I have to pay $2,200 mortgage every month for my plate because I got the loan from the bank. And the expenses are so high. In this situation, it is very hard to make the expense. So if I continue this one, so I have to go for the bankrupt, and I have to lose my house. And if I continue like this, in stress situation, I have to lose my life. It's my humble request to everybody, because we are, as a cab driver, we follow the rule, spend the money, and the Uber cut our money. So I have the family, I have to support my family. So in this way, it is very hard to do this one. So it's my humble request to everybody, committee and everybody, to save our lives and our family lives. That's it.
Are you done, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions? If not, thank you for your deputation. Thanks so much. Glenn Stevens. Glenn Stevens. Oh, it's coming. Hello, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Glenn Steves. I'm with the Co-op Cabs, or Associated Toronto Taxi Cab Cooperative Limited. actually a former manager of training in municipal licensing and standards. I'm here to address the report. It's sort of funny because, Uber, a foreign company, lands on our doorstep, and now they want you to change the rules to rewrite the bylaw to accommodate them. There's a staff report that addresses some of the things that the industry the cab industry was promised, to the degree where there would be a level playing field, but we don't see a lot of that necessarily in the report. With respect to the report, we would recommend that part of it be actually passed, right? And I would recommend the recommendations 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 9 pass by this committee. But the numbers 7 and 8, anything to do with Uber, we believe that should be omitted or deleted altogether. If you look at in the big picture, Toronto cannot exist. The Toronto taxi cab industry cannot exist with UberX. And it's not financially viable, and it really mean an end to the taxi industry as we know it. Councillors in this room need to be aware that if you do pass the part of the report with respect to the transportation network companies, they are effectively ending the taxi cab service for disabled persons and seniors who do not use smartphones in their areas. Now, Uber says they have accessible vehicles. Well, really, no, they don't. What they do is they call the cab companies. And the cab companies who do have accessible vehicles service those constituents. All right? The transportation network companies only serve those who have access to credit cards. Not everybody in this entire world does.
I'm sorry for disrupting. At this point, we don't have quorum in the room.
Perfect.
I'm going to ask members of council, Councillor Mamolidi, Councillor Karygiannis, please come to the chambers because we don't have quorum.
Point of order, Chair.
Your point of order, Councillor Karygiannis.
Chair, if people that want to make deputations are not allowed in, you're not going to have quorum. We've been advised that people are trying to come up to make deputations and they're being stopped. So unless you address that, there's no quorum.
I'm going to ask the clerk. Councillor Karygiannis, please return to your seat. Clerk, please.
All people who have registered to speak with the clerk prior to 10:30, in accordance with the motion passed by the committee this morning, will be escorted up to the chamber and be allowed to speak, and will be escorted back down. Everybody who is registered will be allowed to speak and will be escorted up so that they can make their presentation to the committee.
Chair, unless I'm advised otherwise, I know that there's people downstairs that are registered that can't come up, and if that continues, you will not have quorum, sir.
Councillor Karygiannis, I can assure you that anyone who is registered to speak,
all right, sir,
they will be.
Let's try number 81, Joe Farugia. Is he here?
We are
I'm checking in Councillor Karygiannis. I'm following the list. Now, one question to the clerk. Do we have capacity to let more people come in to the chambers?
Sure you do.
And if so, please just let's do that.
The Sergeant-at-Arms will advise on that when there is capacity to let people in the chamber. Those people at the moment who are not presently in the chamber but are registered to speak will be accompanied up to speak when it is their turn to speak.
Chair, on a reverse order, people that have spoken, they don't need to be in the council anymore. Could we rule that they leave so other people that have not spoken are allowed to come up?
No. Clerk?
Chair, you make that ruling or else I walk out. Simple as that, sir. People that have spoken,
Chairman, on a
leave
point
the
of
council,
order.
and people that have not spoken.
Councillor, just please sit down for a second.
Mr. Chairman, on a point of order.
People are allowed to stay in the chamber to listen to the debate and sit and watch the debate as long as they follow the rules of the chamber.
Thank you.
Chair, on a point of order, Chair,
one
you
point
have
at
room.
You
do have room, Chair.
One point of order at a time, Councillor Di Giorgio.
Is there anything in our rules of procedure? Is there anything in our rules of procedure that indicates that if someone's name is on the list at number 100, that they must come in now?
The Sergeant of Arms has just opened the chambers, so we are dealing with that right now.
All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Is Councilman Malidi, is that the point of order, or
Well, I'm standing up because I believe that
on what?
what was done earlier was inappropriate, Mr. Chairman, by sending people out of the chamber because they crack a joke about the mayor. I think is inappropriate. It's not.
Councilor Mamolidi, is that
I will
the point
walk
of
out,
order,
Mr.
or-
Chairman. I will walk out. I don't care if we have quorum or not. If this continues and the anti-democratic process that seems to be taking place here continues, I will walk. That's the reality. It's not democratic what's going on.
Let me remind you once again that it will be extremely embarrassing for members of council who break quorum and for us to discontinue the proceedings of what's taking place right now.
Then run a
We
democratic
have, as you can see, the chambers is full. People have taken a day off, and they have every right to speak and to be heard. And now it's our responsibility as members of council to adhere to those procedural bylaws as well. Mr. Stevens, I'm sorry about that, and I will, you weren't 1.5 minutes, so I will start time again. Please go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you. I was saying that, but with the transportation network companies, only offer services to those persons who have credit cards. I mean, we know that's a technology and based here. But you got to understand that many in the community, not everybody has a credit card, because of their financial situation. We hear that Uber is a technology company. It's unique. Well, really, it's not unique. It's not special, all right? I mean, the Toronto cab companies that are operating these days, I mean, they have apps. We heard today about a GATA app, but the companies themselves, Royal, the Crowns, the Becks, the Scarborough Cities, the Co-op cabs, we all have apps. We have the technology, all right? All right. There was a promise is that we would have an equal playing field. There would be one set of rules for everybody. And what we're saying is that the city can't operate unless there is an equal playing field. There is one set of rules. No one is suggesting that Uber should be not dispatch cars. All right, simply that they should follow the same rules for accountability to the public as the dispatch companies. That's all. I mean, this committee and city council eventually will have the opportunity to do the right thing. And the right thing simply is UberX should not be allowed to operate in this city. All right.
Thank you.
Question.
We have questions. And Councilman Malidi, please go ahead.
Your last comment is what sparks my question. You said they shouldn't be allowed in the city, or should they be allowed in the city if they played by the same rules that everyone else has to play by?
If you level the playing field equally across the board with respect to anything from insurances to inspections to safety equipment, all right, and then you are leveling a playing field. In essence, what you're really doing is that you are basically making more cabs because they would have the same classification of cabs.
So I'm drafting up some motions now that include making sure that Uber has the same kinds of features that we have forced taxi cabs to invest in their vehicles, such as the emergency features, the cameras, the installation of all of the safety features, all the information packages that people can see visually. Is that the sort of thing that you're talking about? If we implement that kind of measure, that they'll find themselves in the position of actually having to pay just as much as the current taxi industry is paying in overheads.
That, and as well as there's other things, obviously training and so on and so forth. Yes, that would level the playing field, but also there's a costing.
Okay, so you're not saying that Uber doesn't belong to the city in the city of Toronto. You are saying, as long as it's a level playing field with everything, that we could be taking a look at that.
Uber Cab, and that's how it started, all right, they use licensed vehicles, all right? UberX doesn't use any license. I mean, the city makes no money from UberX. They don't pay a licensing fee, they don't pay a training fee, they pay nothing. You need to level that entire playing field to ensure the viability of a taxi cab industry and the stakeholders and the drivers that have put a lifetime into it.
Do you feel that this report needs to be rewritten in a way that describes that?
I believe the report should delete altogether 7 and 8.
Thank you. That by doing that, you're introducing Uber to the city. Do you believe that we should be specific in terms of what we expect in their cars for safety?
Thank you, Councilor Mammoliti.
Yes.
Councilor Di Giorgio.
So let's talk about the connection between a vehicle for hire and a potential passenger. And let's try and say the person or the app or the platform that makes that connection possible will be who we will license. Now, you made the comment that the same rules should apply to Uber as to dispatch company. So in your mind, you basically say Uber is a dispatch company. Is that correct?
It's nothing but a dispatch.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you. So,
correct.
So if in the context of this new license called a Transportation Network Company, we basically say, look, all the brokerage licenses we've issued in the past, we're going to take them off. We're going to issue to those brokerages this new kind of license, and it'll also include Uber. Do you have a problem with that?
If
they have to abide by the same rules as dispatchers have in the industry.
Yes, I don't have a I don't have a problem with that. If city licenses them, they're a dispatch company.
Right. By definition.
But where we come down after that is the vehicle that's being operated to transport people, the driver of that vehicle, that still continues to be an issue.
No, not because they have to. It isn't an issue with a dispatch company, is it?
No, because for example, at Co-op Cabs, we have the apps. We have a requirement.
Right. What I'm suggesting is that by allowing dispatch companies to fall under the same umbrella as a transportation network company, anyone else who falls under that umbrella has to basically adhere to the same rules as a dispatch company.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is quorum called once again? Councilor Karygiannis, Councilor Mammoliti. They're next to you. People are coming up. Councilor Karygiannis, stop the drama and let's continue with the meeting. Councilor Karygiannis, take your seat, please. We are recessing this meeting for 15 minutes. There is no lunch.
It's okay so far? Yeah.
somebody unplug this from where it's plugged into over there? This one right here. Can you see it moving? Oh no, wait, that's not the one I need unplugged. Hold on. This is the one I need unplugged. I think it's just in the power bar.
Could everybody please take their seats? Everyone, please take their seats. The meeting will resume momentarily. Please take your seat.
ID. She's got remote access or something, so I said mine.
Oh, shit. And I took... Did someone take mine?
Take what?
My speakers list. Someone took my speakers.
I don't even have it.
Oh, no, here it is. Here it is. This is imaging, so I'm going to leave this. So when the pink sheets are done, these are entered. We just put, when we're finished with... Oh, my God, I got to get my nails done. Okay, so this is Imogene's list. I'm getting out of the system here, and I'm going to go in as mine, so I could do my GMC at the same time.
Okay. So I'm in the meeting monitor.
Are you signed up as yourself?
In TMMI, yes. She didn't want to do something. I said, okay, I'll just carry on.
Okay. So you're doing the meeting monitor.
Yeah,
Okay,
no,
wonderful.
I need to find out what's going on here. Sorry.
It goes on.
We're reconvening, ladies and gentlemen, we're reconvening this meeting. We do have quorum, and we'll continue with the proceedings.
Chair, point of order.
Point of order, Councilor Karygiannis.
I hope that you allow me to finish it because this is something that you ruled about HST. In the report that's here today, it says, during the consultations, all members of the taxi cab limousine industry agreed that Uber is significantly imparting business, whether it was drivers stating that they're making less income or fleet operators indicating that they cannot rent taxi cabs or brokers stating that they cannot get drivers. Were the consensus that Uber's operations are having a negative impact on the regulated taxi industry and limousine. The industry felt strongly that Uber should be subject to the same regulations and restrictions as the rest of the industry, including regulated fares, vehicle standards, insurance, vehicles, and licenses. And in the meeting of January 27, 2010, Licensing and Standards Committee summary. The purpose of this report is to advise the City of Toronto regarding adjustments necessary to taxi cab fares in Toronto due to the harmonization of the province of Ontario's 8% provincial sales tax, PTST, and the federal government's goods and services tax, GST, of 5%. The harmonized sales tax, HST, of 13%, which will be applied to all taxi cab fares in the province of Ontario, will come in effect on July the 1st. So, Chair, I'm putting it to you that maybe you want to reconsider your judgment of before.
Thank you, Councillor. Just give me a second to the clerk. That's part of the decision document. It's part of the decision document. And,
the HST and the PST are in the jurisdiction of both the provincial and the federal governments. You have no control over those aspects, even though they're mentioned. You have no control over them. And
Councillor Karygiannis is, even though that section is embedded in the report, but when it comes to the HST, that is not within the city's jurisdiction to deal with that. I do understand where you're coming from in terms of that section that's embedded within the report, but that's not one of the recommendations.
You have it right there, 2015.
No, that was January 20th.
So we have no jurisdiction over that. Yeah, and that's a report that was at the beginning of the year. It's not this report. So from that perspective, that is not a point of order, and it doesn't reflect once again what's within the recommendations. It doesn't affect. It's not an error of procedure or a breach of the rules. Councilman Moliri.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to stand again on a whole democratic kind of argument and remind you that at any committee, members who don't sit on the committee are able to table their particular motions or ask people to do that. I've asked this morning to be able to table the motions that I wish to add to this meeting, of which you said no. You said that you ruled it out of order. I'm going to ask again if I can table my motions that I wish to introduce that I think bring things to a level playing field. And for the deputy, I'm sorry, does the clerk want to rule me out of order? Or, I don't know what's going on.
Councilman Moliri, please continue.
I'm asking the chair to reconsider and allow me and others to just table the motions we wish to move when we speak later.
Councilman Moliri, on that, I've been advised by the clerk as well as by the legal department, and also in terms of the procedure by law, that's very clear. People have every right to speak on it, and what you are proposing is preempting the outcome, and that would be totally undemocratic, and my ruling has already been done.
It has.
If you want to challenge me once again.
I want to remind you that in committee, when a member has to leave or can't stay for a meeting, that it's well precedented that the member can actually make comments and move their motions before they leave. I'm not in any way doing anything different than that. And I know you ruled me out of order, but I think that given the history of how committees work, that I hope that you can reconsider and allow me to do that.
I'm hoping, councillors, that we'll go through this list as fast as possible without further interruptions, and then you can get to that point when you speak, and I'll be more than glad to entertain that at that point.
Then I may not stay, Mr. Chairman, and exercise my rights as a member of this council by telling you that I'll give you notice now that I may not be here, quorum or not. If you're not going to allow for democracy to continue and for the rights of councillors to be able to move their motions, as has been done in the past, then I think that my rights have been broken as a member.
That's your right, councillor, but this chamber is not going to be hijacked by these kind of threats. We'll continue with the proceedings. The next speakers, Christine Hubbard, Akhtar Nawaz, Aline Onaneshen, Andy Reddy, and Alabi Olaide. Thank you. Ms. Hubbard, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I think a councillor wants to ask a question.
No, it's your time to speak.
Me.
It's your time to speak, and then I will get to the visiting members of council.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Christine Hubbard. I'm operations manager of Beck Taxi. I approach this topic as someone who has grown up in the taxi business that was started by my grandfather, who was a taxi driver, but also as a parent in this community who cares about the future of our city. Since Beck was founded, our #1 job has always been to strive to provide Toronto riders with a safe, reliable, and seamless travel experience. But I'm not here to talk about technology, but that's not what this discussion is about. If it was, I would talk about Beck Taxi's app, the first taxi ordering app in the City of Toronto, currently serving 200,000 users. But safety has always been our top priority. This will never change. With respect to the report before you, I have several concerns. I see value in recommendations 1 through 6, but with great respect for all the work that went into this report, recommendations 7 and 8 call for a serious moment of pause. The idea that Toronto would license a black market taxi service that is today operating illegally and in fact snubbing every single rule this place has ever passed is very concerning. Even more concerning is the company is responsible for changing the tried and true safety message. Don't get into a car with a stranger. Stories are turning up on a regular basis, 3 of them last week. Private drivers in their private vehicles able to now convince women to get into these cars, with or without an app connected. I was leaving a concert this summer, and along Lakeshore, private vehicles were driving by and drivers were yelling, Uber driver, hoping that someone would ask for them to stop so they could get in. People have been made to believe that since UberX has been allowed to operate, the idea of private cars is safe. They are not. Enforcement would be impossible. The risk is astronomical. Still some questions we need to answer. What would more taxis with less regulation mean for public safety? What would these extra taxis mean for public transit ridership as the city contemplates increasing their fares? What would extra taxis mean for traffic congestion? Torontonians and business expect a level playing field at least, and we all believe the public deserves the same high standards are in place for any taxi they step into. Uber is offering taxi service. I'm not alone in this sentiment. 75% of Torontonians in a Harris poll said they believe Uber is operating as a taxi service. 70% believe the same rules and regulations that apply to established taxis should be applied to Uber if safety and security are to be assured. Those regulations exist. They just haven't been applied. We can't make a mistake here. Thank you.
Question. Yeah, you're visiting. You're first.
Visiting Councillor.
Thank you very
Councilor Perks, please
Thank
go
you
ahead.
very much, and thank you for your comments. They're very helpful. You say you support the first 6 recommendations. One of them is to reduce the drop fee for by $1. I'm just curious, within your business, who eats that dollar?
I think it's important to note that we see value. I see value in the 6 recommendations. And just recently, Beck Taxi had a campaign to ensure that the public sentiment about taxi service in our city was shared with the city. I've always felt that probably, the most impacted, but the least, the lowest voice is that of the public, and they have made it very clear. They would like to see lower fares, and in fact, yes, it would be the driver.
I'm delighted to hear that, and that's very helpful. And personally, I take cabs because I don't drive my car, and I'm glad to save the $1. I'm just trying to understand where in the business that $1 comes out of. Is it the shift driver who absorbs that loss? Are you reducing the
Costs have been going down all across the board. Absolutely.
I appreciate, just please,
I
I've
can tell
got to
you.
vote on it, and
Okay.
I want to understand what I'm voting on.
So if we look at the dollar,
Yep.
it was increased. The meter increase last time was due to the gas increase, the prices increasing in gas. When those gas prices went down, the meter did not respond. So a dozen drivers in here today have very clearly said they saw a marked decline in people's ability to access taxi service in our city. And what that amount should be, I don't know. But
Okay.
it would be from the driver, but as
From the driver, thank
but
you.
to answer your question, their costs have gone down too in quite a few ways, and we
Okay.
can talk about
Thanks, now I understand.
that. Okay.
Thank you. Then I have Councilor Giannis, followed by Councilor Mamolidi. Councilor Giannis.
Thank you. In the cab, I understand that there's a Bill of Rights for the driver and a Bill of Rights for the passenger.
Yes.
This is something that Councilor Denzel Menawang brought in.
The passenger bill of rights.
Okay. In the cab, I also understand that you must have certain criteria. I think one is a camera, there's a light in the back, a fire extinguisher.
Right.
Can you tell me, please, if you were to outfit one of your vehicles, what would that cost? The camera, the fire extinguisher, the postings that you have, the light in the back.
It's in the thousands. It's in the thousands because it's
Is it
you
1,000,
know, meters-
2,000? How much is it?
$1,000 just for the camera. I believe it might be $700 and $1,000 for just the camera. There's the meter. There's the panic button. There are, again, the car can only be 5 years old. There are the mechanical inspections. The costs, those costs, and I would say, you know, to Councillor Perks' question, the City of Toronto charges the highest licensing fees in the world, is what I'm told, on this planet. And I do think if shift drivers have found that shifts have gone down, or if gas has gone down, or the meter goes down,
Right,
that
Christine,
maybe
Christine,
we should
let's
address
just
that
go
too.
back. It costs, what, $1,500, $2,000 to equip the car,
Yeah.
extra from what the car, and the
Yes.
car has to be how old?
Car has to be within 5 years old.
Okay, Uber cars, I believe, they can be up to 10 years old?
10 years, 10 years. Oh,
And-
so to put it on the, okay, so what they're suggesting here, it can't go on the road if it's 5 years old. A new car or 2-year-old car can't be older than 5 years.
Okay,
And-
so I believe it's about 4 years, am I correct, that the
yeah,
car can be
but
old?
to start out in business, the vehicle cannot be, and correct me if I'm wrong, more than 2 years old
Those regulations were brought upon the industry by whom?
by the City of Toronto.
Now, do you feel that the City of Toronto is playing fair to the industry by saying we're going to have option 7 and 8, that one we're going to see, well, maybe we have insurance and maybe we're not, and then we're going to allow Uber to operate on its own, and we're going to allow them to police themselves, we will have oversight. How do you feel about that?
No, I'd say, you know, item number 1 makes it very clear. Uber is a taxi dispatch company. They fit into existing regulations. Beck Taxi, where I work, is a taxi dispatch company. We are required to dispatch only licensed, insured, approved taxi cabs in the City of Toronto. If item number 1 is as it reads, Uber would be required, come on in. There's Co-op, there's Royal, there's Independent, there's competition, it exists. Let's
And they will have to
join
have
in,
that-
and we have these cabs more than any other city
And they will
probably
have
on
to
the
have that
planet.
extra equipment on their car.
Thank you,
Absolutely,
Councillor
absolutely.
Janis.
Yeah.
The Councilor Mamuli, you are next.
If we were allowed to move motions now to tell everyone exactly how our intention is to vote, including getting rid of 7 and 8 in this report, and to add a number of additions onto existing vehicles, such as the cameras and that sort of thing. Most people will probably not want a depute. They'll want us to vote on this, wouldn't they?
Likely.
Yeah. So we're wasting everybody's time here for the rest of the day, knowing that most of us want to do that.
I can't speak to what other people here are feeling. You know,
We've created, with this report, if it goes through the way it is, would you consider it a 2-tier system?
if the report is passed the way it is written, it would be asking for a two-tier system. Not only it's looking for one. And I want to be clear about the number of vehicles in our city. We're talking about traffic and congestion all the time in our city. Toronto has 5,000 licensed taxis, one per every 500 people, unlike every other city that has one for 1,000 or one for 1,500.
You're
It's
also
crazy.
You're also forced to make sure that you deal with the disabled out there, right?
Yes, the taxi industry does have a requirement.
Have you read this report?
For wheelchair accessible vehicles, yes.
Does it recommend that they that Uber be in the same restrictions as you? With
It
respect
does
to-
not suggest
All right.
that at all.
Now, if this were a union kind of concept, where all of your drivers are unionized and went on strike, and a company like Uber came along and provided rides, what would the union call them?
Scabs?
Scabs.
Scabs, yeah. I'm wondering whether or not anybody's talked about that in the industry and whether or not the word scab can be used in this particular concept.
If you look to the UK and London cab drivers, that's the word they're using, but I have not heard it used here.
I just did.
You did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Councillor Di Giorgio.
I just want to pick up on a question that you were asked by Councillor Perks.
Yep.
That I think is a bit troublesome but it does address a very important issue. And the question he asked you was, with the drop rate going down by $1, who does it actually impact?
The driver who's providing the service.
Okay.
Yes.
And it seems what Uber does, of course, by putting more drivers on the road, they also end up reducing the income of the driver. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Okay. So it seems like whatever actions are being taken from Councillor Perks' perspective, doesn't matter what's happening, the income of the driver is going down.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that. I do think
that's why I'm
well, yeah, my perspective is this. We've heard, one side will say the taxi industry has lost all of their riders because there's some cheaper alternative. to bring those people back into taxis is the goal, certainly, from the industry. At the same time, the other side will say, well, no, we haven't taken anyone out of taxis. These are transit riders. These are walkers and cyclists. But if those people would get into the licensed, law-abiding taxi cab driver's vehicle, that service is already available. And if more people got in, the dollar, and like I said, a dozen people in this room today, just today, have said, we need to lower the meter rate. It's been talked about for a long time, and our campaign, why we were talking about it, is to make sure that that was a meaningful part of the discussion.
Okay, so if the demand is going up by virtue of more people taking cabs,
right,
would you then have any problems with the city issuing some more, I guess, plates to allow more drivers to come into the industry?
Well, I think there needs to be a study about that. Absolutely. If the demand is there and the need is there, absolutely. I think that no one here will, if there are taxis driving around empty all day, every day, it doesn't make sense to issue more licenses. But if that demand grew, if we were able to grow that business inside those cabs, absolutely. Absolutely. If that's what the city needs, that's what we have to do.
Uber is artificially growing.
Artificially, yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Any other questions? If not, I think that I have a couple simple questions. During the music incident that happened not long ago, there was quite a bit of anger out there in terms of taxi cabs refusing passengers because of a short fare. Mm-hmm. And the same can be said with the surge fares with Uber. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that certainly enforcement is needed, in the immediate responding to situations like that. I think everyone in this room can say anyone who's participating in the taxi industry, we want regulations. Those rules are in place for a reason. People should never be refusing short fares. Customers should never have to say, oh, well, I can't afford to get into this. I wasn't expecting to be able to have to pay that much money. So surge pricing, refusal of short fares, they are one and the same. And absolutely, there should be zero tolerance for that kind of behavior. And I don't doubt that every person in this room agrees.
Do you think that the existing fines are adequate or that should be increased?
I don't know that it's necessarily just the fines, the amount. That doesn't seem to be a deterrent because no one thinks it will happen anyway. So the enforcement, the level of enforcement, that's what these, frankly, exorbitant licensing fees are supposed to pay for. Enforcement to make sure not only that everyone participating is allowed to do that, but also that they're doing it properly. That's the protection, the public protection piece.
So the taxi cab industry definitely supports a zero tolerance policy.
Absolutely. We have, I can speak for Beck Taxis, we have always had a zero tolerance policy. We're providing a service. You don't say no thank you to someone who wants to hire you for service. You don't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
That's it.
Akhtar Nawaz, next deputant, followed by Aline Onanation and Andy Reddy and Alavi Olaidi.
Okay, I guess I'm next, Andy Ratey. Cockeyed optimist coming here for 30 years, and maybe, just maybe, this time it will be different. Unfortunately, during the 3 minutes, I may not have time, but I'm hoping that you will address these issues. The elephant in the room, the fourth principle of the 2012 report, the economic viability of the tax industry. Nobody talked about it. Issuing formula, non-existent since 1989. Deregulation by stealth, which you've done to the limo industry a number of years ago, and thanks to Uber, we're there. And how would you react if Uber all of a sudden started running buses and streetcars down your TTC routes. So, my background, like almost everybody in this room, I'm a newcomer and an immigrant to this country. I grew up here, and I thought that I am living a fairy tale, which is turning into a nightmare. I am wearing this because this could be my very last public attendance. There'll be nothing left if you keep this up. I bought into this fairy tale in 1969. I was young. I was more than willing to put in 14, 16, 17 hours, unlike these poor Uber drivers who couldn't do anything else. I chose to be a cabbie, and in those days, there was only one of two ways to do it. Either you waited on the waiting list or you bought it. I bought it, and I bought 3 more. And now, at my age, I am seeing you guys stealing this from me with the help of Uber, which is very interesting because in my other life, I'm a Holocaust educator. I'm a speaker at the Holocaust Center in Toronto and the Simon Wiesenthal Center. And it is a very, very interesting choice of words, Uber. The great dictator who invaded a number of countries in Europe declared that Uber, which is Germany über alles, will be over all of it. What a choice of word. Uber, over. So now, let's see some of the turning points in this fiasco. 1998, when you had, for all intents and purposes, started on a slippery slope, creating a multi-level playing field. By the way, what exactly do you refer to by trying to level the playing field? What level? What playing field? I can have an ashtray which is full of, I used to be able to have an ashtray that had full of cigarette butts, and I could get a ticket.
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Thank you.
Councillor Mamolidi.
Do you have anything more to say?
Yes, I'd like to.
You're going to give him your
You got 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you. So, in 1998, we started with the ambassador issuance, and for the first time ever, we had no issuing formula. My friend Christine referred to the fact that we have the lowest, or I should say the highest, population ratio. Then we continued with the additional 1,400 ambassador licenses, out of which at least 50%, if not more, were unnecessary, duping, cheating those people who were supposed to get a regular license. Then we had the other elephant in the room. No regulation enforcement. None whatsoever. Starting with the airport exemption, nobody was interested in enforcing illegals. Nobody was enforcing any kind of illegal activity until Uber came along, and wow, what an answer. We're just going to license them, and the city of Toronto will make more money, and the heck with those of you who spent a lifetime in this business. The heck with you, because Toronto is now going to make it a level playing field. You guys have a thief amongst your midst by the name of Uber. What we are suggesting is for you to make a deal with them. Instead of stealing 100%, let's make it only 50%, and then the city of Toronto will license them, and they can continue. And in 1 year, 2 years' time, there'll be nothing left to steal. Then, of course, the fact is that you are now bringing out the 3rd report since 1998. When are you going to do something instead of writing reports? Because that is the problem. You are an overburdened, heavy-duty, top-heavy bureaucracy.
Thank you, sir. No applauding, please. No applauding. The next deputant. that I call already. Please come forward. And please state your name.
Good day to you all.
Good afternoon, sir.
Olaide Alabi is my name, and it's my first time here in the City Hall and around it.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Olaide Alabi is my name.
Thank you.
So it's interesting to know that I'm in this chamber today. It's funnel-like, of course, and independent of the cuffs, you know. And that was 50 years ago. The architecture was 50 years ago. And, you know, it's still very relevant to this very day. It's the history of the city is the present, and it's still the future because it's still relevant. If it's not relevant, the city would have been thinking of doing something else pertaining to this building. Now, I see this city as a thinking city. The mayor is my very good mentor because he's vibrant, he's thinking, he's a working mayor, you know. But, you know, I've seen this city. I'm just 15 months in Canada. I'm a permanent resident. I've seen this city tackling causes before the problems. Because without tackling the causes, then the problems continue to be there. Now, beyond the fare, are we saying the professionals that are going into UberX cars don't have the money? The financial experts, the bank managers, is it because of the fare? Let's think about it. It's not because of the fare. Something is off. What is off? This is the 21st century. A living business in this 21st century must have 1, customer service. 2, service delivery. 3, mode of payment must be very smart. I go to service delivery. If you have a family here that doesn't know anything about what is going on here, put them on an UberX car to this very moment. If they go on the very first trip, they will never go back to the taxi. What is the problem? Why don't they want to go back on the taxi? Service delivery. Now, if they go back every now and then what are we talking about? On the customer service, if you have anybody here that has used UberX before, you realize that if there's any problem at any point in time, if they contact Uber, within 5 minutes, they have a response. That is the essence of business. That is to show that they paid money for a certain reason because of the fact that somebody responds to them as humans. I picked someone up like 3 weeks ago. He said to me, he was using taxi before he switched over to Uber. He said because of the fact that he had to complain about the same issue, the taxi company kept sending this very taxi driver to him, and he had a whole lot of problem with this very taxi driver. And they kept sending this taxi driver, and he said he wasn't too okay with it. He wasn't comfortable. And because of that, a friend of his recommended UberX to him, and he started using it. What was the problem? Customer service. If he spoke to somebody in the taxi system, somebody must be able to respond to him and must be as well be able to do something about that so that he doesn't see that problem again. That's the essence of living in the 21st century. This is a city that is growing.
Thank you, sir.
And
questions, Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Chair. Sir, in your vehicle, do you have a fire extinguisher?
I'm a Nigerian. Back at home, every car must have a fire extinguisher.
Sir, my question,
when I got here, it's
sir,
not the standard to have a fire extinguisher.
My question is simple. I didn't ask where you come from, and I certainly appreciate the fact that we're all immigrants to this country. In your car right now, in driving customers, do you have a fire extinguisher? Yes or no?
I'm not requested to have it, so I don't have it.
Okay, sir. Do you have a camera which records what's happening? Should somebody hold you up? Should you do something that's a foul? Do you have a camera in your car that records what's happening?
If I have a cause and a reason to do that, I will definitely do it.
Do you have it right now, sir?
I'm not requested to have it, sir, so that's why I don't have it.
Okay, sir. Are you requested, if somebody's holding you up, to have a button that lights up in the back and says, please call 911? Do you have that in your vehicle now, sir?
I don't have the same as
okay, sir. So if you're requested to have a level playing field, that will cost you about $2,000 to install in your car. Are you willing to do that in order to continue driving for Uber?
If it's for the safety of the riders and the drivers, why not?
So you'll do it?
Yes.
Okay. You'll also be requested to have commercial insurance that can cost you anywhere between $800 to $900 a month. Would you do that?
Come again, sir, please.
Sorry?
Come again with the question, please, sir.
My question is, if we bring level playing field, you will have to have commercial insurance.
Okay.
which means you will have to pay something like $1,000 a month, $800 to $1,000 a month in order to drive. Will you do it?
If it's reasonable, I'll do it, sir.
So was that a definite?
I said if it's reasonable,
Reasonable,
and fair
okay.
enough, I'll do it, sir.
Okay, how much money do you make now, sir, a month?
I started doing this 2 months ago. So on a monthly basis, I've not calculated it yet.
Thank you.
So I will put it.
Councillor
Thank you,
Mamolidi.
sir. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Mamolidi.
So if I were allowed to move motions when I asked, I would move the first one, which is that all the drivers of personal vehicles to hire be required to obtain a taxi limousine driver's license from the city. You'd be prepared to do that? I only have 2 minutes.
Kindly come again with the statement.
Would you apply for a taxi or limousine license if this report goes through and these motions go through, of which I'm going to introduce but wasn't allowed to do it earlier?
That is if...
Yes or no? There's a cost to it.
What I'm saying, sorry please, that is outside Uber, right?
I'm assuming you understand that this is about Uber drivers?
I don't get it.
All right. That all personal vehicles for hire be required to visibly post in their vehicle the driver's name, photograph, and proof of adequate insurance. Are you prepared to do that?
You know, presently Uber has something that has to do like that has to do with that. Because, of course, on our electronic gadgets, we have a picture there and all information that is necessary.
Are you prepared to do what I'm suggesting in this motion? That's going to cost a little money. That all personal vehicles for hire be required to have an emergency light feature in the vehicle. Are you prepared to install that in your vehicle to work for Uber?
You know, I think there are better ways to do things than going for the light.
The answer to that is no.
Yeah, no.
That all personal vehicles for hire be required to have a camera in the vehicle. Would you want to expend some money in doing that?
If it's for the safety, why not?
That all personal vehicles for hire be required to have a fare meter in the vehicle itself. Are you prepared to pay for a fare meter in your vehicle? Understanding that this is going to cost you a few $1,000s.
Thank you, Councilor Mamolidi.
Yes or no?
I'm using one already with Uber.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Can I take Councilor DeGeorge's turn? Hey, Chair. Thank you. Caesar.
Next is, thanks, sir. You are done. The next speaker, please come forward. Mr. Mugan, good to have you here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and committee
Please,
members.
go ahead.
As a driver for 22 years, I have served this city with much pride. The taxi industry has been my bread and butter for as long as I know. I am also president of iTaxi Workers Association of Ontario. Association represents frontline taxi drivers. Two of the recommendations, number 7 and 8, in this report will spell the end of the taxi industry, with the proposal to create new rules and a new licensing category called Transportation Network Company to accommodate UberX. The city staff are essentially recommending a two-tier system in the city, one for the taxi industry, one for the Uber drivers. These recommendations, if adopted by this committee and the council, will be the death of the taxi industry, an industry which employs upward 10,000 people. UberX is replacing full-time professional drivers with part-time dabblers and killing full-time jobs for the taxi drivers. Taxi industry cannot compete with an unfair, unregulated service which allows part-time drivers to use their personal cars to pick up fares. With no cap and a new tier, the city will be flooded with the drivers, none of whom can make enough living. How is that for fairness for the people who have given their 30, 40 years life? The City of Toronto regulates the taxi cab industry to ensure the safety of the passenger and the drivers. To suggest that there would be a different licensing category is to buy into a rhetoric that somehow they are different from the taxi service, which is totally absurd. It is important to understand that Uber is not ride-sharing. When a driver makes a trip to transport someone from point A to B for profit, it is a regulated taxi service. This is most often the case for the UberX, the service of Uber where private citizens drive their own personal vehicles for the profit to transport passengers. There is no sharing going on. This is about for hire transportation. Since day one, Uber has been playing by its own set of rules, while the licensed taxi cab drivers have been abided by the rules and regulations set by you. I want City Council and this committee to understand the gravity of the situation in the taxi industry. Either you choose taxi industry or you choose Uber. There is no other option. There is no plan B. We urge this committee and the council to restore stability within the taxi industry and take a firm stand against creating separate category to accommodate UberX.
Thank you, Mr. Miguel. Questions? Councilor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Chair. Sir, thank you for coming to make the deputation.
It's my pleasure.
You and I didn't see eye to eye from the beginning, but, you know, mistakes of the past, either mine or yours, are under the bridge.
That's right.
Sir, there's people in this room that might say that the taxi industry is divided. If I were to ask you, is the taxi stakeholders would be the iTaxi workers, the brokerages, the garages, and everybody else today, in this room, right now, do you all speak with the same voice?
That's correct, sir.
Sir, if we were to look at the regulations that are coming up, you must have a fire hydrant in your vehicle. You got to have a camera, and you need to have the Bill of Rights, and you need to have a light in the back that says, I'm in trouble, and you also need to have a roof light that says you're a taxi cab fare.
That's correct, with the exception of the fire extinguisher is not mandatory for the cabs. It's only for the accessible vehicles, but the other cabs are not. But other than that, I have to have these.
Okay. Do most of the drivers have a fire extinguisher in their car?
Not the taxis, but the TTL, the people who are providing accessible service.
If we were to bring Uber in the same regulations and the same level playing field, they should have the same thing.
When you say level playing field, when you have a level playing field, UberX does not exist. UberX exists only when you have a different sets of rules. When you allow UberX to charge whatever they want, in a like a slow day, they can charge less price. But when you need in a snowy days, in a rainy days, when you're sitting in a bar and you are a bit obnoxious, you will be paying 5 times whatever you will be paying in the taxi cab.
Surge. So, but I mean, talking about the other vehicles, the Uber cab, if you want to call it as such, and if Uber were to become a brokerage, then they must abide by the same rules and regulations as the other brokerages and the other cabs and the ambassadors and everybody else.
That's right. Give me this opportunity to say that we are not against Uber. We are not against technology. What we are against is unlevel playing field. Once the Uber has the same rules and regulation what we as a taxi have, we have no problem with the Uber.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, I do have a question.
Sure, sir.
When you speak about equal playing field within the taxi industry and Uber, what do you really mean? Do you mean that the same bylaw that has to be adhered by all?
What do I mean by that, sir? Whatever rule is for the cab has to be same rule for anybody who is providing a service from point A to point B, whether it's a Uber or anybody else in the world. What we are supposed to charge, actually what's happening, if you allow UberX, you're putting the public at risk. The public, when it's snowy days, rainy days, and there's a shortage of cabs, I mean, you are putting public in such a position that either they pay 3 times or 4 times, or they don't have the service. That's what basically you will be doing by allowing different level of providing different level of service. So what I'm asking, whatever the rules and regulation is for the cab industry, for the industry who is transporting someone from point A to point B, it should be for everybody across the board, regardless of if they have technology, if they have a different app. That's not the point.
So when it comes to the regulatory framework that's within the report in relation to the equal playing field that you're referring to, is I just want to have a clear indication from the industry that what do you mean with that?
What do I mean by is that look, it's been almost 15 years that we have a taxi review, and we have this many bylaws for the taxi, whereas someone has zero bylaws. They are not abide by with even a single bylaw. You need to provide, and they both are providing the same service. They're taking from passenger point A to point B, but one is abide by with all the rules and regulation, one has no rules. So bring everybody on page. If you want to lower some of your rules and regulation for cab taxi, well and good, but bring this up to make this level. And once you have a level playing field, UberX is not in the picture. UberX is in the picture since you have a two set of rules, and that's what the taxi industry doesn't want.
Is the industry against these new applications, this new technology that it's being used either by Uber, Lyft?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not, and that's not the case. And that's, if you look in the existing brokerages, they have these apps, essentially the same app, they are providing the same service to the public. So we are not against the technology. We are not against any other. We welcome this service which has been provided to the public. But at the same time, we do not want the public will be charged just because having an app, they will be charged 7 times. Other day, I got one of the drivers showed me a receipt from the Uber. The ride from here to Richmond Hill was $73, and the customer was charged $366. It's your responsibility to provide, to protect. It's your responsibility to protect the public, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order, privilege, something or other.
I didn't get. What's your point? Point of something.
I've been approached by an Uber rider client that wishes to speak and is not being allowed to speak. So, in fairness, as I would do with anyone else, I'd ask that we allow that one individual who's approached me to be able to speak.
Councillor Mamaliri, on that one is we did pass a set of motions early this morning asking anyone in this chamber that wanted to speak just to go to committee two on the second floor. And as a result, if you allow me, as a result, the numbers from 143 deputants has increased to 182 at the moment. So those are the numbers that we have. And
so I'd like to move a motion to allow the gentleman that's approached me to approach the clerk and to be allowed to speak. He is an Uber client and he wishes to speak, and I'd like to hear him. All the Uber drivers seem to have disappeared here today for some reason, so I'd like to hear from a few of them. I'd like to ask some questions.
It's up to the committee.
Yeah, I'm going to move a motion.
Mr. Mughal, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks, the committee.
It's just with this. So, on your point, Councilman Muliri, that recommendation number 1 that was passed will have to be amended, and we'll have to do that, and that will be before the committee. So it's to be up to the committee to decide. Yes, so we can. So we'll have to make that amendment of recommendation number 1, and I will entertain that recommendation within the next few minutes, and to allow the clerk to work on it. Okay? So to allow Councilor Mamouli's motion. All those in favor? Against? Thank you.
Maybe the gentleman can make his way and talk to the clerk at the front here and introduce himself. If that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
No, that would be, his name would be, or her name would be added to the list. But we do have a list that we have to follow up. Okay, we'll continue with the list. The next one is Amarjit Chabra. Amarjit. Reza Hossein. Reza. Number 27. Number 28, Adex Adegvit. Adex.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Everybody. Chairman, Mr. Chairman and the Councillor, good afternoon. There's 2 points I want the committee member have to look at. There's 2 things. When we came, most of the car drivers are immigrants. If the Uber is around during the time that all the car drivers came here, they will do the same thing. We want to do the same thing, it's only that we are bound by the law. That is the reason why we are all have to go by the rule and the regulation. I never see this thing happen in third world country. What they call it, Uber S is a third world country system. Is a third world country system. No regulation. That you can do wherever you want. I'm from Nigeria. You can look at somebody's face and say, "I'm not taking you," or reject or cancel. You have to let the public know what they're going through, what is going to happen if you allow Uber to be operating. It's a danger. It's very, very dangerous. We came here for better life because it's Western world. And we are ready to follow the system. We've been here for at least, look at my fellow Nigerian. He came here 15 months ago. He has not even known Etobicoke. Talk of North York. He doesn't know anywhere in any part of the city, and he's driving Uber. And I've seen another person in my community being here for just 6 months, and he's driving Uber. What did he know about Toronto? What did the guy know about the Toronto? Before you can be a car driver, you know what it has what to take. To learn the city, learn the bylaws, safety and defense, all those things included. So cab school, you want to be a car driver, go to cab school. I've never seen where you can operate. Can I be a journalist without going to school of journalists? Or be a lawyer without going to law school? Or be a doctor without going to the school of medicine? It's not possible. We come to this country as an immigrant and we follow law, we abide by law, we do what is right, and suddenly somebody just comes from nowhere, all over the world, people are killing each other because of this system. I don't think something that we have to wear for democratic system, we have to allow them to talk, because they don't even supposed to sit down and sit there because they don't pay tax. So we are following the law. And I don't see where anybody that is righteous have to be be punished. We are being punished by doing the right thing. Our family, our children, our children, our mom are in danger of losing this money every day and night.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Thanks so much for your presentation.
Thank you. I'm a champion.
Next deputant. We have Mohammed Ejazbat. And I'm going to call the next five: Latif Gower, Anna Luis, Saeed Ali Javid, Sama Moini, next deputant, please come forward. To the mic, sir. And please state your name, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. My name is Latif Gaur. I'm the owner of TTL Plate. The last 3 years that we spent, and you have issued 290 plates, and all of us, the 290 people, invested about $24 million last year. It's the highest cost of any taxi business. Nobody spends that kind of money to come into this business. And you're planning to issue 100 more plates. I don't know how you're going to explain to them that you have to spend $60,000 on those vehicles and compete with Uber, which is spending nothing. Okay? My next point is, I have a question for all Uber drivers. I would just want 5 hands in the air. You have called your insurance company, and you told them you're driving UberX, and they gave you green light to do so. And you're fully covered. I want to see 1 hand, please. I beg you. Okay. 0. Just 1. All right. Anyway. And one more news to you guys. Uber guys, your captain, he has left the ship. He's gone.
Please speak through the chair.
He's gone. He doesn't want to talk. This is the biggest stage. If I was running UberX, I would stand here, represent my people, and speak and make a point. I wouldn't let these naive, innocent drivers to take the heat for them so they can make 20% and make billions of dollars and suck out the money from this economy, and don't come here, represent their case, and take any kind of questions from you guys. Okay? In the meantime, their captain has left the ship, and our captain is trying to sink our ship. If you know what I mean. That's all I have to say.
Members of the public, once again, under the council procedures, you cannot disrupt this meeting. That's becoming disruptive. I ask you,
Mr. Matlow, not a question from you today.
The committee's proceedings and to act appropriately.
That's all I have to say.
Any questions to the deputant? We have questions from you.
You do?
Councilor Mamoulieri, please go ahead.
Well, you had asked for 5 hands. There was a lot more than 5 hands at the beginning of this meeting, but there's only a few with the Uber shirts on now. It's my understanding that those with shirts on were actually offered a free shirt and a Tim's card to come down here today from Uber.
Absolutely.
Are you aware of that? That they were here for their free shirt and a Tim's card to come down and depute?
Nothing about Uber shocks me. Absolutely nothing.
Just asking if you're aware of it. That's
I was aware of it, sir, and there's a lot of things that they do I'm aware of. And I think the council should be aware of what they're doing. It boggles my mind that the leader, the captain of the company, is not here speaking.
Well, he was up. He was doing an interview with the media.
Well, this is a different game right here in front of everybody.
Thank you. Next speaker. Ana Luis. Ana Luis, number 31. If not, the next one, Saeed Ali Javid. Sam Moini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Awesome.
Here we go again. Looks like where it's a never-ending story. I represent the Toronto Taxi Alliance. I'm the spokesperson for them. Also, I represent the fleet operators, also the taxi industry as a whole. The taxi industry cannot accept transportation network company licenses whatsoever. And the reason being is because it creates a two-tiered system which gives an outrageous advantage to Uber over us. We need one bylaw for all. We need one law for the city. We need drivers, taxi drivers, to make an affordable living, and we need to be fair to the city, and the public safety is at stake. Last year, and I wish Councillor McMahon was here because she was on the committee last year, we went through a 3-year review of the taxi industry. We went through a process where not everybody agreed, but we all obeyed the law. We're all law-obeying citizens, the taxi industry is. Uber came around, waited for our report to be over, let us battle it out, and then they came and laughed in the face of every single councillor, laughed in the face of city staff who I have tremendous respect for, and they said, you know what, these rules, they don't apply to us. We're going to break the law. We're going to break the law. We're going to undercut the taxi industry. We're going to operate in a way that's not on a level playing field with the taxi industry, and then force city council to make us make proper rules that benefit us and destroy the taxi industry. We will not allow this to happen. We can't allow this to happen. You have people who have been here for decades. We've been here for decades working. I was in diapers when I was in this industry. My dad used to pick me up with his taxi from school every day. We put our life's work into this industry. We're not just going to allow an illegal foreign company who comes in, not just the Highway Traffic Act, not just the bylaws of the city, but even federal laws. They break every single one of them. And what are we doing here? Why are we standing here? To benefit them, to make rules and regulations for them. Why do we have to do this? Why do we have to be here and stand here and ask City Council to protect us? We are law-abiding citizens. We shouldn't have to do that. They have laws to follow. They have not followed it for a year. They have not been charged. Now they started charging. And what does Uber say? We'll pay your bills. We'll pay your tickets. Continue breaking the law, Uber drivers. Continue doing it and break the law. And now we're going to be here and we're going to pay for you. So my question is
Sam,
this.
hold on for a second. No applauding, please. You can do this. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a fleet operator. I've seen the tears of my drivers. I've seen 40% of my fleet sitting in the parking lots while my drivers lose their jobs and UberX drivers who work only, and they, to their credit, they even admit it, that they have a 3-month turnover. We're replacing full-time cab drivers' jobs with part-time Uber drivers. So if they're telling you they're creating jobs, that's an out lie. So let's be real. Let's be real. We're not creating new jobs. We're replacing jobs. We're replacing hard-working people who are law-abiding with illegal people who are working part-time and breaking the law today. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Questions? Councilor Mamoulieri?
Sam, you've been before us in the past, and you have been an advocate for the industry and been privy, I think, to much of the negotiations and discussions that have gone here for the last number of years. Am I accurate?
Absolutely.
And those discussions have taken place with not only the politicians, but the city officials, the staff?
Absolutely.
Of which you said you have respect for?
Tremendous respect for.
What about the report that's in front of us, which was written by Toronto staff? Do you respect that report as well?
Well, you know, I'm standing here and I cannot accept a transportation network company license.
Let's-
That part of the report I cannot accept. With all due respect to city staff and everybody, they wrote a report. I can't, say where they're coming from. I don't know why they wrote the report.
But
and how-
you have been a part of the discussions. In fact, there was a discussion just a few weeks ago of which all of you were called into a room, was there not?
Yes.
You played a part in that discussion?
Which I've been in plenty
Metro
of
Hall.
Metro Hall? Yes, we were a part of that.
Okay,
discussion.
and city staff were there. They heard all of you speaking that day?
Yes, they did.
So tell me about whether or not you expected a report to come out written the way it is after those discussions.
Well, I was hoping the report would not come out like this. I was hoping that the report would be thoughtful to law-abiding citizens, which is the taxi industry. Uber is breaking the law every day, breaking every law from every level of government, and we are, in essence, saying, you know what? Just because they broke the law and undercut you guys, because you had the regulations put on you, you had to charge a certain amount. Uber had no regulations put on them by breaking the law.
Let's go back to the meeting a few weeks ago with
Right.
staff. Did anybody in your industry ask staff to write the report the way it's worded?
No, we didn't.
Did anybody from your industry warn them that if there wasn't a level playing field, that there'd be chaos in the city?
Well, people would be out of jobs. Livelihoods would be over. The taxi industry would be dead. Yes, we told them.
Well, I'm going to ask you the same question again, because you started out by saying it's staff that you respect. Do you respect the report that they just wrote to
I
City
do not.
Council?
No, I don't respect
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. Any other?
No further questions. Oh, no, Mr. Moini, one more question from Councillor Di Giorgio.
So my question is this. We do know that there are a lot of people in the public that, notwithstanding that they know that Uber and drivers are out there driving illegally. And my question is, really, that's the root of the problem. The root of the problem to controlling this Uber is that the people out there have to come to the realization that they themselves, the public, cannot condone anyone operating illegally. In other words, it's almost like adopting a policy of let's buy Canadian goods only because that's for the benefit of Canadians. Let's not buy foreign goods. And we do that. We sometimes say when you have to bid out a contract, take the people in Ontario first. Don't pick people out in Quebec. That may be unfair business practices. But we do that simply because the people from other provinces might be undercutting because they don't have to abide by the same rules. And so, at the end of the day, there is only one way to stop people operating illegally, and that's for Canadians or Torontonians to say, you know what, this company needs to be given a message. And we've got to stay away from taking Uber rides.
What's the question?
Notwithstanding that it's cheaper.
Question.
My question is...
What do you think of that?
My question is, what do you think beyond that can be put in place? What kind of controls can we put in place through the regulatory system that we have? What kind of controls can our regulation system put in place to have them abide by the rules?
Well, I'll tell you, Councillor, I appreciate your question. The main point that I think Mr. Sajid Mughal pointed out, you can have taxis and UberX together.
Right.
I told Ms. Cook that. I've told everybody that they cannot coincide with each other. Either you have one or the other. Because the taxi industry is regulated the way it is, and UberX is just a complete Wild West of the city, as our mayor would like to call it. The only thing that I can tell you regarding the public, and I know people, and some people that do take Uber, I've asked them, you can't expect the public to know the rules and regulation of our industry. I'm not expected to know their industry's rules and regulations. I ask people, they're like, oh, well, how can it be illegal? It's here. Everybody's using it. How can it be illegal? How is it? I didn't know they have no insurance, because people are not educated by it. I think it's the job of the city to educate the public, to make sure they understand that, listen, this car is uninsured. This car is not licensed. This car is, these drivers are not licensed. So if you're asking me what we can do, is educate the public, enforce our laws strictly. We have to make sure that the people who are driving for Uber know they're doing it illegally, and they have to be ticketed, and ticketed hard. They have to be fined heavily. Our city staff has started doing that.
Okay, I have two important questions, Mr. Chairman.
No,
If I
we
could
are,
just
we are,
ask-
we are done. I'm sorry, Councillor. Is Councillor Carichanis?
Thank you. Would you be able to assist me, please? Do you know of any unlicensed taxi cabs that are the police force is cracking down on?
Well, I know, well, one thing I can tell you is a lot of people have come to my garage and asked me to purchase my old taxis that are pulling off the road and I asked them why they needed this. They said because I want to put them as UberX vehicles.
Sorry, let me ask you the question again. Yeah. My question is, are you aware of the police force cracking down on unlicensed taxi cabs?
No, they're not doing that, no.
Is anybody reported to you that this is happening?
In Toronto?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. In the same time, is there police enforcement against regulated taxis? Are they stopped for violent infractions right now?
Every day.
So would you be able to tell me that they're still enforcing you, but they're not enforcing the other side?
Absolutely.
Could you be able to describe to me why you think that's happening?
Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know who's saying what. I don't know what's going on in the backgrounds. It's a hard question for me to answer.
I wrote to the chief, and the chief spokesperson says we're not going to waste our time with such minor HTA Act, HTA violation. So if they're cracking down on you, which is the same thing, HTA violation, Highway Traffic Act, why are they not cracking down on the others?
It's a very good question because I'll tell you the violations of the. 1 second, guys. 1 second. The violation.
What are they saying? Sorry,
I'm not gonna.
Okay.
The violations that the taxi industry, the tickets that I've seen from my drivers and myself that get, are very minor, such as you don't have a tariff card, or your post light doesn't work, or your rear bulb on your license plate is not working, which lights the license plate. I think what's more concerning.
Last question before I have to let you go. You think
that was your last question?
You think that's unfair to you?
Absolutely. Because, as I was saying, Councillor, one of the main things I wanted to say was, I think it's a very important issue that the Highway Traffic Act says that you have to have proper commercial insurance for the public. And I'm surprised that the chief would say that, because isn't insurance the most important thing? Isn't safety the most important thing of the public? Isn't that what we're here for? Isn't that why the taxi industry has regulations? And they're saying it's not important? It's a minor issue? I find that hard to believe.
Thank you. I do have, Sammy, I have a couple of questions. You spoke about the taxi industry review that took place,
yes,
and 4 years. Well, it started 4 years ago, and that was to deal with some of the inequities within the industry and to correct some of the wrongs from the past. And some of the things that transpired from that review, it had to do with consumer protection, health and safety issues, the accessibility issue, which was paramount to. We deal with the ambassador aspect and the well-being of the city. But one of the key questions from the industry was financial viability in terms of moving forward.
Right.
So can you just, what's your position on that at this point, given what's happening in relation to the review that took place last year?
Thank you for asking that question, Mr. Chair. I think Dr. Cooper was one of the people paid by the city as a third party to do that investigation. He did a study to say, how many taxis do we need in the city of Toronto? And he said himself that we're oversupplied in taxis. And that review just a year ago. Now what's happened is Uber has come into a market that's regulated and basically flooded the market. The taxi industry is on the verge of collapse. And when I say that, I'm not saying that just because I'm standing here today, because I live it every day. I see my driver's tears every day. I see my father's tears every day saying, what happened to our business here? What happened to this city? Why are they allowing an illegal company to operate the way they are and kill the financial viability of this industry? You're talking about 20,000 people that are connected to the taxi industry. They all have families. This is their businesses. Drivers need to have work on the street, and they don't. They go. My drivers tell me that they sit 4 or 5 hours without a fare in their car. You tell me how that financial viability will stand in this industry. That's why we're here. That's why we're telling you we're on the verge of collapse. That's why we're telling you this is the death of the taxi industry. Because it is. It's a fact, Mr. Chair. And at the end of the day, this company, foreign company from the United States, with all due respect to Mr. Schaefer and Mr. Black, who have zero experience in ground transportation, as they've been hired last year by Uber, we live it every day. We've been a part of it for decades. They're a foreign company, and they just want to come and suck every penny out of this industry and put it in their pockets. And these Uber drivers, and I'll tell you, these Uber drivers, you'll see their effects. Go look at California, where it's their base. Their drivers are revolting against them. They're protesting against them because they say they cannot make a living anymore, because they've flooded their markets with vehicles. They've added congestion to the city. The mayor of New York wanted to cap the number of cabs because of congestions. It's 6 kilometers, 6 miles an hour in New York now to get out on Manhattan. Why? Because of Uber. We all know this. We all know what's going to happen in the city. Uber drivers now might like it, but I'm telling you, in two years, you're going to see their effects and what negativity is going to come to the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next deputant, Mr. Goodes, he's not here due to an emergency, so he's going to be moved to the last. So we'll continue with Douglas Carroll, Jafar Mirsalari, Nawad Jalal, Hossein Khalili, and Amrik Singh. And the next batch, I'm going to call so you can get ready. Haley Steinhardt, Javid Wali, Peter Mandronis, Nick Arbinatakis, and Ayub Suleiman Khalil. Please, go ahead, state your name, please.
Okay, my name is Douglas Carroll. I'm here to say first off that I'm neither an Uber driver nor a taxi cab participant in any way. I'm just a plain old citizen of Toronto. I'm speaking entirely because I have a direction for the city that I believe will work out the best for everybody. So I have no vested interest at all in any side of the industry. A long time ago, I had an idea for a ride-sharing service. I never did it because I thought that the regulatory barriers would strangle it, essentially. I thought that it was almost like Uber. I designed a system with cell phones and GPS and you name it. I never went ahead with it because I'd also heard of something called AlloShare that the province decided should not operate because the bus companies objected, based on, pretty much the same sorts of insurance and maintenance kind of criteria and stuff. So they're not around anymore. The problem, the elephant in the room here that nobody seems to be really talking about is that in the long run we have an infrastructure and traffic problem in the city of Toronto with no way to address it. We have huge infrastructure expenditures on a scale of billions of dollars. The province is prepared to sell Ontario Hydro for the money to build roads. Most of the traffic on those roads is single-person vehicles at the present time. I mean, I lean over a Gardiner Railway and I look to see what's driving past. It's basically one person per car, and these vehicles are capable of carrying 4 or 5 people. It's a tremendous waste. So I'd like to talk about ride-sharing as one possible way for the city and the province to get out of a jam that we're all in. We're having ever-increasing traffic loads. Ride-sharing, as far as I can see, is our main way of sharing capital, collective capital, and rolling stock, and alleviating a traffic problem which is truly crushing our budgets at the moment, and is crushing the Ontario budget as well. Uber is an example of that. From what I understand, has got a lot of benefits. It seems to serve people well. I'm surprised they were able to enter the market, and it appears that the reason is that there was a large gap between the cost charged to the public for cab service versus what it actually costs to deliver that service. That gap is the reason that Uber has been able to come in at all. It's a large price gap in there, and that's where Uber's basis is found business. I guess, given the time, I'm going to have to move on. The cab business and the MLS, unfortunately, has caused some severe distortions in this business, and I do have to lay that at the door of the MLS itself. The cartel situation in which you have large pools of plates being owned by a few entities is one that keeps new entrants from coming in and providing the competition and the innovation that we need in the business. Basically, you're saying, well, obey the rules. The problem being that people can't even get into the system if they can't buy a plate. I would have to offer that at this point, the City of Toronto and Ontario should try and foster ride sharing, should try and clean up the insurance situation with some perhaps changes in the tinkering for the insurance laws to make ride sharing insurance possible. And you, the MLS, should equalize for freedom, not for restriction. In other words, level the playing field, but on terms which are more in the direction of Uber than the present terms, which are quite onerous for drivers.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Councilor James.
Sir,
thank you.
Sir, do you agree that everybody should carry the same insurance, commercial insurance, when they're driving and moving public along?
I believe that the rules that cover that insurance should be modified to make ride sharing feasible. And it's very important as a long-term social direction that ride sharing be made feasible. So whatever the current insurance issues are, I believe also, too, that the case of a ride-sharing vehicle is different than a cab. Similarly, it's different than a bus. So I think they're actually different situations.
So you want two set of rules?
No, I want one set of rules. It's more in the direction of Uber rather than in the direction of the current long-standing MLS rules, which I believe have been very harmful to the cab industry.
Do you believe that a vehicle should be 10 years old in taking passengers around?
I believe that a cab could be driven more in 2 years than an Uber could be driven in 10.
Can I ask, sir, do you believe that tomorrow we can have Uber Health, Uber doctors, Uber teachers?
I think that the general move towards sharing our resources and more efficiently using our capital is necessary to meet our environmental, social, and financial objectives.
Hold on a second here. Don't use big words. I got a simple mind. Do you want Uber teachers, yes or no?
I really don't understand the question. It doesn't make any sense, frankly.
Do you want Uber doctors?
Honestly, I just don't understand the question.
You don't understand the question?
Actually, I don't think it's a very good question.
Right. Well, I want to thank you, sir, for coming, and I want to thank the people that provided you the notes to speak to us. Thank you.
I wrote these notes myself, sir. And they're my personal opinion as a citizen of this city.
Thank you. Councilor Mamoliri.
So as a citizen of the city, which I do respect, you're suggesting that we take a different look, that we relax all the rules on the taxi industry.
Not all the rules. I believe that that the MLS should seek a regulatory rule only in the sense of providing, indeed, as you described, a level playing field, which is solely motivated by health and safety and quality of service. You could have max rates, for example, to deal with some of the excesses of Uber's floating system. I don't know. They do that to supply more vehicles. But at the same time, I think that having a cartel situation by limiting the availability of plates is bad for the cab community.
Would you advocate then that those that have
Point of order, Chair.
Stop my time, please.
Chair, I think that you might want to instruct the deputant that shouldn't be using the word cartel. I think that's offensive to some stakeholders within the industry. I don't think that's appropriate.
That's in order. Thank you. Please.
All right. I'll say large blocks of ownership under the control of a small number of entities. With hundreds of plates, for example. I mean, some people might have hundreds of plates in their stables. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
So you wouldn't have any objection to a system that says to all those that have invested over the years and
those people were hurt by MLS,
played by the rules, have
MLS
invested their livelihoods and invested what they have.
MLS should never have restricted plate issue.
Your comments would mean basically, who cares? You've lost everything because of this new system. Because you're a citizen of Toronto, after all, and you want to.
I don't think that protecting a situation where there's so much of a price gap that a new entrant can come in within a year and almost take over a market. That just tells you that you have a problem with your original system. The MLS has caused a problem here. The MLS should clean it up.
Let's talk about, as a citizen of Toronto, then, the income that comes out of the system itself, because we actually make money as a city off of the backs of.
Indeed, you do.
So if we were to reverse it and relax it and not charge the fees that we're currently charging them, where would the money come from the City of Toronto? Would we find it somewhere else? Would we raise taxes to
The problem is that my taxes are going to go up for infrastructure spending if ride sharing isn't implemented. Right now, billions are going to be spent because ride sharing hasn't been implemented. It's the only way to get out of the infrastructure spending. That's on a scale of billions instead of a few million.
Okay, so the answer to my question is that you'd be prepared to pay more taxes?
No, I'm trying to avoid paying more
offset
taxes
with your
by
sa-
implementing ride sharing.
Well,
Thank you. That was the last
I asked
question.
you if you're prepared to
Councilman
go
Malidi, last question.
the opposite way, and you said yes, which would mean we'd have to find the money somewhere. You didn't answer my question.
What I said was that the infrastructure cost is going to be so high that by comparison, the amount of money, the few million you're talking about for licensing, is really small amounts of money. You should look to the large picture.
So you'd want
Next
property tax
speaker.
increases.
We're moving to the next speaker now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we just, anyone who continues with the clapping, just please remove them. Security, just make sure that anyone else who does that. Please, over there. Next speaker is
Hillel Goodes.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I cannot go on like this. Can you stop my typing, Mr. Chairman?
That's just get him out. Councilman Muliri, I'm playing very fair.
Chairman, I don't believe it's actually very fair. You kick somebody out for less than what that gentleman has done over the last few minutes, and you're letting him sit there after a disruption, after you've warned
Sergeant
people
of Arms
already.
knows what they are doing at
Somebody
this point.
cracks a joke about the mayor, and you kick him out. This guy's been heckling for a number of minutes now, and he's still sitting there.
Security is doing their job right now. Sorry, sir. Please go ahead. Order, please.
Out. Out. No, you.
He's telling me, sir, he's telling me to F off. I'm getting no books.
Yeah.
Where's your operating? Just telling me you.
I pay
He's
taxes.
telling me to F off, and I'm letting go.
I pay my taxes and fees.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, you're telling me to get out.
I pay my taxes and fees.
You pay your taxes, I pay my taxes too. And I don't appreciate your words like this when you're sitting on that chair.
Mr. Chair, can we start the clock again, please?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, councilors. My name is Hillel.
Okay. Please, I'm going to restart your time. Please, go ahead.
My name is Hillel Goodes. I'm a TTL owner-operator. Gentlemen and ladies, for the last 3 years, this industry has been assaulted and raped. Yes, Ms. Cook, raped. I know you don't like this word, okay? I saw the email exchange. I repeat it, raped. And you can send me an email. My name is not Jerry Manley. I will not respond to your email. Anyways, I want to touch on a couple of things here. First of all, the meter reduction. I don't understand where this is coming from. Where is the logic for the meter reduction? I hear that it's to allow us to compete with Uber. We cannot compete with Uber. Uber will eat us alive. Do we want to go into a bidding war with Uber? No, we cannot do that because they are in a position that they can lower the prices again and again and again. It just does make no sense. This $1 reduction will not make a dent.
Excuse me, I'm going to stop you. You've been using unparliamentary language against city staff.
No, I would
And
not. No,
please refrain from doing that. I will not tolerate that. The procedure rules are very clear, and there has been some comments that I will ask city staff to speak on that.
Mr. Chairman, I hope
what you are referring to is not acceptable in these chambers. So I'm just warning you.
I hope you stop.
Please apologize for it.
I will in a second. I hope you stop the time when you're having this exchange with me, because otherwise it wouldn't be fair to my submissions, okay? I made a general comment. I didn't accuse anybody in person. I'm saying this industry was assaulted and raped. I don't think I need to apologize for such a comment. It was not meant directed to a certain person. What I referred to...
I will stop your time right now, and I'm going to ask city staff, the executive director of Municipal Licensing Standards, to speak on all these comments that are hurting your reputation. Please.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Chair. Clearly, there's been an interest to hear from me in respect to a number of issues related to this report. Started this morning with reference to the city staff, which we all know is myself, changing my mind, being hypocritical, or picking a fight with business. I would just like to take the opportunity to clarify my role.
Mr. Chairman.
I would like to take the opportunity to clarify my role.
Councilman Molina, I will entertain your point of order. Now the floor is with the executive director.
I would just
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, that comes before anything else in the procedural bylaw.
Your point of order.
My point of order is you've recognized her to deal with a particular comment perhaps that was made by a deputant. If she's going to reply to my references that I made earlier, then I have the ability to ask her questions now. And that's what I would hold firm to. If she's going to reply to the deputant and the comments that he made, so be it. But if you're going to allow her to respond to anything that I've asked in the way of motive, then I have the right to ask her questions.
It's my ruling, Councillor Mamoliri, to let the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing Standards to speak at this point.
On what issue?
Given some of those comments that have been made.
By who?
So I'll solve the issue, Mr. Chair. I will respond to the matter that was raised by the deputant and the use of the language rape. He's referring to an email exchange I had with another member of the industry who has constantly used that reference. I have found it offensive. I found it offensive in the interest of my staff. So all I ask is that the appropriate level of parliamentary language be used, and I do not have my name referenced in the context of raping the taxi industry. And I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's consider the matter closed, Mr. Chairman, okay? She knows what I'm referring to. It's a private matter. Let's go on with the business.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. She is the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards. Thank you.
Anyways.
I'm going to ask all the deputants that every time that you make a reference, speak through the chair and don't make any reference to city staff in any way whatsoever. Are we clear with that?
Yes, we are clear.
Thank you.
I thought when this reform started 3 years ago, one of the main objectives of the reforms was to end up, no matter in the future and how many years in the future, with one type of license. Here we are, and staff is proposing now a new type of license called private vehicle for hire, or I forget the terminology. You know, I don't know. And Councilor Mamoliti, I think earlier this morning you asked a deputant what his opinion was, why was a change in the direction from staff from last November. I think it's very simple, okay? At least within the taxi industry in Toronto, the main reason is the mayor, okay? That's what we feel, okay? And I don't blame, I gotta be careful here, I don't blame whoever, is in staff, because if I were in that position, I wouldn't go against the mayor also. At least I don't think so, okay? So we attribute that reason, the mayor, for the change of course. Now, the 100 new TTL, in attachment 1 of the executive
Your time is
director...
up, sir.
What's that?
Your time is up. Any questions? Councilor Mamoliri, please go ahead.
My questions earlier were accurate. I wanted to know what the difference was between a certain time frame, given the fact that this report speaks completely opposite to what staff were saying just a few months ago.
I think, personally...
Now, I, for one, have not heard from the mayor on this at all, so I need to be made that very sorry.
Point of order.
I'm getting disrupted yet again. I can't say two words with anybody without anybody standing up and interrupting.
Is that the point of
Can
order?
you please bring back my time at least to 15 seconds, 20 seconds? Thanks.
Mr. Chair, as I said earlier, according to our procedural bylaws, when the chair or a member considers that a member has either indirectly or directly questioned the integrity of a city official, permitting the city official to make a statement to council or committee. And I just want to remind you that it doesn't have to be this moment, but when Ms. Cook would like that opportunity, I just want to reserve her right to be able to stand and make her position clear.
Thank you, Councilor Marlowe. That's your point of order is well taken, and I will allow that. Thank you. And Councilor Muliri, you have an additional 15 seconds on top of that. Please go ahead.
So I just need to make it clear that the mayor has not made any issue with me anyway, favoring one or the other. Okay, I need to make that clear. But it's odd to me that the City of Toronto led the charge and made statements in council. I even have it on video. Okay, and now the report speaks of a completely different scenario. All right, I just need, for me, making a comment about whether it's a politician or not is one thing, but I'd like to know more in detail. Why? What's the difference between 9 months ago and now?
I can't give you details because I'm not privy to their meetings and their consultation and their decision-making process.
Were you at Metro Hall for
sorry?
that meeting? Were you at Metro Hall for that meeting?
No, I wasn't. I was out of the country. However, the mayor is in public, in the media, keeps saying that Uber is here to stay. That's how the whole thing started, okay? Now, there's actually, in my opinion, to answer your question, two reasons to the change of this course. One is the mayor. The second one, apparently, a staff commissioned a consultant, hired a consultant firm to do a public poll or survey. What's the public thinks of Uber? I don't know how much money they spend. It's not my business, but, you know, this is ridiculous. Because if you go to the public, I'm going to be facetious here a little bit, okay? If you go to the public and offer them a rickshaw service for free, they'll say, hooray! They'll say, yes, we want it. Anything that is less money, anything that is for free, the public will vote for. For that, you're going to spend $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 to take a survey of 119 pages. I'm sorry, that's beyond my comprehension. Okay.
Thank you. That was your last question and answer. Councilor Di Giorgio, you're next.
Hypothetical question, because this is a very difficult issue to come to grips with. There are roughly 5,000 standard plate holders, or license plate holders.
Yes.
Would you agree?
Altogether.
Altogether. If the city was to say, for every standard plate that someone in the industry owns, we're going to give them 9 more, so that they get 10 plates. And all you need to do for those 10 plates is hire people with their own car that are willing to drive for you.
Can we have a hypothetical
My question then is, what kind of an impact do you think that would have on the industry? Just take Uber right out of this equation.
That basically boils to one word, deregulation. Do we want deregulation? Then let's stand up, let staff stand up and say we want to deregulate the industry. And the court has ruled many, many times, the city can do whatever they want, okay? I tell you what, two things.
No, my point is, would the quality of service go up?
No, the quality of service will go down. And the reason for that, because, for example, I will sell my plate, I will go underground. I will go and drive without a license.
I'm giving you 10 instead of 1.
You're giving me
10
personally?
Yeah. Yes.
But there's no value in it. There's no drivers. There will be no drivers.
Of course, Uber says there are people crying to drive. and they're operating with their car.
I cannot afford to set up an operation like Uber, Councillor. I cannot that. If you give me 10 plates, what am I going to do then? Talk to the fleet garages. They have 10, 20, 30, 40 cars. 30% of them at least are parked because there's no drivers. They all went to drive for Uber.
Thank you.
I pay, just to finish the question, the answer to Councillor Di Giorgio, I pay $8,200 in insurance.
Next speaker.
My vehicle is $55,000, $60,000, including the leasing fees. How can I compete?
Is Councillor Karygiannis, you have a question.
Again, we didn't allow you to speak. Take my 2 minutes and finish your speech.
I can't hear you.
We were speaking, you were speaking, and you were cut off. I'll give you my 2 minutes of questions to finish your speech.
Okay. So basically, the last point I think I want to make is...
What's your question, Councillor? We don't allow on the
Chair, I've asked him to finish his speech. That was my question. No, I've asked him if he had anything else to say, and the man is taking that opportunity. Here's my question, Chair.
No, we have 3 minutes that he was allowed.
Chair, my question to the deputant is, do you have anything else to state? Valid question. Unless you want to rule it out of order.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be 15 seconds, I promise you. Okay, I'll be 15 seconds, okay? In the report, staff list cities, a list of cities, many cities, mainly in the US, where Uber were legalized. Very few were they operating not legal. It is strange to me that there are 2 cities in Canada that banned Uber, and they are not mentioned in the report. Vancouver, and I believe in Alberta, either Calgary or Edmonton, one of these. Okay? They're not mentioned in the report. Now, if I would be a councillor, I would be upset about that. But I leave that to you guys. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Jafar Mirsalari.
Good day to all. My name is Jafar Mirsalari. I am an ambassador, owner, operator, and I've been in the taxi industry for 29 years. Before I go ahead with my deputation, I would like to refer some articles and headlines to the member of the committee, the chair, the city staff, and the member of public, which is about Uber here and abroad. The first and the most recent one I heard and I saw on the news on Tuesday at 11 p.m. A Guelph police officer pulled over a 55-year-old man, 50, an UberX driver with a Highway Traffic Act violation for picking up illegal passengers. My question is, do we have a separate set of Highway Traffic Act in Toronto? Do we have a different set of policies here? The second is the class action lawsuit that has been filed in the state of California, which has been approved by the Supreme Court of the United States, as stated on Fortune.com on September 2nd, 2015. I would like to begin my deputation with a headline from an article found on thewalrus.ca that was published in September 2015, Uber versus taxis. One must die for the other to live. Enough has been said and heard about Uber and UberX. Here we are today creating a system called coexistence. In other words, the taxi and UberX under the same regulations, something contrary to some politicians' promises who claim that they have solutions for traffic and pollution in our city. I'm not referring to the illegality of UberX, such as being unlicensed, uninsured, and unregulated. I'm talking about 10,000 private cars that have been added to our city's traffic, as it mentioned in the MLS report After those recommendations, you can see it there. In addition to 5,000 and so on, or maybe 5,500 taxis that we already have, plus 100 more taxi cab licenses, TTL, to be issued in November, we are talking about approximately 16,000 vehicles looking for fares on the city streets. Is this the city's, if this city need more taxis and the updated technology to operate them, we already have the technology, such as the Beck Taxi app, which allow customers to book in the ride, to book the ride.
Please wrap up.
Time's up?
The time's up, thank you.
Four lines left. Can I read it? Okay. Can I read I have 4 lines left. Can I read it?
Yeah, we have some questions for you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
go ahead.
Councilor Karichanis.
Sure. Yeah, as I said, I have 4 more lines left on my deputation, and then I submitted to the staff here to look at it. So I was talking about the Beck Taxi app, which allows the customer to book their ride, pay on the app, even through PayPal, and also track where the driver is. We have thousands of licensed drivers on the waiting list, waiting to invest and to be committed to the taxi industry. I can recall during the previous taxi review, the City of Toronto has hired a group of researchers to study our industry and the economic aspects of the taxi business in Toronto. Based on their study, in the present, we have enough licensed taxi cab in Toronto. However, an increase in population results in a demand for taxi cab, or more taxi cab, I should say. So, where do you stand now? Back in March 2015, you were here to protect the value of the plate and owner's investments. My question for the committee is the coexistence of taxi cab licenses and UberX really is the best solution for you to have availability, for you that you have available for the city? As the Walrus.ca, the headline stated, one must die for others to live, and we are the one who's going to stay alive. Uber is going to die.
Thank you, Mr. Michelari. Next speaker.
Any more questions?
Nawad Jalal. Good afternoon, sir. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Naved Jalal, and in limited time, I will try to express my views. I bought my plate almost 2 years ago. The plate cost me almost 20 years of my life. I also sold the jewelry of my wife. I still have to pay money to the bank. As everybody knows, business is the meaning of profit and loss. Whenever you start the business, he or she knows the rules and regulation of the business. After that, they start the business. If someone come in the market and destroy all the rules and regulations, all the rules, and reject, then it hurts those small businessmen like who just started. Think about any sport like soccer. In 1.5 hour of game, there are some rules and regulation behind it. If any player disobey, then he will get punished in the form of yellow and red card. If continuously you do that, the referee will ban for this player rest of his life. Think about Uber. They don't follow any single rule. Please ban this company or make strict laws like that any order came from. How you can restrict them? Just make the rules. When you give that police give the tickets to the Uber driver, it means something is wrong. Close those servers, those computers where the order is coming from. Why are you giving the tickets for them? What is the reason behind that? Sir, madam, we eat bread every day. Even the bread is so big. If everybody want to eat the same bread, then who will fill the stomach at the end of the day? Remember, we put money in it. We buy the bread. Uber eating the bread free. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Janis.
Thank you. Sir, what is your sense of the report? Do you think that this report speaks to the spirit of the motion that was put forward, that would look at a level playing field, or do you think we're creating two level fields?
It's not acceptable, sir, at any cost, at any way. If you don't know, we drive the cab every day. How we lose the fare? We sit on the Union Station, maybe 10 or 12 drivers, and we're waiting for the customer. And the customer, that's a flag, is standing in front of us, and we know that that's a flag. He just use the Uber, and the guy come in a private car and take the fare. What do you think? This right? Why I spend this money? Why I spend the money?
Do you have a camera in your car?
Yes, I have a camera. I have everything.
Do you have a light in the back of the car that alerts the police?
Yes, I have.
What did that cost you to install, sir?
I don't understand, sir.
What was the cost in order to put the camera in the light?
Altogether around $3,000, sir.
$3,000. You pay annual fees?
Yes.
How much?
I have to pay my license fee, and I have to pay $1,200 to keep my cab.
$1,200 for the licensing fee, or
$1,200 if I keep the plate. I have to pay $1,200 to the city.
So you
on the top of it, I have to pay the.
$1,247. So you pay something like $100 a month to keep the plate, and how much is your insurance per month?
$100. On top of it, I had to pay the license fee, and I have.
How much is your insurance?
It's around $900 per month.
Altogether, I would say to you, you have to pay $1,500 in order to put your cab on the road.
Yes, almost.
Okay. So therefore, we, the City of Toronto, impounds on you $1,400. Well, this new regulation will allow Ubers to go on for paying.
Thank you, Councilor Karjanis.
Yes. That's hurting attitude for those guys, We are hurt, What we have to say, waiting for you to do, come by with strict rules and regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Councilor Mamlidi.
Would you agree that if councillors that sit around this table were able to put in their motions, just to ask if anybody still wants to depute after we move our motions, if people know that we hold a particular view on this? Do you think most people will want to carry out the rest of the day and night deputing on this?
Oh, for what? For the UberX? I don't understand. What you said.
I'm just asking if you would agree if councillors were just to throw our motions in.
Yes,
and
definitely.
See whether or not people still want to depute after they know exactly what we want to vote on.
Yes, sir.
You think most people would just say they don't want to depute?
Yes, most of the people, yes.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask yet again to give us an opportunity to move our motions and to see how many people actually want to depute afterwards?
The answer is a definite no. I already made
Mr.
my
Chairman,
ruling on
we're gonna
that,
be here till
and
midnight
we have to
unless
keep
we
on
do
moving
that.
on it. Okay.
Sir, I want to say one thing. If you want, I will say one thing. One thing, sir. One sentence I want to say. Sir, just think about farmer build their crops in the farms. Whenever they finish, they bring their crops in front of the St. Lawrence market and they want to sell it. City allow that? No way. Why they are allowing those people 13,000 cabs all the time on the road? That's why we are not making money. We make 100%. Now we're making 50%. What's going to happen? Just see. Go to the Uber office every day. They take the cabs. They're registering. Someone is giving them a sweets free. They're still not stopping now. When you go for the motion. Thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move a motion again. It'll be different than the last one, so I'm allowed to move it, I hope. That both Councillor Karygiannis and myself are able to move our motions at this particular part of the meeting. and then ask to see if the deputants still want to continue deputing,
Council,
one by one.
Councilman Molidi, I made my ruling and I'm not going back to
Can I
that.
move the
Now,
motion?
to the public, to the audience.
I just moved the
If
motion.
any one of you wants to forego your rights in terms of speaking, is your choice. When I call you, if you don't want to speak, that's fine, and we can move. That will be,
I moved the motion.
so that will be the outcome. If you don't want to speak, that's your right.
I moved the
So-
motion, Mr. Chairman. In an effort to try to stop us from working until midnight tonight, I've moved a motion.
Have
It's a
already
different
ruled
motion.
on it.
It's a different
and,
motion.
And that's out of order,
It's a
Councilman
different
Molidi.
motion. It's a different motion. It's not the same as the one I moved this morning.
It has the same merit and the outcome is the same. So
Challenge the chair.
The chair has been challenged. No debates on it. Those in favor to uphold the ruling of the chair. In favor? 3 against? Thank you. Let's continue with it.
You gotta get to Georgia, man.
I'm going to try again later.
The next deputant. Please state your name and proceed.
My name is Hussein. I've been in this business for 18 years. 3 years ago, I don't know exactly what the time was, Uber came to this city. They misled the public by telling them that we have our car are insured, don't worry about anything. They misled their drivers as well. Most of the guys who are driving for the Uber, they have no clue what the definition of independent contractor is. If they realize what the definition of independent contractor is, they would stop driving for the Uber, because by being an independent contractor, Uber has no responsibility if something happens to them. And they are talking about the respect for the public. They have no respect for nobody. If I show somebody a finger and somebody take my picture and send it to MLS, they're going to grill me. I have pictures from the Uber drivers here that are showing fingers. That's the type of service they provide to the public. And they are stealing from our pockets and they are humiliating us. The guy was here. I'm 67 years old. I'm not a cabbie. What's wrong with the cabbie? We are working our asses off, making a living, and these guys are laughing at us, paying no fees, and nothing, and taking the bread out of our pockets and money. Who is going to pay my bills? I asked you one question. 3 months ago, you all agreed that the Uber has been operating out of the box and should be enforced. MLS gave them some ticket. Police force, no action, and they are still laughing at us and enjoying the billions of dollars. What's going wrong? What is happening in this city? And now you are talking about 1,300 new plates. Last year, City of Toronto MLS 2 years ago came up with a report that we don't need any more plates until 10 next years. How in the heck now you are introducing 1,300 new plates? Let me ask you a question. If you put a questionnaire on the city website about distributing the liquor, you like liquor, alcohol, and booze and beer. Okay, choices that you have. Ask public. You can LCBOs, beer stores, delivery from LCBO, delivery from liquor store, corner store, or unlimited purchase from the duty-free shop. Everybody likes that because it's cheap and convenient. What about the LCBO personnel? What about our 5,000 taxi drivers in the city? Have you thought about that?
Thank you, sir. Questions? Please.
Sir?
Yes, sir.
I understand the passion and I understand the frustration that you're facing. And certainly, I understand that the spirit of the motion that was seconded by Mayor Tory is not that it's not what's in here in front of us today. In here in front of us today is that you want a level playing field. Can you please describe to me the report that is here? How do you feel that is an unfair playing field?
Because, you know, instead of evaluating the whole system, you are evaluating one element of the system. And that one element about Uber, people liked it because it's fast and convenient and cheap. And that is wrong. It should be a systematic approach to the system. And as a result of that, you know, I totally disagree for regulating Ubers, because by regulating Ubers, we're going to have 1,300 more cabs on the road in the name of Uber, or in the name of whatever you want to call it. And if you let them go, in 6 months from now, we're going to have Uber Go Train, we're going to have Uber Go Train, we're going to have Uber Marine, we're going to have Uber Express buses Sunday morning and late at night, we're going to have Uber trains, we're going to have Uber plane, as you said, we're going to have Uber doctors and teachers. And maybe we're going to have an Uber City Hall.
Now, Uber City Hall,
last warning.
Uber counselors, and Uber mayor.
Jim, as I told you,
I will have the chambers clear if once again we have this interruption. I will not hesitate, and I mean it. Do it again, and this chamber is going to be totally clear. So please behave accordingly.
Can I answer the question?
You are done, sir.
If you recall, 2 weeks ago...
You are done, sir. Thank you. The next speaker, we are done.
No, question. I have a question of the deputy.
You got a question?
I have a question.
Go ahead. I'll be watching you.
You've been watching me the whole meeting, and the meeting before that, and the meeting before that.
And I will continue to do that.
And I will continue to be myself. Nobody's going to change me.
Chair, on a point of order, can I please have an explanation as to what you were saying that you're watching him? I think it's very important for me to understand.
We have procedural bylaws that we have to abide by, and you know them well, as I do and everybody else.
So you are of the opinion that this particular report that suggests to bring Uber into the fray, so to speak, shouldn't be recommending that at all?
It should have been recommended at all.
Then I beg to just ask you the question, because I don't disagree with you at all. However, there was a court challenge, and there was a statement by the court, and I think a part of the report, in fairness to staff, tries to deal with what the courts want the City of Toronto to look at and do. How do you deal with that?
Okay, as a brokerage, they're more than welcome. We have nothing against being active in Toronto, not as an Uber X, as a brokerage, because as a brokerage, they're going to hire exist. I will join them myself, but I doubt that I like to pay 20% for the fare I get. But as long as they are acting as a brokerage, they are hiring licensed taxi cabs and licensed drivers. I have no problem with that.
Thank you.
Councillor Di Giorgio, please go ahead.
Yeah, but he's not there.
Yes, sir.
I just want to pick up on that comment that you said, I have no problem if licensed taxi cabs drive for Uber. Is that correct?
That's as a brokerage. If you accept them as a brokerage, they have to go to registration and blah, 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 blah. I probably join them if they reduce the fee for 20%, because they are, in that case, they cannot use private cars as a taxi. In that case, they have to hire licensed taxis with licensed drivers.
Here's what really this is about, okay? If the city were to turn around tomorrow and issue an ambassador license plate to all those illegal drivers, Uber's operating as a brokerage. The point is, hang on, the point is, the question I have for you is, who should control the issuance of license plates? Uber or the city?
City.
Thank you.
But Uber is dictating you what to do.
That's right, I know.
You might want just to advise them, their people just to shut up already. I'm going to clear the change. It's already a made a decision. Thank you. Thank you. We'll move to the next deputant. Please go ahead.
Haley Steinhardt, hi. A quote from the 1998 review: the issuance of new licenses should not merely grow the industry, but also grow it in a way that promotes the health of the industry. And I think in mind was also the health of the city. In terms of moving vehicles, there's particulate matter sent out in the form of pollution, and to know the numbers of these vehicles on the road makes sense. It's actually legal to do carpooling in Ontario, but my understanding is in the legislation it's only on a cost recovery model, so you can't make profit from carpooling. So neither is Uber an apple nor an orange, depending which forum they're talking about in terms of legislation. And I'd like to see the MLS look at things like the IATR has some model regulations. I don't know what it stands for, something about international transportation. If we can build on some of the international ideas, we may not have to spend as much time developing certain legislation to protect the taxi industry that we love so much. I know in 2012, Gerald Manley made a recommendation to streamline life of vehicle checks in 2012, and we developed a lot of momentum in the taxi review to deal with some of the smaller issues, but they've been pushed to the side, and I'd like to see some of these good ideas make it through to improve on our industry. This is an advertisement that Uber used on Facebook. It's my understanding, according to the bylaws, that you're not supposed to be able to market, you're not supposed to be able to offer free rides, you don't send pretty girls to offer free weekends of shopping on free transport for Uber to get people involved. So a level playing field might mean loosening regulations. It might also mean allowing more creative marketing if that's the way we want to go for safety. On Bay Street 2 weeks ago, not word of a lie, I saw a non-licensed cab unloading a lady on the traffic side of the street rather than the sidewalk. He then unloaded her walker, and so she went to the sidewalk, and then the driver went with her walker there, and I'm not sure what would have prevented them from unloading, but I can tell you training is important. In the Ipsos survey, some said training isn't important. With those 17 days of training I took as a taxi driver, I know not to unload people into traffic. I also know not to stop on Bay Street where I'm not supposed to stop to do that, and thank God it was a week before the glass came tumbling down, or it would have been an interesting test case about Uber's insurance coverage. I think 1 in 6 taxis should be accessible as soon as possible. That's 16%. It would be great if we can solve some of these issues that plague us in terms of labor and work days and all that sort of things, and pledge as an industry to make 16% accessible. We would look great in terms of being proactive on that. I'm sorry that the legislation by any means was not sufficient to protect our industry, but I'm grateful to MLS for attempting to do that.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Thanks so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Next deputant, and I'm going to call the next 5. Javid Wali, Peter Mandronis, Nick Arbanitakis, Ayub Sulaiman Kail, and Maktour Hamed.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Javid Wali, and I'm speaking on behalf of 64 fleet operators. Staff come with 9 recommendations. We come with 9 requests. But before getting to those requests, I want to touch on Transportation Network Company, TNC. Can you please replace this word by deregulation? It's a big word. You guys playing with words. It's a deregulation. TNC license will bankrupt $1 billion industry, will put 10,000 taxi drivers out of job, and I wonder if the city and mayor will provide letter of termination of employment to these 10,000 plus drivers so they can apply for social assistance. Now, respected councillors, the 9 requests we have. Today, you should support the existing proven record taxi industry instead of an illegal company who is facing lawsuits and riots all over the world. Today, worldwide protest against Uber is the prime example. Number 2, today you should support law-obeying, hard-working taxi driver instead of a company who break all city, province, and federal law. Number 3, today you should support the taxpayer of the country instead of company who does not pay any taxes and cheat our tax system. Number 4, today you should support the small businesses instead of an offshore underground economy. Number 5, today you should support the legal license that you issue instead of issuing a license to an illegal company. Today you should protect our working Canadian investment instead of supporting a foreign illegal company. Today you should support our working Torontonian taxi drivers instead of offshore billionaires. Number 8, today you should support the taxi industry who service the great citizen of Toronto for a number of years, who provide service to our respected disabled community instead of supporting TNC license, which is a wild, wild west, and discriminatory against our respected disabled community and our elders. Number 9, today you should give a loud and clear message to those who come with the name of technology and break both cities and province bylaw, cheat our tax systems, kill the small businesses, take away the bread and butter of hardworking family, discriminating toward disabled community. Tell them to follow the existing bylaw. Do not push us to make bylaw for in your benefit. And tell them Toronto is not the city for illegal activity. Last but not least, UberX is not enough. Stopping UberX is not enough. Uber and UberX drivers should be charged under city bylaw, Province Highway Traffic Act, and federal taxes. Respected councillor, please say no to recommendation number 7 and number 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wali. Questions? Councillor Karichanis.
Thank you for coming, sir. Are you aware if UberX is picking up elderly people that are lower income that do not have Visa, MasterCard, or Amex? Would they be able to pick them up since the only thing that they deal with is an app?
The way UberX is operating, in order for a customer to use UberX, they should have a credit card. Our elders, most of the people, they don't have credit cards. It's a discrimination. They don't provide wheelchair accessible on-demand taxi for our disabled community.
So, in your estimation, would I be incorrect to say that UberX only wants to pick the passengers that have credit cards, and make a fastback, and move on?
You are absolutely right, sir.
You need to have the light, you need to have the camera, you need to have a set rules of regulations, and you're paying about $1,500 a month. This is what the cost for an average cab driver in order to ride, right?
With all due respect, Councillor, it's not only that. There are people who invested $350,000 in a taxi plate.
Hold on, just let's forget that investment. I realize that investment. But in order for you to turn the key on and operate, insurance, license fees, and everything else is $1,500 to $2,000, correct?
At least $2,000.
Okay. UberX and Uber, or whatever else. They don't have to. They don't have that.
Nothing, sir, nothing.
So therefore, we're creating one set of rules for you, hardworking individuals, people that are trying to make their lives continue, 15,000 of you, and another set of rules for offshore billionaires.
That's it. That's what it is, sir.
So if we allow UberX to come in, where would the 15,000 families end up in?
They're all going to go bankrupt. They're all going to go to social services. And
So that's going to cost the city.
I'm advising the mayor. He should be prepared to give a letter to those people to be eligible to apply for social services.
That's going to cost the city.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? If not, thanks so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Peter Mandronis.
Mr. Chair, respected members of the committee, my name is Peter Medronas. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm here to plainly state that this conversation should not be happening today. Uber is illegal. Today is a perfect day example of that Uber has forced the city to comply to its demands and even to the point to create a new license for them. They have done nothing to legalize their business, but rather continue operating, violating every and all bylaws possible, and it seems with the full respect and invitation of our mayor. Uber has come into and taken over to the city in their illegal and bullying ways. The true victims are not only the taxis, who are suffering catastrophic losses, but moreover, the precious people in the citizens of Toronto. It is outstanding that the city of this caliber has fallen to its knees with this new report, and it's bowing to the illegal and non-conforming offshore billion-dollar company. My years of sacrifice and work, substantial investment are seemingly being shattered again, and finally by the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions, Councillor Di Giorgio first, followed by Councillor Kerigiannis. Councillor Di Giorgio.
Peter, I know you've been involved in the industry for a long time, so you would know historically, dating back, let's say, to the 1960s, you entered the cab industry where it was very, very difficult to get a plate. Would you agree?
I agree with you, and I can tell you a story. I started as a cab driver in 1961.
Okay.
And I went and I says, I want to have my own business. And they said, you have to find somebody who is willing to sell their business so you can continue to have your own business.
I'm going to run out of 2 minutes here very quickly. In 1998, because it was so difficult to get a standard plate, in 1998 we did some reforms and we introduced the ambassador plate.
Correct.
The ambassador plate, we ended up issuing more on an annual basis than what we were issuing standard plates. Correct. Now, 2015, we have reached a position where ambassador plates are available on demand.
Correct.
And they're available on demand. Why? Because Uber is issuing the standard plates. Uber is basically just grabbing any driver under the sun and saying, you can drive. Use your own car. The city, you don't need a standard plate. Sorry, you don't need an ambassador plate from the city. Would you agree? We've got the ambassador plate for you.
Correct.
That's what we're talking about.
Correct, sir.
So if the city were to turn around and said, Uber, we don't need you, we can issue another 10,000 ambassador plates tomorrow and accomplish the same thing that you've done to the industry.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Di Giorgio. Next is Councillor Kerigiannis and Councillor Mamolini next.
Mr. Madronis, how long have you been driving a cab, sir?
I started as a driver in 1961. I was 20 years old, and I drove for about 30 years. And for the last 25 years, I operate a fleet of cabs with a...
All the way along, sir, every change that the city put onto you, every regulation, you adhere to it.
We obey for the last 50 years, Councillor.
Now, sir, do you think it's fair that the city is trying to look, or even considering to look, at a two-tier system?
It's not fair. It's not fair. First of all, we have about 5,500 cabs in the city of Toronto and about 1,500 limousines. Who the public is served well with the licensed taxi cabs and licensed limousines.
Do you think, sir, that bringing these regulations on will help the industry or will help destroy the industry?
It's already half of the industry. It's already been destroyed.
So we that regulated you for the last 50, 60, 70, 100 years are right now trying to kill you.
They have already killed us halfway.
What would you say to you that that if we were to request the Police Services Board to request the Chief of Police to report back to us on what he's doing for the regulations? I mean, I don't think I've been asked before, and I don't think anybody is aware of any regulations. I think the Chief of Police is ignoring us. Would you think that we should know what the Chief of Police is doing to this fair city?
Of course, and somebody has to make sure that he has to act properly if he wants to protect the citizens of Toronto.
We can't direct him what to do, but certainly the city pays his salary, and if he's not responding to it, I think he should be held accountable.
Of course.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maliri, please.
I want to just go back to one of the other deputants who spoke about how the protocol in hotels and Union Station and some of the other stops have you lining up in a line in front of whatever building it is, and whoever comes out to take a cab has to take the first one.
The cab stands.
And why was that protocol formed? What's the logic and the reason to put everybody in a line and and do it that way?
That way, the public knew when he would need to take a cab, he'll go in front of the Union Station, the Royal York, or the cab stands, and they'll get in and take the first cab to take their way.
And if that system didn't get put together, what would happen on the streets with cabs?
And also, they hell on the street while you are
drivers
cruising.
would fight amongst themselves. There'd be speeding to get to a person. There'd be brakes put on in a hurry. That kind of system would unfold on our streets, wouldn't it?
Of course, of course.
Does Uber fall into the category of having to wait in that line for anyone?
No.
So if we were to unfold a system that includes Uber, you would all be in that line, and Uber would just pick up whoever they want without having a protocol put in place for themselves.
Of course, yeah.
How do you feel, and I want your emotional feeling on how you have done everything you're supposed to do along with your drivers. You've done everything. And now, with this particular report, you run the risk of losing it all.
Everything, yes.
I think not only we should hear it, because I think I know how you feel, but I think the media and anyone else that's listening should hear how you're actually feeling in your stomach on what is about to happen if this report goes through.
Last question.
If this report is going to go through, it's going to destroy the industry, and it's going to destroy, all the families who they invest, many years in their business. And when we had the meetings with the staff, it was a different feeling that the report won't be the same way it's been written, today.
Thank you. Thank you. Next deputant, Nick Arbanitakis. Next one. The next one is Ayub Sulaiman Kalai. Sorry that if I'm mispronouncing that name. Please step forward to the mic. Good afternoon, sir. If you don't mind just to state your name, please.
How are you? My name is Nick Arvanatakis. Are we good to go?
Please go ahead.
I actually came in from my shop. I'm a meter shop in the city of Toronto. I have multi levels of the taxi industry. I'm a cab owner, former driver, meter shop, shareholder in a brokerage. I've been involved for 18 years. I have seen changes over the last 18 years, nothing perfect. A lot of the stuff's been discussed already. I've been watching this via video online, but I was at the shop maintaining cars, just made it in. Some points I wanted to bring up, I don't know if they were brought up or not. One, we know with our industry, the cabs, they were asking for 100% accessibility by 2024. That may change. How does Uber fit into this category? Does the city plan on forcing the issue on 100% accessibility? Regarding safety, or actually, I wanted to touch on part of the report that says they might loosen the regulations in the cabs, possibly getting rid of the inspection and maybe bringing safety certificates for the inspection of cars. We already have, over the years, heavy regulations in the cabs. Inspected used to be 3 times a year, now twice a year. And the general public still believes that the cabs are not safe. Do you believe eliminating this to make room for Uber or loosening the guidelines will help with a better product on the road? If the public's already complaining about quality of car, and we're regulated to 5 years, and we have companies like Uber coming in who are allowed to have 10-year-old cars and not having them inspected, just having a safety certificate, how do you think this will fare over a 10-year period with that car? Back to cameras. The question's come up a few times. Lots of jurisdictions around North America, which I am involved with, from New York City, Philadelphia, New Orleans. Now Montreal just mandated cameras. It works both ways, driver safety, public safety. There's been an incident in Montreal recently where drivers are actually charged with sexual assault, and that's another reason they're putting in cameras. Just because someone's got a license and no criminal record doesn't mean the possibility is not there. Wouldn't you want a camera or some form of security in a car if you were to put a drunken female late at night into a car with no camera, no recording for the driver on what may possibly happened? I'm not sure how we've had 14 years of regulations, and the city, whoever wrote this report, can figure out to the Uber issue in a matter of weeks. We can't figure out our cabs in 14 years.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Is okay, we need quorum.
Had nobody here.
Councilor Karygiannis, Councilor Mamolidi, Councilor Madlo. Councilor Madlo is here. We need one more member before we continue. Councilor Karygiannis or Councilor Mamolidi?
How can they ask questions if they weren't here?
We cannot proceed at this point. We don't have quorum.
Oh, I understand.
Councilor Mamolidi or Councilor Karygiannis, please come to the chambers.
Oh, there's one.
Okay, members of the public, we have quorum.
Point of order.
Now we are
Point
in
of order, Mr. Chair.
point of order. Councilor Mamolini, yes? Your point of order, please.
Mr. Chairman, I took some time to talk to some of the deputants, and there seems to be this undying willingness to drop out of the deputation list if you allow us to move our motions so that they can understand them, and then give them an opportunity to say yes or no to deputing after they have our motions have been introduced. That, in my opinion, will stop us from being here until midnight, or perhaps even worse, lack of quorum. So I'd ask you yet again, for the fourth time, to allow us the ability to do that now, and then ask the deputants if they wish to keep speaking one at a time. You'll notice that everybody here is applauding right now, and they're deputants. So,
I'll second that.
Councilor Mamolini, my ruling is very clear, and I will not go to that. Once again,
I challenge the
now
chair.
to the members.
I challenge the chair.
Come on.
Okay.
But ask the public whether they're willing to drop off the list.
Yes.
Without motions being without motions being put forward to allow us to expedite the process.
Hey, do it and then.
Not the normal process.
They want to hear the motion.
If I want to leave, I can leave my motions with someone else on the committee.
They want to hear the
We may
motion
need-
before they say yes or no.
We're consulting with the legal department now, but apart from that, as I mentioned before, if the members of the public, if you want to forgo your right to speak, as I call,
Mr. Chairman.
simply you can just, and we can go through the elimination process, and we can do it in less than half an hour, the whole thing.
Take just a second here.
Point of order, Chair.
We're working on putting an advanced circulation.
One of the things that Councilor Mamolini we can do is, in terms of compromise, is to advance whatever recommendations that you have, is to allow the advanced circulation to the members of the committee, and we'll take it from there.
Chair.
In the meantime,
Then, Mr. Chairman, the logical step to that, I'm not asking to speak, okay? It's one thing to introduce my motions, it's another thing to speak to them. I'll reserve my right to speak for later. But in order for us to give advance, we should be saying, these are the motions that I'm introducing, leave it at that, and then call the deputants to the mic one at a time to see if they want to speak or not. It's my view that most of them will say no after the motions are introduced.
I do have my recommendations as well, that I wanted to do that at the beginning, but that would be to compromise the integrity of the process in terms of allowing people to speak.
I'm not saying don't ask them, Mr. Chairman, you're not understanding. I'm not saying not to ask them to speak. I'm saying introduce the motions, have them absorb what the motions say, and then ask them if they want to speak. It's my inkling that most of them will say they don't want to speak, they want us to vote on the motions. That's what's going to happen.
Chairman, point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, Frank.
He's going to move his motion. You go ahead.
Chair, on a point of order.
Your point of order.
Can we ask staff if we can deviate from normal procedure to entertain this situation?
Actually, I was having that discussion with the clerk, and in terms of the circulating the whatever recommendations. And Madam Clerk, please.
The members of committee, we can have an advanced circulation of the motions. However, the motions will not be formally moved until the members choose to speak.
Can we put them up so people at least can see what the motions are, so they can decide? Because like circulating, you got 500 people here. I mean, we can put them up. People can see what they are, and then they can decide if they want to speak or not.
Yes, we can do that.
Fair enough? Okay.
But you cannot speak to it.
No, fair, Chair. We'll put them up, let people see, and then people might decide they don't want to speak. And that way the list can come shorter.
That's all I've been asking for, Mr. Chairman, all day.
They're not formally moved.
Okay.
You have to.
Put them up. Put them up.
You have to formally move them when you speak. They're not formally moved. It's just advanced circulation.
You have mine.
No, it's all right.
You have mine.
You got mine?
You have mine.
The problem I have with you is
Yeah. Maybe. Not a chance. I wish it was the case. You sit all day and you're skinny. How's that work?
Members of the public, until we sort it out, there are a number of recommendations that will be displayed. We're going to have a 5-minute recess. You don't have to leave the chambers. We need just 5 minutes. Thank you.
Exactly. Yeah. These guys, I'm like, no, they're like, I don't know who he is. They still can't bring his motorcycle home. So he's like, okay, no problem. Like, yeah, This scares. Where? Oh. That guy's like, fucking taxi suck. Like, whoa. See that guy standing on the stairs? Yeah, Mr. Beck. Respect. Respect is what money is. I don't know why. Steve's still there. Yeah. I thought he went home. Came in. I think he was there. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, he did our meeting. Yeah, he must have left. Where is he? He must have just come in for the meeting.
Madam Claire, are we ready? Members of the public, if we can have your attention, please. Please take seat. Can I have your attention, please? We're going to reconvene once again. But before we proceed, I'm just going to clarify exactly what's happening now. With the advice of the clerk and the legal division, we've been able to get a compromise to circulate some of the motions that you're going to see on the screen. That's for information purposes only at this point. We still have to go through the speakers list and hear whoever wants to speak. Then we'll have to go to questions to staff, and then members of the committee will have to move those motions that you're going to see on the screen, and those motions will have to be voted on. So that's the process. At this point, it will be just for your eyes only. Okay, so with that, we'll start with Councilor Mammoliti's motions. Next one. That's from the chair. Some typos, I guess. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councilor Mann. The next motion is Councilor Karygiannis. Yeah. Is there anything else? So that's all we have there. Did you have a chance to read? Okay. With that, so my apology to the last speaker. And do we have any questions for our last speaker? And that's Ayub? Yeah. Any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Just to reiterate, I heard that some people didn't see the motions. I think the main motion outside of your two was the one that I moved, which was just to move 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 of the report. Right? I'll move them later. That 7 and 8 are not incorporated in any of the motions.
Thank you. So, any questions now to the speaker?
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
I had a motion that I didn't see up. Motion that said scale 7 and 8. Can we see that, please?
That'll be just in case mine doesn't go through, obviously.
Thank you. Okay, we'll resume. Questions to the speaker? If not, sorry to keep you waiting. Thank you for your presentation. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll continue with the list now. We'll start from number 44. Is Mokhtar Hamed, Nick Tassios, Zulfikar Ali, Salim Irshad, Larry Labovich, Please move towards the mic if you want to speak.
What's he doing? Oh, come on, guys.
And the next batch would be Paul Secon, Bukong Ga, Frank Kelly, Amrik Singh Dami, and Rita Smith. Next batch. Abu Turab, Mahmoud Salim Hassan, Ali Youssef, Stephen Hosak, and Hailu Desta. The next batch, Ramsey Beckery, Robert Moll, Michael Tranqueda, Imran Chaudhuri, and Dimitri Omri. The next batch, Gail Baker, Nusrat Rana, Filomena Comerford, Sivatatas Osiva Gapalapili, Baljit Sikand, the next five, Ahmad Akakahil, Noel Chaudhry, Neil Shori, Robul Ahmed, and Liaz Bajwa. Next, Bashir Hussain, Rizwan Mohammed, Sylvia Harari, Saeed Bagdan, and Mahmoud Amar. From those who I call, is there anyone who would like to speak? Please. Thank you. And
my name is Philomena Comerford.
thank you.
Should I begin?
Please, go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me this opportunity to address the Uber insurance and safety concerns. The Financial Services Commission of Ontario issued a bulletin warning that personal auto policies exclude carrying paying passengers, as has the Insurance Bureau of Canada, which represents 90% of Canadian insurers. The media recently reported examples of UberX claims being denied by personal auto insurers. In one of these cases, a Toronto UberX driver sued Uber, claiming he had been misled about insurance. UberX drivers are putting everything they own at risk and can also face severe penalties for hiding this excluded activity from their insurer. Uber's $5 million corporate non-owned auto policy protects only Uber for its corporate negligence, which must be proved. Case in point, just last week, Uber's own U.S. insurance company sued Uber, alleging that it doesn't have to pay for Uber's recent settlement of a lawsuit involving a fatal car crash, claiming it covers only the company's technology functions, not its taxi operations. If Uber is an app company consistent with Judge Dunphy's recent decision, and because Uber's driver contract shifts the responsibility for insurance and auto accidents from Uber to the driver, this leaves the UberX driver on the hook for the uninsured claims. Furthermore, passengers, pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists face enormous uninsured risk. UberX drivers were not a party to the lawsuit between the city and Uber corporately. Precious few insurance companies will insure GTA taxis, and those that do look for sound risk management protocols, including a valid legal municipal taxi license and regulatory oversight. While discussions might be underway between Uber and the insurance industry, no new automobile product has been approved by the industry's regulator, and there are no known timelines, and I have confirmed this with the regulator. The city's staff report states that Uber processes 17,000 rides in Toronto per day, which translates into 6.2 million rides annually, the vast majority of which are hidden under personal auto policies and therefore effectively excluded. If the denial of injury claims by UberX's personal auto insurers escalates, the city could possibly be exposed to lawsuits for its failure to enforce municipal bylaws. Unlike Uber, taxis file evidence of $2 million liability insurance with the city, including the requisite permission to carry paying passengers. This regulatory oversight provides real security to the public who rely upon this mode of transportation. One final point, apps that gather and store customer information should also be regulated to protect the privacy of users. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputant?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming to make the deputation today, and I know how hard you worked with the industry. My question is this. Uber, for a long time, was saying we have $5 million insurance. Who are they protecting?
That protects the corporation that buys that coverage. We carry the same coverage.
Does that protect the drivers or the passengers?
The only way it would protect them is if they could prove negligence on the part of the corporation. The responsibility to insure a vehicle rests with the vehicle owner.
Is there such a product that if somebody wants to drive, let's say for Uber for 10 hours a week, that he can switch on, switch off the coverage that he can have? He can say, you know, I'm riding for 10 hours and I want the coverage during then, and then the rest of the time I can have my personal. Is there such a product that you can foresee?
The only product that is available has existed ever since I've been in the business. You just need to buy out the exclusion in your auto policy that excludes the carrying and paying passengers. The wording of the municipal bylaws is irrelevant from the insurance company's perspective. That exclusion is pretty clear. It doesn't matter under what circumstances you're getting that ride, but if you're being paid to carry passengers, it's excluded. So you just put an endorsement on your policy. It costs a lot of money, but you put a 6A, permission to carry paying passengers, endorsement on your policy. It fixes the
doesn't
problem.
matter if you work for 10 hours a week. It doesn't matter if you work for
That's
20
correct.
or for 50 hours.
That's correct.
So when Uber says to their drivers, just because you're going to drive for 10 hours a week, you can switch on or switch off, or maybe they're not saying it, that does not exist.
No. The only remedy for this is to buy out that exclusion, and then they're good to go.
Ms. Comerford, what would this exclusion cost an average driver that wants to drive for Uber?
I would say the range of, depending on whether it's a single owner operator or a fleet car, they range from anywhere from say $4,000 to $10,000
a year.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Mamalidi.
I was taken back by the report that suggests that the City of Toronto be responsible to make sure that Uber drivers are insured, when the current system has the taxi companies and the taxi drivers responsible to prove they have insurance. Typically, right now, it's up to the drivers of the vehicles to ensure they have insurance on those vehicles and to prove to Toronto that they have it. It's not up to Toronto to call them up and say, hey, we think you're a driver, can we see your insurance? Am I accurate?
What I meant by that is that we have a regulatory framework that exists already. It's not being enforced, so because everybody's debating this issue ad nauseum, and as the debate continues, the number of UberX drivers grows.
But the regulatory system we've put in place has the owners and the driver responsible to show the City of Toronto they're insured with their vehicles.
Oh, it works great. This current system works great.
This report doesn't say that. This report says that the City of Toronto will ensure that Uber is insured. So in other words, it's reverse. It's the bureaucrats going after Uber to say, are you insured? Right now, as it sits, the industry is supposed to show Toronto immediately that they are insured, or they just don't get anywhere.
That's correct. They'll go and pull the vehicle off the road if you don't have an active certificate of insurance with the Metro Licensing and Standards Office.
Right, and I guess that's my point, is this report that's in front of us is clearly unprecedented with respect to this industry.
We don't know how to react to it because we only do business with people that are properly regulated. If it's a dealer, we want to know they've got their OMVIC license. You want to know if you're dealing with me as an insurance broker that I'm properly licensed and my insurance is up to date. I don't understand why we're allowing this model.
One other question. You've been around this industry a long time. You've seen reports written up at City Hall?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever seen any report in this industry talking about one company and
No.
making it that company's report?
No, I haven't.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Sole
Thank you for your
sourcing of
presentation.
what it is.
We'll continue with the list. I stop at number 17. So, with Ahmad Akage, Noel Chaudhry, Neil Shori, Robol Ahmed, Lias Bajwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'm a taxi driver.
Your name, please.
I drive 12 hours last night. I've been driving for 25 years now. So there are two parts. Some are favoring Uber, some are favoring the taxi plate owners. But I am the actual driver who is driving
may I have
on
your
the
name,
road.
please?
My name is Ramchandran.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. And thanks for your patiently listening to both the sides. But I'm here to actually give you the correct picture. Some people over-exaggerated things. Taxi industry right now, it's not 5 hours. It takes about 15 to 20 minutes to get another fare, as the Uber is there also working alongside. Uber drivers are also drivers like me. They're working hard. And Uber company takes a photo of the drivers, and they're providing necessary criminal background check. So it's pretty much an alternative mode of transportation. So I'm here. If anybody has a question, I can answer on the floor what I'm seeing every day on the road. I'm actually a cab driver.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Yes, and Councilor Di Giorgio.
So you're a cab driver.
Yes.
Do I assume by that you just basically rent a car or do you drive your own car?
I rent a car.
You rent a car.
Yes.
So you don't drive for Uber then?
Yes. I talk to the drivers who are driving for Uber.
But you don't drive for Uber because you don't own your own
No,
car?
no.
Okay. So you
But I do talk to the drivers. And the actual ground reality is that people carry their mobile phone like this in their hand, and they keep tracking the vehicle like this. Are you the driver? Are you the Uber driver? Are you the driver? Like that middle of the road they come. When I'm actually waiting on King Street. You guys have observed it probably, right?
See, yes? Those are passengers.
Which is actually creating a dangerous situation in the road. If you watch on Saturday or a Friday night, I've seen ladies just going after vehicles. Is this Uber? Is this Uber? Are you Uber? Like that, which is actually creating a very dangerous situation. So Uber car, if it is, it should have sticker, big sticker called Uber, or they should have a top light. That way you can identify this is a Uber car. This is my suggestion. I live in this city. I think good for the people. My heart of heart, I like my passengers. If they have money, they don't have money, I still reach them home safely. I have been driving cab whole night. I have not slept for 16 hours. I came specially for this meeting today.
Thanks, sir.
And most important thing I want to do, contribute to this city who has given me a livelihood on the basis of the people who give me cab fare. My daughter go to school.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair.
And this is a great city. But there is a confusion going on here. One part of the people say yes, one part of the people
I
say
think you
no.
answered the question quite well. Thanks, sir.
One very important part I want to tell you, we cab drivers are suffering a lot. You hear on the radio, they say all the time, don't drink and drive, don't drink and drive. We go to King Street, we go to Queen Street, we try to pick up passengers waiting outside the bar doors, and the policeman comes and gives us a ticket, which is actually takes us our livelihood. We hardly make any money.
Thanks, sir. Thank you. Okay, we'll continue with the list. We are done, sir. Thank you. Okay, we'll continue. Bashir Hussain, Rizwan Mohammed, Sylvia Harari, Saeed Badon, Mohamed Omar, Marcos Lopez, Joe Perugia, are you speaking, sir? Please come forward. And your name is?
My name is Marcos Lopez, and
Thank you.
I'm
Please
a
go
driver
ahead.
for Uber. And I'm going to tell my story. Uber changed my life, and I work.
Please.
I think we going here, we're missing the point because I'm a background as a consultant for the business, and everybody has the right to have a competition. Competition is good. Competition make people better service. Everything I hear talk about insurance, but nobody talk about service. How service is good. Uber never refuse a pickup. Doesn't matter if it's 1 block or 2 blocks or 10 blocks. And you have to look at another side too, for the rides, for the people. Use Uber. I did almost more than 5,000 trips. Everybody, it's love Uber, okay? And if you love Uber, if we here, because Uber doing something good. If Uber not doing good, we're not being here. And I think the point here to get argument and everybody to have a competition. I know it's good to have a fair competition for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Any questions? Yes, Councilor Carichanis.
Sir, do you have commercial insurance? No, I don't.
If my family were to get in your car and there's an accident, they won't be covered.
Yes, it is.
You agree that they will not be covered, correct?
That they will be covered by
whom,
$5 million from Uber.
From Uber. We heard from a lot of people today, even on the website of Uber, says if you get in somebody's car, they would be responsible, not us.
No,
Sir, it's on the web. It's on the internet.
No, it's $5 million up to the customer. All the customers is covered.
Why is one of your fellow Uber drivers suing the company?
I don't know. I don't comment on that thing. I can comment on my.
Have you
on my
seen
side.
Have you seen the insurance?
What
Have
insurance?
you seen the insurance, sir, that says my family will be covered?
The policy?
Yes.
Yes. Anybody inside my car is going to be covered.
Have you seen that policy, sir?
No, not at all.
Okay, so if my family were to get into your cab
Yeah.
and they're not covered, will you be prepared for me to sue you?
Oh, what? Yeah, you have all the rights to sue me, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
A couple of $1 million? if I
Yes,
lose
and
my
then I
family?
have a $5 million to back you up from Uber.
No, sir, they have $5 million to back themselves up, not you. Do you have a camera in your car that protects you?
You guys talk about something on the past. I don't have
Sir,
I don't have
do
the
you have a camera in your car to protect my family and protect you from
I don't need to have a camera because everybody come inside my cab. I know exactly who it is. I know exactly where they live. It's more safe. You guys mixing the
So
point.
you know exactly where my family lives?
Yes, it is.
And therefore, you're privileged to information about my family and my credit card and everything?
No. I don't have that. I'm saying if
Sir,
you have any problem.
Hold on a second. You said that you know exactly where my family lives.
No, listen.
How do you know where my family lives when they come in your cab? sir?
Thank you.
Listen to me.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you.
The next, we are done. Thanks so much for your presentation. Your name, please.
Joe Ferrugia, good afternoon.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
I represent the Peel Taxi Alliance, which is formed from the taxi companies in Mississauga and Brampton. I do have I'm just going to give you these letters that I have here because you've heard most of it all today already, and I don't think there's any need to go over it. I would specifically like to remind you that as far as Uber goes, if Toronto was to license Uber, there are no boundaries for Uber, which means they can come and pick up in Peel, and they're doing it now. But my question would be more about how would you control that? And the other thing that I'd like to point out is we in the taxi industry, as stated, have done so much to build it, and we provide a good service. But what I would suggest is, why not allow your taxi industry here in Toronto to give them the opportunity to clean up and to respond to all this stuff that Uber's creating? Uber is just an app. We have apps that we are currently working on linking together with, for example, a Brampton taxi company, with a Mississauga taxi company, and a Toronto taxi company. So the users will get the same, more or less, technology feel, I'll say, with respect to the Uber experience. And I just want to reiterate how important it is for borders. Like, what you decide with Uber here is going to affect the province, the country. It's going to affect all of the taxi industry throughout the country. So I would just ask that you clean up, give the taxi industry a chance to clean up. I would suggest that it's a great time. I think the industry would be quite receptive to the right changes to improve the customer service at this current time.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrugia. Any questions? Thanks so much for presenting.
Thank you very much.
Next speakers, Solomon Johannes Schifferall.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
My
sir.
name is Solomon Schifferall, and I've been a shift taxi driver for more than a quarter of a century in the city of Toronto. And I've been working with the MLS as a taxi advisor in the taxi advisory committee. I'm here today standing along with my colleagues in opposition to Uber's operation in Toronto, using vehicles that are not unauthorized for taxi operation. For most of us, driving taxi for a living and supporting our families, the service industry has formed the base of a means of living, and when Uber is forcing its way into the industry with no regard to the law, not only taxi drivers, but most of our customers are disappointed by the lack of enforcement in disallowing Uber's illegal operation, which has been operating since 2012. I guess if you got $40 billion, you can't do that. Because Uber uses app system, a different set of rules should not be therefore applied to them. When a computer dispatching system surfaced, the companies who introduced the computer dispatching system were regulated by the same rules and standard as they were regulated by the radio dispatching system. The city also should issue more TTL plates for more than 800 drivers on the waiting list who have served the city with integrity for 20 plus years, who have been on the waiting list, including myself, for more than 12 years. The current proposal by MLS to allow 100 plates, fell short of the demand available, considering Ontario has 1.85 million disabled community members, most of whom live in the city of Toronto. Therefore, I strongly suggest we should not neglect the need of the disabled and aging population who require accessible service. Further, Uber can access these TTL taxis and work legally like every dispatching company, like Beck, Co-op, Royal, and more. In conclusion, please do issue more TTL plates for the 840 hard-working shift drivers who've been abused by the system for so long and have been abiding by the law to service the city of Toronto, its visitors, and I urge you to apply the same rule governing the taxi industry to Uber. If you don't control this, you should let the taxi drivers buy a bus, compete with TTC for $1 fare from Yonge Street to downtown. I'm pretty sure we'll kick out TTC in a minute. See, don't bring a different set of rules. Like St. Augustine said, a biased law is no law. I would repeat, a biased law is no law. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Carichanis, questions?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, how much do you pay fees per year to drive? I mean, your fees for getting a license, for fees for your car. How much do you pay per month, per year?
I rent a taxi, and I pay approximately $30,000.
But in order to be a driver, what fees do you pay to the city per year?
I pay licensing fee every year.
How much?
About $346. And I've been required many times to take CPI
There's about,
courses.
what, 10,000 drivers, if I'm not mistaken?
More than that, actually. More than
Let's say
that.
10,000.
Yes.
That's 3,000. That's 3,600,000
That's
to the
right.
city per
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
If you add everything up, it can go anywhere between $10 to $15 million a year that
That's
the
right.
city will lose.
Definitely.
So if we put you out of business, you're going to go and collect welfare.
Oh, obviously.
So your family will probably get 15,000 families times $1,500 a month. I'm not sure if it's 7,500,000 or 75 million. It's going to cost the city tremendously.
That's very right.
So creating a dual system, we are helping the offshore millionaires, billionaires.
Why are you pointing at me?
No. Offshore billionaires, I'm pointing up in the air. And we are totally doing discredit and disadvantage to the hardworking individuals.
That's right. We are especially the shift drivers. Every time fee is reduced, we are the one who's paying. Every time there is a penalty, we are the one who's paying.
No
Every
problem,
time
sir.
we've been sent
Thank
to
you.
refresher course, we are the one who's being sent to that. We are the last, the very last, like almost we are a doormat here. That's why we're asking our TTL plate to be issued so we could serve the disabled community. The baby boomer generation is aging. Thank
No
you.
more questions, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shapiro.
Thanks.
Move on. Let's move on.
Next 5. Aster Wandemagni Desta. Shefero Seraye. Desfaye Estefanos.
Yes, sir. I'm here, Shifar Osrai.
Please, go ahead.
I've been driving taxi over 18 years, and I'd like to address my opinion. As I said, my name is Shifar Osrai. I have been driving over close to 20 years. I came before you today to plead that the 100 TTL plate that has been recommended by MLS is short. Sorry, I can borrow my eyeglass.
All right, next.
Can we call?
I'll stop your time. Okay.
Because I'm getting older for this industry. That demand is available as I see it on day-to-day basis. More than 800 of waiting list drivers has been neglected or forgotten. The 1,500 waiting list almost didn't bother to follow up with the waiting list. As such, they withdraw their name. Currently, we believe there are more than 300 plates on the mail list shelf that are idling, and they are the part of the current quota of licensed taxi plates. Do issue those plates to the 800 drivers waiting list. Toronto has been growing significantly in the past 10 years in population and infrastructure, including city places like Liberty Village, Distillery District, and many others. The MLS recommended only 100 places, which is still very, very small to the ever-growing demand. This is very reason alone justifies why legal taxis operations, it takes over the city with no challenge. Therefore, please, ladies and gentlemen, I have given my best years, so are my colleague in the waiting list to the city. We believe it has fair law in order. We are seeing that is slipping away gradually. The gypsy co-op or taxis who operating illegally, the hotel doorman who sells the airport fare illegally. Currently, the almighty Uber is taking our livelihood away by putting thousands of illegal private vehicles. And still, the law enforcement virtually doing nothing to stop their illegal operation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
Okay.
We'll continue with the list. Tesfaye Stefanos, Daniel Negash.
Chairman, on a point of privilege.
Yes, Councilor Mamaliri, on a point of privilege. What's your point?
Mr. Chairman, the mic's not coming on.
You had the button there too.
Mr. Chairman, without getting into specifics, I just want to acknowledge and remind you that we have moved our motions so that people could see them and hopefully expedite the particular proceedings by less deputants. That most would probably agree with the motions that are in front of us. Those people that I've talked to anyway would have agreed. Whether this is in order or not, I'm just reminding you that this may be the case. So, without trying to interfere with anybody that wants to speak.
I think the message has been very clear. We'll continue with the list. Thank you, Councillor. Daniel Negash.
Next.
Your name, sir?
My name is Stefanos, Tesfaye Stefanos.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman and committee members. I would like to express my appreciation for everybody coming here today in the City Hall to express what is the best for this industry. It's been almost the last 50 years. One model served the city. I didn't see that much wrong, but here and there is always bumpy road. The 98 review and the 2013 review, it was a step. One step and the next step. Howard Musk brought one plate owner and the driver, and if you don't have a license, you cannot purchase any more plate. That was the 98 review. And then it was passed, and it was not effectively working because the absentee owners is much greater than the review was carried on. And then the 2013, the question was asked by the stakeholder, especially by Beck Taxi. She was interviewed on the CBC saying that there was a shortage of taxis, especially for the disabled community, that unfairly they were refused not to be served, and they were partially discriminated because of their disability. So this issue came under the Ontario provision and was amended. By 2024, every business is building, taxi, you name it. The 5 years revitalization of union, it was the cause of the accessibility. So they have to spend billions of dollars for that manner, actually, because the disabled society is growing. And the TTC chairman knows that there is always 400 people that today 400 people that are registering every year to come get the help of your city provision. So what we ask here now is, what is the best for this service? I'm not going to speak about the Uber. You know what to do with Uber. You are the municipals that can order the rule and the regulation. I'm not going to interfere with that. Uber is like, it didn't even start in the 16th century, that kind of business service. If you know that, we all go to the class and learn the first taxi service was the Baggy Horse, who were, I don't want to mention his name, but you owners know that, and who started the business of the taxi. So long comes, there is no any problem. I don't have any against of stakeholder in this business. We all work hard.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any question?
No.
Questions? Next, Daniel Negaj, Judy Barr. Mahbubul Alam. Zakir Hossein. Hafizur Rahman. Rambol Peybandi. Ali Ardifer. Shafiq Hussain. Kashif Chandri. Bill Shantzis.
Jay Leno is an Uber driver now.
Angie Shantzis. Kerala. Tom Lampiris. Achilles Pagonis. Abshir Mohammed. Diana Neos. Dino Neos. Fasi Sayed.
Why don't you ask if anybody else that is on the list wants to speak?
Reza Sepidro. Ahmed Sengiz Gulkan. George Sakopoulos.
Dear Speaker.
Yes, sir.
I heard few important points I wanted to tell you, which I came here for.
Excuse me, sir.
As a driver, this is an opportunity for me to express.
Sir, that's not the forum for you to come and speak at whatever time. Sorry, you already spoke. Thank you. Sir, you are out of order. Please refrain. You already spoke. We'll continue. Reza Sepidro. Ahmed Sengiz Gulkan. George Sakopoulos. Mary Kyriakopoulos. Nick Kapsalis. Eva Espiro. Mahid Shidhar. Trudy Van Deven. Roya Shidhar. Do we have Akram Mohammed in the room? Thanks, sir, for waiting.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know everybody's waiting impatiently. I've looked into the report. Pretty much, it's directly going into a two-tiered system. I have, rather than suggestion, I have a question for the staff and members of the councils who are looking into this. I know they cannot answer my questions because they're not under the question and answer. However, if you talk about capitalism, I do believe in capitalism. Free market, I believe in it. How come you telling me that my meter is going to go down to $3.25, but you're not willing to decrease your licensing pricing? You're not willing to decrease the inspection time. You allowing to have other competitors to go to certified mechanic shops when I have to go to a city shop to inspect my vehicles. Is that means I can run my own private insurance and run my taxi without providing a commercial insurance? Where are you coming with these suggestions that one should do in open market, compete freely, and dictate their own pricing and terms, and the other one still get manipulated under your heavy regulations by dropping the $1 decrease? You want to encourage the decrease, but while the rest of my expense stays the same or even go up, you even not willing to drop your prices of my licensing. I could go on a list, but now because you gave me a break $1, I have to work twice to cover up the rest of my expenses, which includes your licensing fee. I just received a renewal for my licensing. It didn't get decreased. So where are you coming with these suggestions, please? If you need to allow free market, take off your meter from me, take off your hectic inspections from me, and let me compete freely and let the market dictate itself by itself and let the customer see whether I can provide same or even better service who are running a cheaper market. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, sir. So we'll continue. Where was I? Is 111. Trudy Van Deven, Roya Shifar, Sarv Nahei, Simon Azaruk, Tokir Chowdhury, Kofi Ajimang, Hamed Jardum, Ali Shifar, Negar Shifar, Mustafa Sauri, Helen Nevsapis, do we have Kofi Ajmang? Please come forward.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a cab driver. I've been driving for 24 years. And I'm glad that the city doing review and everything going well. But I see through that the industry is broken. But they didn't see through that. They let somebody to come and manipulate this business. First of all, the insurance we pay in this city, I'm a cab driver, double safe is too much, 10,000. You have to look through that. Secondly, one driver, 6,000 is too much. First of all, as my dear brother said, you guys have to reduce your renewal fee. 1,300 is ridiculous. You guys don't do nothing for us. Fourthly, instead of getting the DOT report, you guys don't write us. When you don't show up, you charge us $106. What's for? Sending us $25 paper, a letter to receive that we have a DOT, you say no. If you don't show up, you get fined. Why? Fourthly, the taxi, the taxi owners, also have to reduce their leasing. And secondly, we want all the city to make sure that the Hoover, what they are doing is not fair. Always we can say something, somebody's behind it, and I hope that person will be accountable for that. We love the city. I've been here for 29 years. I have a children in university. Right now I'm driving night shift. Even night shift is the West, you can't make nothing. And the city were aware. And they always say, oh, Hoover. Hoover means if you give somebody cheaper thing, he will take it. It's like a lawyer. Lawyer went to school, study, and get his degree. And somebody paralegal. And so you guys see through this. We can't accept it. It's too much for us. So see through that, taxi are controlling the city. That's why I said taxi was there for. So we don't allow this Hoover to come and manipulate our business. So I'm telling the city to look at it. We can't sit down and not talk, because a lot of taxi want to show up, but the same people now you're calling, everybody will say the same thing. We've been here since morning, So please, say something to us before we leave. That's what I'm here for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thanks, sir. We'll continue with the list then. Mustafa Sawari, Helen Nevsayopis, Terry Nevsayopis, Nick Nevsayopis, Sayed Mahbub, Wahid Majov, Mehdi Saharkis, Michael Milkovic, Bagd Kalon, Jim Chances, Jim Chances.
Good evening, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bashir Hussein.
May I have your name, please?
Bashir Hussein, 75.
We went through the list, members of the committee. Are we okay? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I almost give up my number, but I just came to you to listen audio, which I preferred. I prepared. It will be quick.
When I go out of town, I'm approached by Uber people in other places to come and talk to us about trying to get this passed here. We tell them what we need. They say they'll work on it. They come back. We get nothing. I've talked to David Plouffe today, former political advisor for President Obama. First time I've ever heard from him, but wanted to know what they could do this afternoon in order to avoid having this come up for a vote today. This issue has not been something that's come up quickly. We have been very clear from day one about the things that were necessary. And in the process of being clear, we have invited Uber and Lyft and Z-Trip and anybody else who has an interest to come and sit down with us and talk to us, and they have done it. It's very interesting. This all started a long time ago when Lyft showed up and just started operating. We had a real problem with that, and we put a stop to it to the extent that we sued them because we did not believe that was in the public's best interest. But we then entered into negotiations with Lyft. and their lawyers, which, by the way, Uber does not have on this case. We entered into negotiations with Lyft. We worked with them. We've gotten to a point where they have a set of regulations that, although it's not exactly what they want, it's not exactly what we want either, and it's fine, and we'll go forward. Z-Trip is already registered. But when it comes to Uber, the refrain that we have heard from them consistently is, we will not accept any of this. Nothing. Why can't we do background checks? We want to do background checks, we said to Uber. No, we're not going to let you do background checks. Okay, how about this? How about you do the background checks, use your people, and give us the background checks so that we can look over them? No, we're not going to do that. How about this? Why don't you do the background checks, give them to your drivers, and then the drivers can give them to us? No, we're not going to do that at all. Why can't we see the background checks on the people driving cars in this city who are picking up citizens in this city? Because it's a matter of privacy, they say. Well, it's not a matter of privacy to get a license and put people in your car and put your name and your face on the receipt when you send it to them by email. It's not a matter of privacy. And the reason that we're keen on background checks is that we are very much aware of the issues that this operator and others have had across the country from drivers who they supposedly had a background check on, but somehow
Thank you, sir. Your time's up.
at the airport
Thank you.
and then
So we stop in number 125. We'll keep on moving. 130. Thank you. Anastasia Shantsis, Ernie Greensick. If I'm mispronouncing last names, please forgive me. That's George Dremesikas, Abul Pasal Hidayati, (134), Herbert Leach, Jim Capsalis, Pauline Capsalis, Christina Lampiris, Avaid Chowdhury, Edward Jeremiriam, Helen Sovanotis, Gina Droganis, Daniel Coates. Daniel? Great. Good afternoon, sir. Please go ahead.
My name is Daniel Coates. I represent the Canadian Taxi Association. I represent hundreds of taxi drivers across Canada. And I know everybody wants to leave. Don't throw tomatoes at me, but I was flown in here today to say something, and I need to say it. The Canadian Taxi Association represents hundreds of operators across the country. And today we're here to talk about regulation. And it's important for the City of Toronto to know that any regulation that you set in Toronto will become the benchmark and the precedent for regulation across Canada. And so it's very important what you're doing here today. The problem that we're seeing at the Canadian Taxi Association, though, just this week alone, was Uber denouncing regulations brought forth by the City of Edmonton, which included some, insurance aspects, doing some licensing. The cost outside of insurance was only $690 to any Uber driver, and they said that was too much regulation. This is what we see at the Canadian Taxi Association. Uber wanting no regulation or wanting to control their business their way with no interest in public safety whatsoever. We see this happening in the United States of America where they say, don't cap cars. Don't let us do our own background checks. Let us take care of our own operation. We saw this in the 30s, we saw this in the 70s, deregulation that led to the race to the bottom. And my fear is Albert Einstein's going to roll over in his grave because his definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Deregulation will only lead to the race to the bottom. Giving Uber everything they want will only lead to the race to the bottom. It'll put public safety at risk with no proper insurance coverage, and it's going to end up affecting over 20,000 plus full-time jobs in Canada in replacement by part-time and casual employment. I don't think any economist, and I encourage you to do some research on this, would say that replacing 20,000 plus full-time jobs by casual and transitional and part-time jobs is good for any economy. And that's why we're here today. We want to make sure that regulation is done properly so that people can compete on a level playing field. CTA is not against competition. We're against competition that creates two-tier systems where the taxi industry will not be able to survive because they're over-regulated, they pay too many fees, and if insurance comes through intact, you can bet Canadian Taxi Association will be there to lobby to make sure that same insurance coverage applies to taxi drivers, because the core purpose of their job is to take people from point A to point B for compensation, and if Intact can make insurance plans for that, then taxi drivers should get the same ones at reduced rates. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Coates. Any questions? If not, thank you for your presentation. Continue with the list. Isaias Jebri. And I'm going now to go through the additional names that were added on until 10:30 this morning, which goes from 143 to 183. Okay, so we continue. Berose Kamse, Rojinder Kenwal, Asif Javed, Amish Patel, Mohamed Mirza, Wasim Rambawa, Navid Rambawa, Kuldeep Singh,
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Kuldeep Singh.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
I have some points related to the enforcement and the people who write up the report. The city pay the money on them to do the job for the sake of this industry to clean the mess. Last time it took more than 2.5 years to work on to write up the report to clean the mess. After 2.5 years, the plate price gone up to rent the plate $2,200, and the lease to rent the taxi car gone up to $750 to rent the one shift. The staff, which was saying openly in the open meeting, they are working hard to clean the mess. Now, the same staff came out with another program to set up the taxi industry to clean the mess. The mayor, I have full respect for him, I vote for him. He said the Uber is not going anywhere. Looks to me, this staff report is only trying to get the support to mayor to just justify he is right. By bringing the more than 14,000 people in this industry again. Is there any way to follow this staff on how much money the city spent on them and what job they did till now? Is there any way to move towards the respectable mayor who was aware of that, those drivers don't have the assurance, but who stopped the police not to charge them. Now, my last point is, if you think it's going to be easy to establish the Uber, the people who spend more than $350,000, what do you think they will just let you do this way, easy way? I think they will die in front of you. They will suicide. Before to go for anything, try to understand, maybe they will start to move towards the provincial government to ask them to take over this industry from the city. Because the city is totally ignoring, the mayor is ignoring, mayor is trying to establish another company to grab the taxi business. Thanks very much.
Thanks, sir. Questions? If not, thank you. We'll continue with the list. Siobhan Cabanas, Jim Jackson, Ala Rias, Richard St. Clair.
Good afternoon, Jim Jackson.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
So I'm here not on behalf of Uber or behalf of the taxi industry, but as a consumer, a member here of City of Toronto, and someone who's used both services effectively and ineffectively. The problem we have here in this city is we have a system which is broken. As a person who's ridden in taxis and been denied fares, been denied the use of my credit card, been denied the ability to get home safely, Uber was an alternative. Uber was something that people were driven to, not because of Uber's low prices, but because of quality of service. Quality of service is what's going to fix this industry, and that has to be taken into account. The thing is that I've heard a lot from the taxi associations, a lot from taxi drivers, and a lot of Uber drivers who have spoken as well. Fact is, consumer is key. My money will be spent where the best service, best price, and quality and safety is paramount. There is no second guessing that. Do I feel that the City of Toronto has become in the taxi business? Yes, I do. I feel regulation has gotten too strong on taxis themselves. I feel that they need to loosen the grip and allow other companies to be able to operate in a regulated framework on their own. There's no reason why somebody...
Please.
Yes, thank you. There is no reason, and this is the reason why I won't take a taxi, is because if you're going to be booing somebody who's your consumer... How much were you paid to talk about all this nonsense?
Please.
As being the consumer, when it comes to how I choose, I go with service first. But the fact of the matter is that when it comes to things like CPR certification, where they go and get their background checks, things of that nature, who's to say Beck could not perform the same level of service as opposed to the City of Toronto at half the price? You need to start allowing companies to compete fairly. I don't expect the restaurant industry is going to charge the same for every hamburger. But the fact of the matter is, when it comes to how we regulate them and ensuring that they have their health checks in order, that's something the city does step into. So I'm asking that council not only just look at possibly expanding upon how they deal with regulation, but to look at the services differently. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Any questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll continue. Richard St. Clair, Mohamed Bouyean, John Dadali, Terry Danilovich, Edward Supo, Amir Jorab Purian, Dan Sharon, Ahmad Munir, is Dan? Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for waiting. The floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm Dan Sharon. I do Uber part-time because in the industry I'm in, you work in construction, you get laid off, and then you wait, till the next project comes up, type of thing. So I was going to do this and, see how it was, heard about it, whatever. And I didn't know much of the city of Toronto, and I've learned to, because usually I go to one area, I've learned, a lot of areas in Toronto. And I want to bring up the portion where you'd mentioned as far as like the lights for the safety, as far as like, let's say something's happening, and the cameras and the meters. As an Uber driver, you don't pick up someone off the side of the road that's flagging you down. So as far as needing a light to show that something is wrong, or to have a camera, because even if you had a camera, if the driver knows where it's at, they could always cover it up. So the people that get in my vehicle, they have record of their name and their credit card number. So if something should happen to me from a rider, they have some type of information on that individual, and vice versa, and it feels safer for the rider and me, because I know that there's some checks, whereas I'm not just picking anybody just off of the street. Also, as far as a meter goes, and so are riders, they're comfortable with the electronics measuring the distance with GPS. I know that some taxi drivers will actually ask for a flat rate to a certain area, so they're not even using their meters sometimes. I like the fact that Uber, like I bought the first iPhone there was, okay, and then I was kind of mad when you had the copies like Android came out, and it's like, hey, they're copying what iPhone has. But then after I thought, you know what, I kind of like this because they're raising the standard. So then iPhone's got to put a better camera in it because they put a better camera. It does this, so they had it improved. I've seen like Uber is kind of like raising the standard as far as like the gentleman before had mentioned, like the service, because he's as a consumer, it's raising the standard because people. They want a good service. Taxi cab drivers are great, but like for example, when I pick up somebody and drop them off, I rate them on a star, 1 to 5 stars.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Time is up. Thank you. Any questions?
Questions?
Yeah, Councilor Janis.
Sir, you said you worked in the construction industry?
That's correct.
Under a contractor?
Yes.
He is regulated?
That's correct.
He has to follow certain rules?
Yes.
If he changes plugs, he has to follow the rules? There's rules and regulations that he follows?
Yes.
So those rules and regulations are to keep your family, my family, and everybody else that lives in that house safe?
Yes.
So shouldn't the same application that goes to that contractor also apply to Uber? Would you want to see an Uber contractor?
They do background checks on individuals.
Would you want to see an Uber contractor, sir?
They would have to be licensed.
Thank you, sir.
But driving someone from, I've been driving for 35 years. No questions.
So, members of the public, so far you've been behaving, and I think we've been moving forward in a very reasonable way. Believe me, the last thing that I want is to clear the chambers. But Please bear in mind that. Any other questions? Thank you, sir, for your presentation.
Thank you.
So let's move on. Ahmad Munir. MD Nurul Kader. Yusufi Suhail Khan. Ahmad Akahel. Omer Ahmed. Haley Ogby. $167.
Thank you for giving me this chance. My name is Haley Ogby. I drove 25 years as taxi cab. I have been to all levels. I'm an owner, agent, driver. By God's grace, I know the taxi cab industry in and out. Today I came here to talk about the Toronto Star report, which says a woman lost her life because the taxi drivers refused her because she was a short-run fare. And this kind of bad quality service helped Uber to jump in and to flourish quickly in Toronto. Before Uber came, I have to tell you frankly, openly, to all my drivers, my colleagues, and all you officials, the cab industry was rotten. I'm telling you. If you come down to Toronto as a tourist, and if the driver knows you are short run, you will not be served. Don't tell me like that. I have my
Sir,
own feeling.
excuse me, sir. Please speak through the chair.
Now, I'm telling you, customers are being refused for being short runs. Why can't the city put undercover operators that bust this kind of bad service so that serve the cab industry from Uber? Uber exploited our weakness. What Uber doing is completely injustice. It has to be banned outrightly. And also, we have to work hard to fix our industry, to give good service so that Uber will not have chance to get in. That is my input. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Ogby. Any questions to the deputant? Thank you for your presentation. So we'll continue. Manjit Johal, Peter McCherry, Akrim Munir Mohammed, Naresh Khattri, hello, sir. And your name is?
Am I ready? We ready?
Please go ahead.
Go.
He's already spoken. He came and spoke.
Go.
He spoke.
He did spoke.
All right, my name is Peter McSherry. I was a taxi driver for more than 40 years, a shift driver. I never wanted a plate. I was a taxi journalist for 25 years, and I am the author of 3 published books, including a book about my life as a taxi driver. There is such a thing as too much of anything. The city of Toronto has had too many cabs for many years. They massively increased that number of cabs in the recent reforms, apparently for a purpose. And The mayor of Toronto seems to be very welcoming of Uber. I think I can promise you if we have any kind of mild recession, you're going to get tens of thousands of people collecting welfare, many of them city licensed cab drivers, and many of them people forced off of Uber. I was in the business in 1989 when the recession came. It was awful. Everybody could make nothing. Drivers were getting into all kinds of rackets. The gentleman who talked about service being not so good doesn't understand that drivers have to make a living. He doesn't understand that the business is badly oversupplied now and has been. In my opinion, the recent reforms were meant to bankrupt the industry. I believe the city or some councillors and apparently the head guy would like to take over a racket that has been going on whereby people have been selling plates offshore for $250,000 and more. In fact, probably around 2005 or 2006, I said to myself, gee, we're going to have another taxi review very soon. I'm sorry to be saying things like that, but I believe they're true. I know that this committee has tried very hard to do a good job for the people of the city and very hard to do a good job for the people that work and invest in this industry, and I thank you very much for that. I just wish we could say the truth of what Uber is, which is it's a further device to bankrupt the industry and make sure the drivers can't make anything. Thank you very much.
Questions? Okay. We'll continue with the list then. Akrim Munir Mohammed, Naresh Khatri, Krishna, Abdul Hakim, Nicholas Tatsis, Sarwali, Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Sahar Wali, and I, much like several other people here today, have been affected by the upbringings of Uber and UberX. I come forward today not as a student, but as a daughter, and most importantly, as a citizen of Toronto. Over the past months, the recent accumulation of Uber fares has brought a major decline to the taxi industry. But one thing we must ask ourselves is how is an industry who has provided the public with care for so long supposed to compete with an unequal playing field? The equivalent competition of Uber and the taxis is equivalent to a race to Australia, where the Uber drivers would be given a plane ticket while the taxi drivers would be able to swim. I'll let you guys decide who gets there first. As an Uber driver, you're exempt from paying numerous fees, which we have learned over today, which include the commercial insurance, the license renewals, the dispatch fees, and several numerous maintenance fees required. Before a taxi driver even leaves their house, it costs them $150 just to serve the public under a TTL plate. Yet we still have sympathy towards the Uber drivers who are paying nothing. Now, one thing that did not make much sense to me, nor does it now, is the fact that the taxi fare, with each taxi fare, 13% tax is applied, which goes back to the city as it should. But with the Uber fares, nothing has been given back to the city. So why support something that does not support the economy, nor does it benefit the society? Every Uber fare is a plate off someone else's table. This is not the city I stood for, nor is it the city I wish to stand for now. Today, they made an app for a taxi. Tomorrow will be for a plane. Where are these future pilots' credentials, and how can we ensure the safety of our civilians? Well, the truth is we can't, because every time something gets approved from the states, we just stand on the sidelines and wait for them to see if it's good or not. Why cannot we stand on our own 2 feet and decide what is morally right and morally wrong? There is a reason why Uber has become an international issue, and if people disagree with us, they're simply just in denial. I want to end off with just one note. During the mayoral campaign, I recall speaking to the mayor himself, and I just remember one specific fundraiser I attended in support of Mr. Tory, where we had a chat about my goals of pursuing medicine and how he was proud of all of my ambitions and what I was doing. And I asked Mr. Tory if he was in support of the taxi industry and if he would be willing to help the taxi industry to the best of his ability. He looked me right in my eyes and he said, "Of course I am. How can I not support such hard-working people who make the city flow the way they do? I am for the hard workers of Toronto. I just want what is best for them." He looked me in my eyes and told me that. But over the past few months, he has taken every ounce of hope he had once given me. So all I have to say is that if anyone in this room truly cares for the city and the drivers that get us where we need to be when we need to be there, I urge you to make your wrong a right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you. We'll continue with the list.
Can you just ask if there's anybody that hasn't spoken that's on the list to come forward? That way. Is that okay?
Thank you, Councillor. I know the rules. Please let me chair the meeting. We'll continue with the list. Ashbir, Casahan, Gary Walsh, Sandra Brady, Gavilanes Marino, Mohammed, Delwar Ahia, and Mohammed Khan, and the last one in the list, Luca Cimeria. Luca Cimeria? Please order, please.
My name is Lucas Cimeria.
Please go ahead.
I'm a consumer, I'm not an Uber driver. The reason why I don't like you people is because you think, you look at the book, and just by looking at the cover, you think, well, you're wrong. Just because I'm wearing a shirt, what does my t-shirt say? Toronto loves Uber. It doesn't say I'm an Uber driver. The reason why I stopped taking taxis is because most of the taxi drivers, I can say at least 75% of them, they're very rude. So let's talk about safety when it comes to taxi drivers. I'm not here to talk about Uber. I'm here to make a better taxi system. So, yeah, that is funny, because you have the light at the back of your car for what? You want to talk about safety, right? How is that safe for a customer? That's not. That's safe for a driver. Putting a camera, how is that safe for a customer? That's not, again, safe for the driver.
Councillor Karjanis, please.
I'm getting there. Like I said, we're talking about safety, right? So whose safety we're talking about? So far, we only talk about the driver's safety. Have we ever talked about customer safety? Yeah, right. Cameras for my safety, I don't think so. I don't like to have a camera that's invading my privacy. So yeah, I know whose safety is that. Just spending money for the city, which is just really bad. That's all. But anyways, so let's get back on our topic. Like I said, safety. And you said you want to apply rules? Well, then the police and the city should start giving more tickets to the taxi drivers because they're speeding like crazy through the city. So you want to apply rules and say, okay, Uber is illegal? Well, start giving tickets for them because they're flying through the city, right? You can't even walk on the street or something, or especially at nighttime. Taxi drivers are flying. Are you people blind? You don't see that? So give them tickets or tell them, slow down on the road. Like I said, I'm not here. I want to make a better taxi service so I can go back and start taking taxi. And then we wouldn't have this problem. See, customers like me will stop taking Uber if your taxi service will improve. Their customer service is terrible, just terrible. Can't you see? You can see right here. Just imagine when you get in their car. You think they're nicer? They're not. Yeah, and when you talk on your cell phone using a hands-free.
Just,
Point of order.
I will stop your talk. Point
Chair,
of
I
order.
would request that you ask the deputy either to be polite to the other people that are here or throw them out. And in this case, the way that he's going, sir, I would say
I'm not
to you-
polite? Look who's not polite. Let me
I would
speak.
say to you, sir, that you
Thank
throw him
you,
out.
Councillor. Sir, I have said over and over again, please speak respectfully at all times and refrain
I am
from,
speaking
from being
respectfully. I didn't say any
offensive
bad
and
words.
disrespectful to anyone. And let's stay on topic.
Okay. And don't let the drivers use Bluetooth to talk while they take customers. And don't smoke while you drive. Plain and simple. You want to smoke? Stop your cab, take a break, smoke. Same thing. You want to talk on your phone? Stop, talk on your phone. Done after. You think just because you talk on your Bluetooth, you...
Thank you, sir. And questions, Councillor Karijanis?
Sir, do you realize the camera is also there to protect you? Or you believe...
How's the camera protecting me?
Do you realize that?
Oh, so you mean cab drivers are beating up customers?
They're there
Then why
to
do
protect you,
we
sir.
need the camera in a taxi?
They're there to protect the taxi cab drivers also from view.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
So
It's
you're
only
okay
protecting the
if
taxi
somebody
drivers.
gets in the car-
The city hasn't
We're
done
not
anything
in the-
to protect the customers. If I make complaints about the drivers, are they gonna get fired or something?
Sir, are you recommending that the camera shouldn't be there? So should somebody get in the car?
No, I'm recommending to stop putting so much pressure on the taxi driver.
I'm the one asking the questions. And if you don't want to be asked the questions, you can leave.
Go ahead.
The camera is there to protect you as well as the driver. There's been drivers that have been killed in the cabs. Are you trying to say that those drivers do not deserve to have the camera so their lives can be protected, so their families can enjoy having a father or a mother? Is this what you're saying?
Hey, I came to Canada 14 years ago to come to a safer country. How are you making a safer country?
Sir, I'm talking to you about the taxi industry. I'm not talking to you about a safer country. This is the taxi industry that we're there to make sure that the driver...
Yeah, and drugs are illegal in Canada. Why there's so many drugs?
What's your question?
My question is, are you trying to say that the drivers do not deserve to have a camera and the customers do not deserve to
Okay,
have
most of the drivers, they stay in $1 million homes, and some of their family, they stay on welfare. So where's my tax money going?
Can I ask you, sir, where you get this information from, and can you back it up?
Oh, yeah, of course I can back it up. Yes, I can
Go
back
ahead,
it
sir.
up.
Show me.
Take all the taxi drivers, see what houses they live, take all their families, and see how many are on welfare.
Sir, I say to you that's speculation.
No, it's not speculation.
Oh, I'd say that's very much speculation.
I pay for
Thank
my
you, sir.
taxes to pay for your job and to pay for their job too, to stay on welfare.
Thank you, sir. We're done. Thank you. Is now point of order, Councillor Mamaliri.
My name was called. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Chairman.
Press the button.
Mr. Chairman, earlier I stood up and out of fairness, knowing that this gentleman was going to speak about Uber, suggested it be added onto the list. It's probably the worst mistake I've made in 25 years as a councillor by asking somebody like this to stay on. I apologize to everybody for wasting their time.
Thank you. I'm sorry, sir, what's your name?
Mr. Chairman Mohammed, you called my name earlier.
Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and all the councillors. All these people driving taxi are abiding by the rules and regulations that the Licensing and Standards Committee made. Very simple, very straightforward. You make the rules, we follow them. Why don't we apply the same, the same rules for the people who drive Uber, who drive whatever? The same rules, same licensing, same inspection, same plate, same sticker, same camera. The cameras didn't come from us, the meter didn't come from us, it came from the licensing and the standards. And response to the gentleman who spoke earlier before me, these rules are made by this rule-making council, and we just follow that. We are rule and order abiding citizens, from licensing to vehicle to sticker to plate to tax to everything. Please, Mr. Chairman and councillors, please, I oblige you to apply the same rules to everyone who is driving a commercial vehicle, delivering people from point A to point B. And then you will see how much competitive we are, how much polite we are, how much good service delivery people we are. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate, and sincerely, I believe you will apply the same rules to everyone who is delivering people and parcel from point A to point B. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. At this point, we have concluded the speakers list, and I want to remind everyone in the audience that that you have every right to speak if you have registered. If you wish to do so, please come forward now. At this moment, the committee has not made any decisions yet, and I want to be very clear with that as chair of this committee. If there is anyone at this point, come forward, that haven't, no, you already spoke.
The last gentleman spoke about the cab drivers. Now I'm a cab driver, it's my duty to defend.
Yeah. No, it's... Okay, sir, you already spoke, so we are done. So my comment was with regards to anyone who have registered and is on the speakers list and haven't spoken or would like to speak.
Anybody who you call.
Or anyone that I have called and they didn't have an opportunity to come forward, this is the time. Otherwise, we'll end up the deputations. So there is no one else. Okay, thank you. Okay, friends, now we are going to move forward with questions to staff. And one of the things that was approved is that members of council and members of the committee will have up to 5 minutes in total, and there will be only one round of questions per councillor. In terms of speaking time for visiting members of council or members of the committee, we'll also have 5 minutes to speak, and there will be only one round of speaking time. So with that, we are opening up the floor to questions to staff. Any questions to staff, visiting members of council to begin with? Please.
Thank you. Question to staff. The report quotes 17,000 Uber rides per day. Just wondering how that number was calculated, and if that number is if that number reflects an increase over 6 months ago, or did you do counts 6 months ago?
Just
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. In the context of this review, we asked Uber to provide information, including statistics on the volume of rides taken in Toronto. They provided us that they are providing approximately 500,000 rides per month. We just equated that to a per-day basis, as we have reported out on taxi rides as an estimated 65,000 per day. So just to give some sense of scale.
And do we, just a follow-up question, do we know the length of those rides and whether or not, are they short rides, long rides in duration, or whether or not they're comparable to rides that customers are taking in taxi cabs?
We did ask for data regarding the typical fare and typical distance. They gave us an average of the fare at $13.90. Off the top of my head, I believe the average distance was about 8 to 10 kilometers. But we do have that data that we can provide for you.
So if it's 8 to 10 kilometers, is that a typical cab, comparable to a typical cab ride, or is it generally longer, or do we know?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it's very difficult because we deal with many different individuals and varying sources of data. In the last review we did on taxis, we estimated the average fare in and around $25, which is an average about a 10-kilometer fare. So we're seeing some kind of correlation between the cost as reported, and this is all not verified data, this is reported data, of $13.90 on an UberX versus about $25 on a taxi cab. But there's a lot of variations to this, so it's difficult to do a one-for-one assessment in the absence of a lot of comprehensive data.
And then last question, did Uber provide any demographics as to who their key customers are?
No, so we did not ask Uber who their customers were. We undertook a series of review with Ipsos Reid to get a general population picture, as well as a survey we posted online. And the information we're receiving back, which is consistent with other data that's looked at this, is people in the average age around 18 years of age up to 34 years of age seems to be the most significant demographic user of UberX services.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Is any other visiting members not? Now we'll bring into committee Councillor Di Giorgio.
Councillor Di Giorgio has a question.
Mr. Cook, just one quick question. When we did the reform back in 1998, and there was that astonishing revelation that the quality of level of service could go up if only we could allow people to drive their own vehicles and issue them with a license plate. Was that the one of the accomplishments of the reforms of 1998?
Certainly, in our review of 2012 to 2014, we looked at the review of 1998, and the quality of service, the quality of vehicle certainly was one of the key drivers, if not the key driver, to moving towards an owner-operated model, and was the results of the number of changes that were made to transition the industry to an owner-operated model for that purpose.
Okay, so the quality of service went up because we introduced the ambassador plate. But we had a regulatory system in place that said you've got to be careful as to how many you issue. And the situation before us today is we've got customers out there that have witnessed the quality of service delivered by Uber, and they're astonished. And the reason is, of course, is because Uber has so many cars on the road. The cab industry doesn't have the ability to put that many cars on the road, or do they?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the city has historically restricted the number of taxicab licenses issued, has continued to do so as far back as I know. So if anybody wants to acquire a taxicab license, then it's a requirement of the city to issue more, or for that person to procure a taxicab, and we will transfer the license to someone within the industry who meets the qualifications.
My very last question is, for people who were engaged in the cab industry, who worked very hard as a driver, and then managed to get a plate, do you think they were happy when they got the plate?
So through you, Mr. Chair, certainly not having been a taxicab driver myself, but having spent the last 3.5 years working and dealing with the taxicab industry, level of being pleased really differs by the individual you're speaking to. Certain people were not pleased they did not receive a standard plate. Other people were elated that they had received an ambassador plate, and yet today we heard from some other individuals who would welcome the opportunity to drive on a TTL.
Right.
So it would be up to them to say how pleased they were.
But my question was, how did the people who got a plate feel? And you said they were elated.
Well, some were. So through you, Mr. Chair, certainly the city was subject to an action that was undertaken by drivers on the waiting list. A number of drivers who were given or received ambassador plates who had not received a standard plate and were not elated with the provision of that, whereas others who have received city-issued licenses have been pleased. So as much as there are many different participants in the taxi industry, their interests and their level of approval of what has happened certainly differs by each of those individual participants. So it's not fair to make a blanket statement that they were happy or unhappy, elated or not.
Well, the option was don't get a plate or get a standard plate. So I think I would be happy if my options were no plate, standard plate.
So I would just say, through you, Mr. Chair, the review we undertook from 2012 to 2014 was very inwardly focused on the industry and was really evolved around the types of licenses that had been issued and the attributes of those licenses, and seeking to attain a one-tier system within the taxi industry. And that's what was being sought, and that was an industry-driven review. So we'll see where everybody's at now.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Giorgio. Any other questions? If not, we'll move to speakers, visiting members of council. Councillor Campbell, you're okay? Members of the committee. And I have the first speaker, Councillor Mamoliri.
Chairman, I'm going to move that recommendations 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in the report from the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards be adopted. I'm moving this because it is the only option, in my opinion, that we have in front of us, given everything that's happened over the last few months and given everything that's happened over the last few years in dealing with this whole industry. It came to a shock when I read the report, knowing that we had to address what the courts have had to say about the situation. And believe it or not, I get that, and I understand why. And I understand that 1, 3, 4, and 5 actually take care of that particular aspect. What came to a shock to me, Mr. Chairman, was number 7 and 8, which was uncalled for, in my opinion. There was no need for that particular part of this report to even be recommended by staff. I think that by doing that, we're sending out a message suggesting that we have changed our mind in terms of how we feel with respect to Uber and what they've done to this city. I think that some people are starting to wonder why in November of last year we're making comments as a city, we're taking people to court, and we're suggesting that it's unsafe, and the mechanism that came into play in the City of Toronto wasn't welcome for those reasons. And then all of a sudden, a few months later, after some so-called discussions and consultation by staff, we get a report that hits everybody between the eyes and wants to kill the industry. I'm going to take my particular band off that I started out this morning, Mr. Chairman, because I believe that if you adopt this particular motion and leave 7 and 8 out of this equation, we in fact have saved the industry. Because what we're in fact doing by eliminating 7 and 8 is we're saying to everybody in this city, sure, you want to be welcome. The courts have made their particular views known. The city has reacted to it. You act like a taxi as well, if that's the case. Don't act like some kind of cowboys that come into town rolling in with their horses and wanting to move into a saloon and shoot everybody dead. Because that's exactly what my impression of Uber is a group of people coming into town on their horses wanting to outmaneuver and outplay everybody and not give a darn about what's happened here over the years. And, you know, they point to their particular apps and they say how wonderful this is, and they've convinced some politicians that the app is the way of the future, and because of that, they have the right to step on everybody's toes. Well, the reality is this particular councillor doesn't appreciate people coming into this town and stepping on toes of people who can't afford it, stepping on toes of people that are going to have to go onto welfare because of them, and stepping on toes of families that are trying to make ends meet, most of them being immigrant families, and not understanding why this is happening to them with a group of cowboys on horses. This, for me, marks a very special moment in this committee's history. If you vote in favor of this particular motion, you are sending not only Uber a message across the world. You want to play by the rules, as you've said in the media. You want to play by the rules, as you've told our staff and politicians. This motion of mine makes sure that they do. And I can assure you of one thing, as I'm standing here, they're not going to be happy with it. They don't want to play by the rules. They want to come in and step on everybody's toes. I'm going to be watching to see what happens between now and council, because the culprits who are pushing Uber through have got to move 7 and 8 now. Somebody on the council floor has got to stand up and say, we may not be happy with the committee's decision. I'm moving 7 and 8. And I can't wait to see who that is, because I've got this feeling that whoever that is has had a lot of dialogue since November the 18th up until now with City of Toronto officials and staff. And I can't wait to see and ask questions about how much dialogue has actually taken place. The last thing I want to say is that when the City of Toronto calls a consultation meeting, and they call it at where they've called it at the last round of consultations, which was Metro Hall, they ask people for their opinions. And those opinions were loud and clear at that particular meeting. People that know the industry, people that have been here for years and have had to witness all the fights on this council chamber because of other scenarios that have happened, have given everybody advice. Not one bit of advice had been taken in this particular report, not one. In fact, it's pushed an unprecedented attempt at sole sourcing. This is no different than any other sole sourcing. Mentioning Uber in a report like this is geared towards one company and one company only, and that's wrong.
You have a question from Councillor John Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Councillor, I certainly won't pretend to be as familiar with this file as Councillor Mammoliti, so I would appreciate your insight. In regard to not moving recommendation number 2, is it not foreseeable that that might further impair the existing taxi industry?
My particular position on this is that we have been asked by the courts to deal with it in a particular manner. And by the way, I must say that the grandfathering clauses that we've asked to show up here at today's meeting have never existed either. So that bothers me. And I didn't want to get into more confusion on this matter, but I think people are intentionally not listening to this committee with respect to what we've wanted. So that's silent here.
I may be able to assist if you allow me for a second. I'm moving the motion, actually, Councillor Campbell. So that was already displayed.
Which one, 2?
Number 2.
Okay.
Well, I wanted to...
With some modifications.
Well,
I wanted to hear
but my particular view is, if we're here to deal with what we've learned over the last number of months, which I think you'll hear from staff, then let's deal with it. And my particular motion does that. Anything else that has been added on here, 7 and 8, for instance, unnecessary, a movement, in my opinion, only to support the company Uber and nobody else.
Councillor Mammoliti, I'll just try it one more time respectfully. you're not in favor of reducing the get in the cab fare, the operating, the introductory price of the fare, which was recommendation 2. And my question is, by not moving that motion, do you not think that you might further cause difficulty for the people that are already in the business?
I understand that Councillor Palacio, the chair, is going to move that. He wanted to move it. I will decide on how I vote on that particular issue. However, my issue has never been about even touching what's there already, because they've already abided by all the rules over the last upteen years. My issue's always been about Uber and how we have tried to make way for an organization to elbow itself onto a hockey bench and move everybody out of the hockey bench, and they're the only ones with skates on with this report. The rest have all taken them off because we've told them to.
So then, my other question is in regard to recommendations 7 and 8. By not moving those recommendations, are you not therefore saying that you feel that let's call it the other industry, should be unregulated?
No, what I'm saying.
Staff is basically saying that if these other cars are going to be out there driving people around, there should be regulations. By not moving that recommendation, you're suggesting that there should be no regulation.
No, what I'm suggesting is, with removing 7 and 8, I believe that we are saying to the Uber company that you're okay. Come on and be a taxi just like anyone else, and make sure that you pay all your fees, and make sure the regulations are there for you like they are for all of the rest of the industry. And you know what? Instead of 10-year-old cars being acceptable, as this report suggests for Uber, they're going to have to abide by the 2-year-old vehicles as well, just like anybody else. It's a level playing field, and they're the ones that said they want to play ball and want to be regulated and want to come into the system. What I think we've done here is saying to them, we're calling them on their bluff. We're saying to them, you want to play in this poker match? Let's see what you've got, and that's what we've done here. You got to know when to fold them. You got to know when to hold them. Or I think it's reverse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, the next speaker is Councillor Karygiannis. You have the floor, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move 2 motions. Motion number 1, that City Council request the Police Services Board to report through the Licensing and Standards Committee with an update on the action taken with respect to City Council's previous request regarding enforcement of unlicensed taxi cabs. And motion number 2, that recommendations 7 and 8 in the report of September the 8th, 2015 from the Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standards Committee be deleted. Chair, number 1, I want to thank the Executive Director for all the work that she's done, and through you to her, I want to thank her for allowing me to be at all the meetings. I requested, I missed one because there was a simultaneous another event that I had, and I requested also to be at the meetings that they had with Uber and Lyft, and unfortunately that was not granted. I don't know for whatever reason. Maybe they felt that I would learn what the request was. But in those meetings that I took careful notes. Nowhere did I see the industry saying that we don't want Uber to come in. But in the spirit of the motion that was seconded by the mayor, we're saying level playing field. The same insurance, the same regulations, the same background checks. And yet I see 7 saying, well, we're going to have to check to see if they have insurance. All along we're saying that they don't have insurance. A couple of days ago, we see a newspaper article says, we're talking to Intact. So I'm going to myself, hold on a second, am I losing something here? Am I losing my marbles? All along we have this $5 million insurance, as they were talking about today, and they're there to cover them. And yet 2 days ago they said we're going to talk to Intact to see if there's, there's something that we can do. And now we're saying that we're going to go to FSCO to see if they have a product. Well, they never had a product. They were not interested in having a product. They know that this was coming. They've seen recommendation 7. We're going to go talk to them. I'm sorry. That does not put a level playing field. Regulation 8 says that we're going to allow them to do their own inspections. We're going to allow them to do their own background checks. And we're going to ask them to keep in a data. And we're going to have oversight. Fantastic. But that's like allowing the fox in the chicken coop. the fox. It's going to completely tar and feathers all the chickens. So if you want to have a level playing field, get yourself a taxi brokerage license. Get all your cabs to be the same and regulated as what we have for you. Get commercial insurance. Put cameras in the cars. Put the emergency brake on, and not a little sticker in the window. Put the cab light on the roof. And your cabs should not be something that get inspected by you at a mockery at a garage. Who knows what they are, and who knows, you might just bribe them in order to say it's passed. I've got evidence that Uber allowed a driver in Ottawa to drive a car that was past the 10 years. You all pay HST. This was regulated on you. Uber clearly, on letterhead, says we don't collect HST. Today, we ask them if they have an HST number. No reply. So they want to play with the rules and regulations. One rule for you, we hog-tied you way back with your hands, and we tie you with your hand, and one rule for them. Well, a level playing field is not that. A level playing field is one rule. If we're going to allow Uber to continue as they're doing, maybe we should just deregulate you altogether completely. Don't ask you to pay any fees. Don't ask you for licenses. Ask you to do whatever they're doing. That will cost the city millions of dollars. Not only millions of dollars in fees that we're collecting, but millions of dollars when you are all lose your jobs and have to go and collect welfare. Where are we going to find the extra money if they don't pay the fees that you're paying right now in order to do an oversight on them? Ladies and gentlemen, through you, Mr. Speaker, I, for the life of me, cannot support Motion 8, which is a race to zero. They have breaking 3 levels of government rules. Our rules on licensing and everything else, the provincial rules on the HTA, Highway Traffic Act 39.2, and the rule of the federal government, they must collect HST. So when you have a company that says, I really don't care, I'm sorry, but if you want to play we're on a level playing field, then start becoming like the other industry.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair.
Questions? Questions from Councillor Kimball.
Question to Councillor Karygiannis. Do you feel that Uber therefore should remain unregulated?
I feel that Uber, if they want to continue operating in the city of Toronto, should apply for a brokerage firm as they have, and from the amount of tax cabs that we have, if anybody wants to go work for them, let them go work for them. I mean, they have the same apps as the industry has the same apps as Uber does, so there's nothing new. They don't have anything new that is brought to the industry. The only thing that they have done, they come to the city, they undercut, they have no insurance. There's right now a lawsuit going on by an Uber driver to the Uber cab, to the Uber company, because they're not covering him. The $5 million is all in there to protect them, nothing else. And therefore, if you want to play in a regulated industry, then you should follow the rules and regulations, which they're not.
So you feel that they should be regulated?
Definitely regulated the way the taxi cab industry is regulated. There shouldn't be a second set of regulations for them. And 7 and 8 only do that. Allows them to continue operating for another 12 months, and then we'll see what we do. Well, if they're going to operate for another 12 months, it's like putting the fox in the chicken coop. You know, we're going to give you a license now, or we're going to allow you, you know, freely to take care of the chickens. Sorry, that's not a level playing field. That's not playing under the same regulations in the same sandbox as we got the industry in.
That's it.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to the next speaker, Councillor Marlowe. The floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you. This reminds me, I had a conversation recently with somebody who brought up an interesting analogy. our current taxi industry could go two different routes. One would be the route of Blockbuster when Netflix came upon us, and they weren't able to compete. They weren't able to adapt. They weren't able to evolve. And most people stream videos through Netflix or other competitors today rather than go to Blockbuster, which I don't believe, has a shop left in Toronto. They also could go the route of iTunes and their competitors, that when Napster first came on the scene, the music industry suggested that that would be the death of them. And technology adapted, the industry adapted, and today we have not only a vibrant music industry, but also iTunes and their competitors. The reality is, Uber exists, and does Lyft, and does other competitors that may want to join the market at some point. That's a reality. So whether one likes that reality or dislikes that reality, that is real. Beck and I know other companies have already tried to adapt by creating their own apps, and I think that's fantastic. In fact, I think that if this competition could create many opportunities where the taxi industry could find niches because they are able to provide accessible vehicles in a way that Uber may not, and they'll be able to do things that they can say, we can compete because we've got a kind of service that others won't. Uber's doing that today. If we take the approach, with all due respect of Councillors Mammoliti and Karygiannis, we won't actually be bringing Uber and their competitors into the regulatory framework like I believe a lot of people in the taxi industry would like to see. Now, admittedly, it's not the same framework. It's not the same framework. But my concern is that if we don't, while allowing for the reality that there's innovation in the industry, without actually ensuring that they are insured, that they're licensed, that they're following certain sets of rules, they're going to continue doing what they've been doing already. In other words, the status quo will essentially remain. And Uber will walk away from the table. In fact, I could see us going back to court, and Uber will say, I don't know if this will happen, but they may say, well, we wanted to work with the city and arrive at certain regulations, and they balked at that, and that didn't happen. And then we end up in the status quo again. So this is an evolving industry. It's evident. And I respectfully submit that either we all recognize that there is new technology, which is, whether you like it or not, it's incredibly popular by so many people in this city. It is. It's just a reality. I'm not, this is an opinion. I mean, it's real. It's real. So either we work with reality and adapt and evolve and make changes to meet reality, or somebody loses. So I really believe that it's the responsible thing to accept staff's recommendations as a package. The last thing I wanted to say on the subject of our staff, I've heard things today and other days, sadly, that have impugned the reputation, the character, and the motivation of our staff. And I don't think that's right, and I don't think that's fair. I know that every politician here will have various interests and various opinions and arguments to be made. But we don't need to be using our staff as ping-pong balls in the middle of the game. They are here to give their expert advice and opinion. We can strongly disagree with them. I often do. But we don't need to treat them poorly. We are all people here. We are all trying to contribute to our city. And the great thing about our democracy is that we are supposed to have differences of opinion. We're supposed to be debating these things, and we're supposed to, by majority rule, arrive at a resolution. But in no way should we ever be maligning and hurting people in the process. We don't need to be performing politics that way. There is no reason to do that. In fact, as one member of council, when I hear people making arguments that way, it actually makes their arguments less convincing to me. I am less open to hearing their arguments, just like one is less open to somebody screaming at them. So on that note, I don't believe that if we pass the new recommendations as a package, it will be the death of the industry. In fact, I think the current industry will be hurt more if we don't actually adapt and evolve to the changing reality in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So, Councillor Malo, are you moving the recommendations? Okay. Councilor Di Giorgio, you're next. Sorry? No. Councilor Di Giorgio, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be supporting the staff recommendations, save and accept 7 and 8. We are dealing with a public transportation system. And a public transportation system, government has a role, very, very important role. We have a regulatory system for a reason. We have a regulatory system because we know, or at least some of us know, that unharnessed, uncontrolled, unbridled private enterprise causes great harm over the long run. But you don't see the harm unless you do a very, very thoughtful analysis and say to yourself, if we were to proceed in this direction and allow Uber, who has been breaking all the rules, and I'll call them a lawbreaker. They didn't come in intending to break, well, I shouldn't even say that. I think they came in, operated according to the rules, but had full intent to break the rules. And that's what they did. So, the message that I don't want to give to anybody, any Torontonian, is that we, as a city, reward people who break rules. Notwithstanding what quality of service they will provide. If someone is not licensed to be a doctor, and even though he saves a life, I think in the courts, that person will be brought to the courts and answer for the fact that he endangered someone's life. The public interest is not guided by what people want. We, as politicians, cannot deliver everything that people want. And if people want high-quality service, high-quality public transportation, public transit, if that's what they want, they have to understand what it means to be able to deliver it. We know what it means to deliver public transit that's high quality. We have to make huge investments. How do we deliver high-quality service in the cab industry? We have to be willing to allow people who have a full-time job and are looking to make some incremental income to invade and take away the jobs of hardworking people who have a full-time job in the cab industry. That's what we have to condone and endorse, and I'm not prepared to do that. The unfortunate aspect of all this is that other levels of government have been promoting part-time jobs to replace full-time jobs. And that's what Councillor Karygiannis alluded to. This is a race to the bottom, but it's also a race to the top, because anybody that can come in and insert a business into the cab industry that takes 25% of every ride and then promotes a legion of cars out there because they don't care how many cars are on the road. They get their 28%. Nor do they care what happens to the income drivers in the cab industry. This is a bottom line company. It is not a company comprised of hardworking people in the cab industry who care about their drivers, who made an investment in the cab industry. There is no one that is in public official that can condone a bottom line company providing a public service. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I think that'll be the last speaker then. I'm going to move the following recommendations. If you can please just... that recommendation number 2 be amended to read as follows. That City Council amend the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 545, Appendix C, Tariff A, to reduce the initial cost refer as the drop fee from $4.25 to $3.25, plus a reduction to the remaining overall rate by 10% effective November 1st, 2015. Number 2, the recommendation number 9 be amended to read as follows. City Council direct the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing Standards to immediately implement and enforce the adopted recommendations, including, if necessary, asking Council through the city's budget process for additional and dedicated bylaw officers to ensure adherence to this bylaw. First and foremost, I want to thank city staff from the Municipal Licensing Standards, from the legal department, the Deputy City Manager is John Levy, the City Clerk staff, our security staff as well, for your dedication and commitment to ensure that the proceedings in this chamber run and smoothly. And to you and the public, I really want to thank you for your cooperation, for your understanding, given the extraordinary and environment and the emotional aspect that we all feel and felt throughout the day. And that's very impressive. Now, I also want to thank city staff and the public, especially during the consultation process. We had a number of roundtable meetings throughout the summer months with all the industry, the stakeholders, and there has been quite a bit of actually work and dedication from city staff, and for that, I really want to thank you for going the extra mile to ensure that you brought all these recommendations on time. As members of this committee,
Mr. Chair,
our main responsibility.
If I may, on a point of order, just for.
I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure that Councilor Karigianis' motion, did you roll that out of order? His motion to delete 7 and 8?
No, we didn't get to that. I didn't get to that as well.
Okay.
Yep.
Because I'd like to move receipt of 7 and 8 if, in fact, you're ruling it out of order.
As members of the Licensing Standards Committee, our main responsibility is to ensure that business licensing and the regulatory regimes that we have, and mainly in terms of the business licensing and regulatory processes that we have, that the main and the paramount aspect is consumer protection and the health and safety of the public, and also to ensure that any bylaws or regulatory processes that we have are fair, competitive, comprehensive, and modernized. Now, to do this, of course, there is a tremendous push to take bold and innovative action to address these critical challenges that the city faces. And that's to make the city more livable, affordable, functional, and conducted to do business by eliminating unnecessary regulations and red tape. Now, as you may recall, 4 years ago, I did call for a review of the taxi industry to address inequities from the past. And that's to have a regulatory framework that's, first and foremost, it protects the public in terms of consumer protection, health and safety issues, accessibility issues, mainly to have on-demand accessible taxis, affordability, we spoke about that, reliability, and also the well-being of the City of Toronto. Now, for the industry, on the other side of the question, the big question was to ensure financial viability and fairness in the process. And the new TLT somehow created that win-and-win situation for the ambassadors, for the disabled community, and for taxi drivers. Even though personally I didn't agree with some of the recommendations that ended the city in court, but here we are. Now, all along we've been listening about creating a level playing field for all. And that's the key question, my friends. one bylaw that applies to all, one bylaw that everybody adheres by, and that's the main ingredient of what's taking place and what's been taking place for the last few years. However, what's before us today? The report that's before us, if adopted, it will definitely, in my opinion, destroy the taxi cab industry as we know it today, affecting the livelihood of more than 15,000 families that depend on the industry, that they work hard, and I should say, through sweat and tears, by mortgaging your homes, by working long hours. Am I? Okay. So from that perspective, I've been just reminded that I went over time. I will support some of the motions that are before us, and I do have some serious concerns with some of the recommendations that are before us as well. Thank you. So now we'll go through the motions. Yeah, please. The first motion.
Chair, point of order.
Point of order.
Just want to get it clear, sir. Are you trying to say that I can't move motion number 6?
It's just allow me for a second. And that's in order, Councillor.
Sorry?
It's in order.
So motion number 6 that recommends 7 and 8 in the report, this is the motion that I put in, right? That's in order.
It's in order, yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
So the first motion is from Councillor Mamolidi, and the recommendation is that recommendations 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in the report September 8 from the executive and be adopted. Recorded vote. All those in favor?
Those in favour? Councillor Di Giorgio, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Kirigiannis, Councillor Mamalidi, Councillor Matlow. Motion carries unanimously.
The next motion from Councillor Kirigiannis, and that's motion A, that City Council requests the Toronto Police Service Board to report through the Licensing Standards Committee with an update on the action taken with respect to City Council's previous request regarding enforcement of unlicensed taxi cabs. All those is recorded as well? All those in favor? Against? Carry. Motion number 6 from Councilor Kirigiannis, that recommendation 7 and 8 of the report September 8, 2015 from the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing Standards be deleted.
Recorded vote.
It's a recorded vote is being asked. All
those in favour? Councillor Di Giorgio, Councillor Kirigiannis, Councillor Mamalidi. Those opposed?
No.
Councillor Matlow, Councillor Palacio, how are you voting? In favour. Councillor Palacio recorded in the affirmative. Motion carries.
Did you vote for it?
And motion number 5.
I was confused there for a while. I wasn't.
Motion number 5 is the recommendation that...
Sorry, that shows motion number 8, Chair.
Okay, that's fine. No, I had it number 5 here. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So there you have it. Yeah. All those, I will ask for a recorded vote on this one. All those in favor?
Those in favour? Councillor Di Giorgio, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Kirigiannis, Councillor Mamalidi. Those opposed? Councillor Matlow. Motion carries.
Now now we have one more vote, and that's the item as amended. All those in favor? Against?
Those in favour of item as amended? Councillor Di Giorgio, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Kirigiannis, Councillor Mamalidi. Those opposed? Councillor Matlow. Motion carries.
Great. Thank you. A motion to adjourn. Thank you all. Meeting adjourned.
I get excited sometimes. Okay. Tried to stay cool.